Good morning. Good morning. Okay, a couple of announcements at the start of stream, because things are going to be a little bit different today since we're on BBO. BBO asked me to provide a recording of this thing, so chat, you've been moved up here, but you're not going to display while I'm on live on BBO. I guess I can turn you back on now for the moment in case you want to see where you've moved on the screen. So a bunch of like the donation alerts and other things I have disabled from popping up. I'll still get a notification though, so feel free to donate, subscribe, whatever. Write a TTS message or something. It's not going to be read out. At least I hope not. I think I've disabled all of that. So yeah, it'll just be me doing the commentary on BBO. I'll stick around during the breaks, of course, and we can chat and whatnot, discuss some of the interesting hands. But we're down to 16 teams. So Nickel, Zimmerman, Fleischer, and Rosenthal are still in, the top 4 seeds. Hey Snoo, good luck not going insane. Thank you. It might depend on which match we watch. I don't know which matches are available, otherwise I would have put up like a poll on YouTube to have you all vote on which match we kibitz today. I have to imagine this match is going to be available, and I feel like maybe people will want to see this one, so I guess we can start there. I think both of these matches are somewhat interesting. The Baker team has been on a big run, taking down Rubenstein and then whoever they faced up against yesterday. I'm sure it wasn't important, but the big first match against Rubenstein was a huge victory for them. Vedanta taking out, I think, Leibowitz yesterday. Nice result for their team. I think it was a comeback victory as well. Simpson defeated Ward Platt, I think one of the recent winners. They might have won the Solways. Or maybe they won something last year. Well, the Solways was last year. Nickel against Goldberg. I feel like this matchup happens like every single event and Nickel wins every single time. So my suspicion is it's probably going to go the same way. But Street against Hans, we saw that finish. That was exciting. Gavin's team still in. Shori playing up against Goodman. He's got basically the entire squad back together. I mean, Hurd used to play with Wooldridge a lot, and they separated off to form new partnerships so that Wooldridge could play with Granger and Mignochi a bunch, and John Hurd is now playing with Kevin Bathurst quite a bit. But Kraniak and Demuy are a long-time partnership, old friends of mine, and obviously Gavin and Raj played in the WBTs, did, I think, fairly well in the Platinum pairs, maybe? Imp pairs, was it? Imp pairs. And then now here they are, round of 16. They're up against Goodman. I would expect Shori is a pretty big favorite going into this match. But I guess anything can happen over the course of 60 boards. We do see our boy Brad here with he's leading the field currently, fantasy bracket leaders. A bunch of people who played in the event are on here. Gerli, Pepich, I don't know if Li Chengchen was on one of those Chinese teams that got knocked out a bit earlier, but lots of people probably voting for themselves. with varying degrees of success. Yeah, so full bracket. Let's take a look. How did some of these teams get here? I do want to make sure that I know what happened. So Rosenthal had, if we do watch Rosenthal, they had a very close match yesterday. Baker coming off a huge stomp against Overdeck. We'll probably not be watching this match, unless it's really close in the fourth quarter. Oh, but I also have to leave at some point today. I have to leave about, math is hard, 7 hours from now. So in 7 hours, I'm going to have to head out, which means we'll definitely miss the fourth quarter and maybe even a little bit of the third quarter. Fleischer looks like it ultimately had a comfortable victory over Ash. Bailey defeated Hanlon. Close match. Goodman had a close match, and Shori completely stomped their opening matchup. Street, big victory over Bramley, and Hans had that nail biter as it came down to the very last board. Simpson and Zimmerman ultimately coming out on top in their matches. Wasn't that close at the end. Nickel, good showing in the first round. Goldberg as well, not Goldbach. Dinkin over Lal by quite a bit, in fact. And the Silver Sidon Destroyers. I guess a couple of close rounds. I mean, they had the huge comeback in the opening set. And then they had a 32 imp win in the second match. Okay. Let me just ask the people who are here in chat. Oh, it's now Sliver Sidon. The Sliver Sidon Destroyers, or someone else. These are your options. I have a feeling people will want to watch this matchup. Them up against Dinkin, but if there's another match, you can voice your opinion. I don't know which ones are going to be on ViewGraph, so this is why I would normally put up a poll with all the options. Matt, you had a pretty low score on your fantasy bracket. That's disappointing. I wonder how my bracket's doing. Let me take a look. Can I see mine? How do I see my bracket? Do I have to click on this and then go to mine? There we go. It's not terrible. Yeah, not terrible. I did pretty badly on the Leibowitz pick, but I think a lot of people probably did. Rosenthal's still in. Got a couple of the upset matches wrong, but I picked Dinkin correctly. That was good. Should have picked Dinkin again to play up against Nickel. Rimstedt's continued their form from the WBT. That's what I kind of based a lot of my decision on. Were they on the Lal team? They weren't. Which team were they on? Leibowitz? Oh, they were. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this was a poor pick by me, taking Leibowitz in the first round. Feels like the Rimstedts are on the way out. They need to shape up their game. Well, we should have tables getting up and running shortly. Oh, I do need to... Hold on. I do need to do this. That actually doesn't look too bad. Hold on, let me move my webcam for a second. So that I can edit this thing. There, that should cover up all the chat. Okay. I think that's good. Perfect, we have a tie. Someone just voted to antagonize me. I know that's what happened. Okay. Is anyone else bothered by my webcam being like a little bit higher than this black box on the side? Yes, no, maybe. All right. We'll leave it. I guess my webcam's going to go away during the broadcast anyway. Well, we'll see which tables we have access to. I guess that's kind of the more important question here. We do have the SABF. This is going to be... I was wrong, I guess. Vedanta versus Wolfson. I couldn't possibly have imagined that this would have been one of the matches chosen to do Vugraph. That seems insane to me. No one cares about these teams. I guess a bunch of old US players playing. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to parse a behind-the-scenes message that I just got. Richard doesn't care about the Wolfson team. I guess, I mean, who's their team? They have Zia and... oh, maybe that's why. They have Zia, right? That's probably the only... the title says BBO 2, BBO 3. Oh, I found it. Okay, title. Gotcha. Okay. Is there any way... Oh, I see it. It's right here. BBO2. BBO2. Wolfson is Eckenberg, Rang, Berkowitz, Ginasar, Garner, Wolfson. Oh, yeah, wait. So why do people care about that team? Like, who wants to watch them play? Other than maybe the entire Berkowitz family, which is like 53 people or something like that at this point. Zamir Toledano could be fun. But we'll stick around and try and get a different match, because I don't think this is the one that chat wants to watch. Maybe you guys do. So we have BBO2. Apparently our choices are 1, 2, or 4. How many matches are they showing? Supposedly 4, but one of them is bugged. is what I've been told. Jesus fuck. Like, oh my god. I really want to say things right now, but I will respect privacy. Holy shit, the ACBL is dumb. Oh my god. That is obnoxious what I just found out. Whew. I'm so angry. I am so angry. Oh my god. It's a good thing I put up this black bar. Oh shit. Oh boy. You know, ultimately, maybe this is good news. I will ask after stream today how much information I can share. I would like to, God. We'll see. We'll see. I think it would be cool to make a video about the drama. Is the stream frozen? I hope not. I can't say ultimately maybe this is good news. I just did. What do you mean I can't say that? I totally just did. We only have one table up still currently. Okay, also, before I forget, I'm sorry chat, you were getting removed from the screen because once again, BBO wants a recording of this. So, goodbye chat. I'm still watching you, don't worry. You're just not going to appear up over here. So, screen basically is just going to look like, well, this. With my face cam, you know, somewhere over here when I do the thing. Yeah, I know you can see me typing, but I was very careful. I didn't release any information. Please don't spam Diana. What I can say, because I was told that I can share this, is that BBO has someone that is running VuGraph from the tournament site in Memphis right now. The black box is more fun to watch. Can we get rid of this ugly face? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, you know, let me fix that for you right now. There. Are we happy? So Jurica. I don't know who that is, but BBO has a person over there who's orchestrating and running VuGraph from Memphis. And I have been told that there are some issues, such as BBO3, whichever that table is broken. So I was told to do commentary at tables 1, 2, or 4 whenever we get those tables up and running. This cannot possibly be the players that are actually at the table. I do not believe for a second that David Chechlashvili or Aitai Lo are the players playing in this match. Are they? Wait, am I wrong? Could I be wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look back over to the scoreboard. No, it's not them. Okay. Definitely not them. So, I don't know what's going on here. We have a little bit of a mix-up with things getting started. Shift says, I'm sure the ACBL and BBO are coordinating their efforts well to provide us a broadcast. Yeah. 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 That's wishful thinking. Do I have the dumb plus 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 thing in my profile? Hold on. I do. Okay, perfect. I think all that means is that people can chat with me while I'm doing the broadcast, or like send in questions from BBO. Which still feels like a very archaic thing. Black box was gone for a second, but it's back now. Are you one of those people who's going to comment on videos and be like, video starts at 15 minutes when the black box appears? I really do appreciate those comments. It's probably one of my favorite current memes. I'm sure it's going to go out of fashion in, a month or two. But I still find it amusing. They seem to get upvoted a lot, so it's like one of the most visible comments on every YouTube video nowadays. Any minute now, we're going to get some, I mean, I looked at the schedule, and the schedule said that we're starting now. This was 9 minutes ago. I'm going to quickly jump into the table and just see what's happening. I mean, who knows? Okay, board 1 finished. If we get updated nameplates, I guess that's a good sign. That tends to happen on BBO VuGraph. The nameplates update at the end of the first board. Nope, but I do see a 7-4 hand, and we were duplicating hands yesterday already. I think maybe even on day 1. So we'll get to see this hand at a bunch of tables. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Tech issues, but we'll make it happen, I'm sure. Any minute now. I'm sure it's going to work out. I don't know, was Craig planning to do commentary with me this morning? I got a slew of emails. Let me check my email while I'm waiting. 7-5s are more common than 6-6s. That often tends to be the case, that a off by 1 disparity from like the split down the middle, because there's you could have 7-5 in either direction, so it's like kind of double chance, whereas a 6-6 you can only have one way. Okay, what's going on? I think I have Kai for tomorrow. I think Craig is here for the first 2 sets today. Ah, we have another match. Well, chat, I hate to disappoint everyone, but this is the match that I was told not to commentate. So, because there are tech problems. Also, the nameplates are definitely messed up. It looks like they must have just pulled, you know... This honestly feels like an OCBL thing. Or the alt teams or something. Like, they must have just pulled a random table from that and kept the nameplates. Can they just get them to switch tables? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe if I tell them we have the black box, they'll comply? You think that's an option? So the Shori Goodman match is out, at least for the first segment. Because that one is broken, so I've been told. We can at least take a look at this first board. Okay, so this is 2 of the 4 matches that they have up and running. And, I mean, of course, a ton of kibitzers are going to flock to the first match that was shown. Oh, that's cool. The font just changed. Oh, that table's gone. Goodbye. So maybe it wasn't super cool that the font just changed. We have a new table up for Vendetta against Wolfson. Now we have real names coming in. Almost. Okay, the closed room names have not come through, but the open room, they have Nab and Kiljan. Or Kilyan? Kilyan? Maybe it's Kilyan. No worries, Craig. If you can make it, that's cool. If not, don't worry about it. I can handle it. I mean, especially if all we're doing is watching the VuGraph tables close and reopen for a little while. So what happened on this first board? 2 passes, East maybe a little bit timid, not opening that hand. I know it's second seat, but it's non-vulnerable. Ace-King, 5th of diamonds, and a 4-card spade suit. Feels okay. But 2 passes goes round to a heart. Pass, 2 hearts. East makes a takeout double now. 4 hearts. All pass. We're going to get a spade lead, obviously, because East is presumably showing spades in this auction. And Declare ends up making 11 tricks. That's probably the right number. I was just looking at this and thinking, well, maybe it's better to just pull trumps than to pitch the diamond loser. But I think this is... Oh, Declare did pull trumps. And East returned a spade. Suspect. Yeah, I don't understand the spade return from East. I think it's a pretty clear king of diamonds cash, and then figure out what to do next. Now the diamond goes away. Yeah, I'm not sure what's right after a spade lead, if you should just take the diamond pitch immediately and then start trumps, or if you should do what Declare did, just play heart. You're really only concerned about 4-1 hearts, and then the question is, how does it really affect things by pitching a diamond early or by allowing them to take a diamond? Anyway. How are we doing? We have 2 Vendanta versus Wolfson matches currently up and running. Shorey against Goodman. It's going to be one of these days, is it? There seems to always be difficulty day 1, but this time, because BBO has sent someone over to, like, manage things, I have no idea what the situation is. But because the kind of reins have changed hands for VuGraph operating, it can be difficult to manage this sort of operation on your first time. Hopefully we get tables up and running. I mean, based on the comments I received, it sounded as if, like, there really weren't many problems, and that we should have at least 3 matches that are watchable. But currently, we're having a lot of difficulty. It looks like getting things just started so that we can see any of the matches. Aircast, isn't there also danger of a club rough? I don't think so after spade lead. Clubs can't really be 4-1 because if East had a singleton club, they probably wouldn't make a takeout double. And if West had a singleton club, they would have let it a trick 1. So I think clubs are always 3-2 after the spade lead. I mean, if there's some possibility that East could have a singleton club, then maybe you're a little bit worried. But if you pitch a diamond, then that should kind of mitigate the risk, right? Like, if they get a club rough instead of a diamond trick, that's okay. And they're not going to get 2 club roughs because you're going to go ace, king of spades, club to the ace, spade, pitch a diamond, play a heart. So how could they possibly get 2 club roughs? There's no communication between the 2 hands now. There's no spade communication, no diamond communication. The club rough happens, but the only communication is in trumps, and then you'll pull a second round of trumps. So really the only concern is what do you do about 4-1 hearts? And I think against 4-1 hearts, it probably doesn't matter. It's probably pretty close. Like, hearts 3-2, you definitely want to get the diamond pitch because that's an overtrick. But hearts 4-1, I'm kind of struggling. Maybe hearts 5-0 you can actually make by not pitching a diamond. Because, like, let's say West is 4-5-2-2. They lead a spade. If we go spade, spade, club over, spade, pitch a diamond, and then lead a heart, West could just duck a heart, win the next one, cash a heart, and then force us in spades, and that'll set up a long heart. So we would be down, whereas I guess we still have problems. Like, again, that lie of the cards is probably impossible. With 5-0 trumps, pitching a diamond makes it clear how to tap. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's just nothing you can do against 5-0 hearts, so pitching a diamond is probably correct. I'm not sure. But I guess 5-0 hearts is also just kind of impossible, because then East would have a suit that they would overcall, or just open the bidding in second seat. Anyway, you know what I can do while while we're waiting for things to happen? I can write a nice little fun message. Let's see. Is this going to be visible? Boom. There we go. In case anyone comes in and is confused as to why we're not, like, jumping into one of the tables. So Vendanta, Wolfson, and Shory Goodman, although we can't watch Shory Goodman. I wonder who the other two matches are going to be. I guess I'm going to look to see how far in they are on this match. They're on board 3. Or board 4. They finished board 3. Lots of plus scores by South. South is getting their workout as declarer. No Michaels by North. Interesting. I actually think it's a lot more dangerous to bid 2 hearts with this North suit than it is to bid 2 spades. 2 spades forces you a level higher, but when it goes 2 hearts pass double, you know you're dead with this North hand. I mean, I guess you could run to 3 diamonds on your own, but like that's obviously a risk in and of itself. And the heart suit is so weak that I think it just kind of has to be better to bid 2 spades, and I feel like you're less likely to be getting doubled even though you're at a level higher. East West got to 4 spades, huh? This does not feel like a very good spot with the trumps splitting badly. I mean, this could make. I don't think it will, but it definitely could. This happens every time. This really does happen every single time. Is the ACBL doing commentary for these last 4 days, or are they not? Does anyone know? I have not been paying attention to what they've been doing on their channel. Old Dragons is actually a pretty sweet username. I wonder who this is. No information available. That's too bad. So we might have started off with 3 pushes in this match. Man, with 7-4, South got to all the way up to only 3 diamonds. And somehow it was a push. Kind of a similar auction in both rooms. No commentary at the Wolfson table. Yeah. It's moving just fine. I mean, we could choose this match because it appears to be the only one that's up. I'm not sure, chat. What do you think? I was hoping for a different one. Well, I mean, that table died down there. Whoever they were, they're no longer in existence. How can it be so hard to get smoothly running Vugraph? I know. But again, and I will mention this for a last time, just in case people didn't hear the exchange earlier. BBO was requested to provide someone to run the Vugraph operation in Memphis. So they picked someone, but it's a completely new person running Vugraph nowadays. Not nowadays, I mean today, and for this tournament. So there might be a learning curve. I mean, it might just be that the Vugraph thing is terrible, and so, you know, even if this person is like a technical genius, they're like over there trying to deal with like COBOL or something code, and they just can't figure it out. So I would say, hopefully today, once things get running, we shouldn't have problems the rest of the week. Fingers crossed that we don't have problems the rest of the week after today. But yeah, I hate it that just like every single time, and I think it's completely inexcusable that every single time Vugraph is hosted at a tournament, like in NABC, that they just, that it just doesn't work for the first like 45 minutes. Like, especially if you're going to be doing this at every tournament and it looks like, and you know ahead of time, like you can just go to the thing and set the thing up and do like a test run for 5 minutes or whatever. It would not be that complicated to do this the night before or something, right? Like at the end of the final games of the day, you just go into the room, set up a Vugraph table, and you don't even have to put cards in. You can just load a random deal, like the all 13 clubs, all 13 diamonds deal, and just set up the table and try and broadcast it for like 5 minutes. Label it as like a test Vugraph thing. I don't know, like to me that's the normal protocol when you like do a technology thing. You like test it first. It doesn't seem that complicated. Snoo says Vugraph in Australia has worked pretty smoothly. Gotcha. Camel and Kit are doing chat commentary. Okay. At this table? Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. It's the one with the most kibitzers. Do I know why the final 4 days are in BBO rather than Real Bridge? I don't. I don't know what the agreement was that was reached between all the parties. But I think the objective with doing the Real Bridge was to test out a different platform and see if it was, you know, if they liked it better. That's at least the nice way to interpret it. You liked it? Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to submit feedback, but if you can tell people that you enjoyed the Real Bridge as opposed to the BBO Vugraph, then I think that would be a good comment to make somewhere. Maybe there's a forum or something. Real bridge has to be better. It can't be worse than this. I mean, this is a pretty miserable experience. I personally prefer like the ability to have like the other table's results, being able to easily flip back and forth between the tables. There were some things that I did like about Real Bridge. One of them specifically is that at the end of the sessions, you can actually just get to the scores immediately, because then I can, you know, look at what happened at other rooms and do some analysis. Love Bridge had that as well when we've watched stuff over there. But I'm a bigger fan of the graphics on BBO. I mean, the user interface and user experience seems to be better from my perspective. They've been doing it a lot longer. But specifically like this thing where I can just be like, I can pull up on the side and be like, okay, look, I can still watch the action, but I also get to see what happened in the other room, and I can even click through the play in the other room in this like bottom viewer in the bottom right. I really like that feature. And I mean, who knows? Maybe Real Bridge will implement this. Maybe Love Bridge would implement this. Real Bridge not created for VuGraph. That's true. Yeah, it really wasn't. It was made specifically so that people during COVID could still experience the face-to-face bridge sort of thing. At least that's what Craig told me. He said he was a beta tester for it. But yeah, like, I think this is a super cool interface that BBO has. Real Bridge had some positives as well. I thought the site looked a bit archaic. Also, why do we not have another match? Should I just like do a match? I guess I can ask. Is Diana still around? I don't know if she's still here, but so I guess if Kit and Michael are doing some commentary at this table, I would go to this table. I would really love to know who's sitting where. Hold, please. I'm trying to figure out what I should do. Because I don't know how long the wait's gonna be, and I really did want to see a different match. Like, I personally don't find either of these teams all that interesting. There are some cool players. I mean, there are cool players on every team. Like, it would be totally fine. We're going to have a lot of difficulty if we go to this table because I don't know who's sitting where. So it might be a bit of a challenge to figure out what systems they're playing when we don't have nameplates. I think I would prefer, given that they already have text commentary in this room, to go to this one. And I was specifically told that this match is bugged. So like we probably could jump in here. I think like that might be what Stream wants, to watch Gavin play. But I don't think I can actually go in there. It feels like we're just going to get kicked out of the table over and over again. Eric asks, does it mean BBO3 is working if there's VuGraph, kibitzers, and a score? I don't know. But this is the one that I was very much told to avoid, BBO3. So I'm going to take that at face value because people who are knowledgeable about the technical issues have told me to to avoid that match, which is a bummer. I mean, that would have been a fun one to watch, Shori against Goodman. Hopefully they'll get it worked out by the time the second quarter starts, and we'll be able to watch whichever match we choose. It's the problem of, again. We are also avoiding BBO 1 and 4 at the moment. Yeah. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll watch this match. It's going to be good bridge, and let's do it. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I mean, I'm kind of bored of just sitting around doing nothing, so let's go on in. Also, let me fix this before I... start up. We are paused and waiting. I'm gonna wait for cards to show up on the next board. Otherwise, I'm worried we might get kicked out. Like, I don't want to start commentary if, Okay, update. The internet died at the venue 32 minutes ago. So maybe... Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm going to trust that, and hopefully that means we will get tables up. So we'll wait for another few minutes. Okay. Resetting all the matches. Yeah, the table's closing. Great, 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 great. Well, apologies for the small delay. It looks like it had nothing to do with VuGraph technical issues or whatever. There was just glitchy internet. And this was a problem that happened in Vegas? Whatever. Where was the last national? Was it Vegas? Yeah, this happened previously. So I don't think that there's anything that BBO and or VuGraph did wrong in this case. I think it was just like the Wi-Fi cut out at the venue. Hey, we got Garner and Wolfson, Killian or Kiljan, and Nab. We got Berkowitz playing with, who was Berkowitz playing with on the team? Is it Genosar? Maybe? We will wait. I'm holding out for a better matchup. Trust me, it's going to be worth it, chat. Stick with me here, and we're going to get to, I don't know what the better matchup's going to be. Maybe we'll have, like, Fleischer against, who is it, Bailey? Which I think would be a fun match to watch. I mean, if Hans and Street are playing, maybe we'll just stick with them. Like, I honestly don't mind. Still not allowed to watch BBO3? Yeah, I was told that BBO3 is just busted. I don't know what that means, but that it just isn't going to work. But look, I mean, Hans and Hung won the WBT. Nabil and Edgton were second. Nabil and Edgton. Okay, you know what? Like, we're just gonna roll with it. Like, he could have multiple personalities. I don't know. I've never met the guy. So they were second. Like, in the WBTs, like, they won a close match yesterday. They're super fun to watch on VooGraph. Like, I would be totally fine watching Hans play the entire event until they get knocked out. You missed the end. Did Hans end up crushing or barely winning? Yes, I think all of the above. They did great, and they just wanted to put on a show at the end. Like, they could have just crushed their opponent, but instead they ended up just, barely squeaking it out at the end. Came down to the last board. But it's all for the kibitzers or spectators, right? We don't want to see, okay, we got more matches, and Street against Hans. I would watch that match. I'm curious to see what the fourth match is. I think it would be crazy for them not to show the Silver Sidon Destroyers, or whatever their name is now, against Dinkin, just because those are two teams that are pretty unlikely to get another opportunity like this, at least for a while. A Snoo votes for Hans, noted. I think I will plan on watching that. So I think let's go to the non-sponsor table. Pacman Zatorsky playing up against Hans and Hung. Okay, do we have the other match? We don't, but I'm going in. I'm going in. All right, chat. I will see you in a little bit. Welcome, everyone. I'm sorry for the technical issues at the start. Hopefully, everything is going to be up and running. We have an exciting quarterfinal, round of 16 match from the Vanderbilt over in Memphis, Tennessee. We have the Hans team playing four-handed, the top two pairs from the recent WBT finals earlier in the week, and in Wibbly, Edgton, Hans and Hung, a bunch of Australians, even though some might claim that they're from New Zealand, up against the Street team. This should be an exciting match. Come in a couple boards deep, and looks like a few pushes on the first couple of hands. If you check out the hand records, they might be a little bit bugged. Hopefully those will get fixed over the course of the day. This is the first board, so maybe we're going to get to see a bit of a replay of the first couple of hands. We already have the scores and the bridge mates, it looks like, on the first couple of boards. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we don't have too many more technical issues, but it can be a little bit challenging getting things running, and I was informed that there actually was just an internet outage at the playing hall. So that's the cause for all of the difficulties that you've been seeing for the past 30 minutes while we get things up and running. I'm just taking a quick look because we have the auction, at least. I don't think this was actually the way the auction went, past four hearts at the table. I think that's the operator just trying to catch things up to get us up to speed. But a pretty normal auction would probably have started a heart by south, two hearts by north. I think we saw in one of the matches that East made a takeout double at that point with the 4-card spade suit 10 count as a passed hand, and south with the 5-5. Good distribution, extra values, happy to bid the game. Trumps 3-2. No danger of getting tapped out. looks like East-West managed to get their diamond trick and a couple of hearts for 10 tricks to declare. I am hopeful that we'll get play underway in just a moment, but please stay tuned and be patient with the internet outage. It looks like we are catching up. So I do suspect the auction probably was about what we expected. 2 passes around to a heart from south, 2 hearts from north, take out double, 4 hearts. Spade opening lead. Declare has the option to pitch a diamond loser on the queen of spades, but it might expose them to being forced in the case that hearts could be 4-1. Looks like Declare decided to go a little bit more passively.
Good morning.
Hey Craig, how's it going? Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Sorry I was a little bit delayed.
No worries. We're quickly getting caught up to live play with the internet outage, technical problems, but hopefully we'll start to see some new hands in just a minute.
Yeah, I was having some technical difficulties of my own. Did not realize that they were also happening in Memphis.
Yeah, so
Anyway.
It looks like this might be the first board that we haven't seen yet, unless the VuGraph operator still wants to get caught up a bit. We do see the result in the other room, 4 spades making 5 on the north-south cards. Appears to be quite a good result. I know that in one of the other matches, it was a push at 3 clubs in the south, with South just preempting 3 clubs, and that ended the auction at a lot of tables. The favorable preempt, I mean, North has a 16 count and ace doubleton of clubs, but when your partner's favorable, sometimes they don't have much more than queen 7th over there, so...
Right. I think if you're North in advance, the only possible choice is 3-no trump. Getting to spades is basically impossible after that start.
Yeah, it's very challenging. As you say, if you decide to bid 3 spades on the North hand, then your partner's often going to raise you on a small doubleton, just because they're not really expected to have a 3-card major when they preempt. And if your partner doesn't have a spade fit, they're going to kind of just be stuck. You're going to bypass 3-no trump, which could be your best spot.
Right. Partner has, king, queen, 6 of clubs. You're basically, hold through 3-no trump as long as they lead into one of your ace queens. And if they don't, 10th of hearts isn't great, but here partner has a half stopper, maybe partner has a small doubleton and they're 4-4 and you can win a finesse. There's a lot of ways 3-no can make, and I think looking for spades after a club preempt with a hand like North's, is looking for such a narrow target compared to the, much more likely target of 3-no, or just passing if your partner's the sort to have a terrible club suit.
Well, it looks like we're still kind of waiting for the action to get underway, but speculating on the choices at the table, I mean, it's hard to say. Depending on preempt style, it could go 3 clubs all pass, it could go 3 clubs pass 3-no. If South decides to pass the hand, then, of course, North-South would be able to find their way into a spade fit, and presumably a spade game.
I mean, you're saying, of course, I think it's likely, but, getting to a spade game isn't necessarily assured yet either. Probably if South passes, West will open a heart, North will overcall, and South will like his hand for spades, so that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, let's suppose South passes, a heart, a spade overcall, 2 hearts by East, 2 spades by South. North might make a game try, and South is going to have to decide how much they like the queen-jack doubleton of hearts on that auction.
Yeah, right. North's game try probably is 2-no trump. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit aggressive. I'm so sorry. I need to jump out for just a second. I'm getting a phone call I need to take.
Sure.
Hey, give me 1 second, please.
Well, we should hopefully, once again, fingers crossed, be getting underway momentarily. I was really getting excited when we zoomed through the first couple of boards. The other table in this match might actually be underway playing. We have quite a few results from them. I may take a peek over there and see if some cards are being played, and if so, we might head over to that room. So I'm going to jump over, and if that table has a bit of action, we'll probably get moving there. Okay, let's see. We do have Fleischer against Bailey as the last match. Are there cards being played? There are. Perfect. Let's start here. I mean, I don't really want to watch the sponsor, but it's okay. At least we have the names of players, and we'll be able to get into the play. Hey everyone, welcome. I'm sorry we've been jumping around, some technical difficulties, internet outages at the Memphis Playing Hall for those who are unaware. So it is not on BBO's end, it's not on Vugraph's end, it is just on shoddy internet connection. But it looks like at least this table is underway playing. I was hoping to watch the other room. I think Hans and Hung would be a super fun pair to check out, considering they just won the WBTs. But we'll get started with commentary at this table. Edgerton and Whibley, a very strong partnership as well. They had finished second in that event, the prestigious Cross-Imp WBT final at the start of the tournament. East-West finally get on the board with a plus score. 2 clubs making 4. On a single dummy basis, it honestly looks like a bit of a disappointing result. East-West, if the clubs had split 2-1, may well have reached a making 3 no-trump contract, but with North holding ace-third of clubs, North would be able to hold up that card, and 3 no-trump surely would fail. Declare just doesn't have nearly enough tricks, despite all of the other honors being favorably positioned. Board 6, so these are 15 board segments. East passes in first seat. South with a 16 count gets to open a strong no-trump. West facing a passed hand. Oh, they open a club. Welcome back.
Again, so my deepest apologies. That was actually my office, and I need to cover for someone, so I actually need to jump off. My apologies to both you and the spectators. I will try to be back later or tomorrow.
No problem. All right, take care.
Bye.
I got you covered, everyone. Don't you worry. Maybe I'll get a co-caster in here. Maybe I won't, but we'll try and take you through all the action. So South opens a club. I am not that familiar with the North-South partnership, so I don't know if this is standard or atypical for them, depending on their no-trump range. West now able to make a takeout double. Seems like kind of the standout choice. You're short in clubs, you don't have a 5-card major. Overcalling a diamond kind of misses the point, which is that we're trying to find a major suit fit and still possibly get to a thin game, even though partner's a passed hand. And overcalling a heart, of course. Some players might do it, but doing so on a 4-card suit, especially with shortness in the opponent's suit, you're very frequently going to get forced at tricks 1 or 2. And that's going to really compromise your trump holding and make playing hands rather challenging if you end up in a 4-3 fit. 3 clubs by North, preemptive. East makes a responsive double, showing both majors. A little bit thin, but as a passed hand, he has a lot of leeway for this type of an action. One thing that a lot of pairs would want to have a discussion about is opposite these preemptive raises, whether or not you should be bidding 3 no-trump with whatever your intermediate no-trump strength range is. In this case, it looks like it's 15 to 17. In some cases, it would be 18 to 19. But is the North hand, closer to a mixed raise, or is the North hand closer to a pure preempt with, say Queen 6th of clubs and out, in which case 3 no-trump would have very little play on the North-South cards. Here, South does decide to bid 4 clubs. Good major suit stoppers, but maybe just based on their conventional agreement. Three clubs was purely destructive and preemptive, and so he doesn't try 3-no. A 3-no trump would not have succeeded on this lie of the cards, East holding the diamond ace, but if West had that card, maybe East would have had one of the heart honors in that instance. But the Queen of Hearts could have been a stopper, the King of Diamonds could have been a stopper, and Declare does have 8 tricks off the top. In the meantime, in 4 clubs, after the Ace of Hearts lead, West will switch to diamonds. And Declare is going to have a little bit of a guess in the diamond suit itself. Is it possible that West has switched the Queen of Diamonds from Ace, Queen, Jack? Maybe. Maybe. Wouldn't put it past the guy. But something that South is going to have to work out is that with East having made this responsive double, East must have some values. Well, club values are pretty worthless, and West appears to have the Ace King of Hearts from the opening lead. So when West switches to the Queen of Diamonds, if West also had the ace in that scenario, how could East possibly have a responsive double? I think it is pretty likely that the Ace of Diamonds has to be offside at that point. So maybe Declare will be able to work out to duck the diamond, duck the second diamond as well as East gets in, and then, I mean, East is going to switch to spades away from the queen at that point. Declare could ride that around to the jack to make his contract from there. Maybe East won't give Declare the chance. Oh! Falls from grace a little bit. The 10 of diamonds on the second round of the suit. Declare not willing to trust his instincts at that point. Pops up with the king. There is the spade switch from East. And it kind of felt like this was going to come whether or not Declare had misguessed the diamonds. But yeah, Declare does run this around to the jack. So, gets out for down 1. Might try to run all of his tricks and catch West in a little bit of a pseudo-squeeze, but as long as West is carefully paying attention to that 7 of diamonds in Declare's hand, West will have no issue holding on to the King of Hearts at the end of play. We might also just see a claim. So 4 clubs down 1. I wonder how East-West were going to do in a major suit contract. If they pick off the Queen third of Hearts, with spades 3-3, there's no ruff in that suit. The defense can only cash 1 club, and the King of Diamonds is in the pocket. They may well make a heart game if they were able to get there. I don't think West forgot to cover the Queen of Hearts. Yeah, there's the Queen of Hearts to the King. Declare gets to ruff. And now there's really nothing for Declare to try. So, minus 50. Maybe could have made that thing, but ends up down 1. Probably not a terrible result for North-South, considering, as we mentioned, that East-West were certainly going to make 3 hearts. They had already made this responsive double and would probably have ended up there. And they may well have made 4 hearts. Alright, board 7. We're about halfway through the set. So South will pass. West gets to open a spade with the 13 count. Classic takeout double shape from North. Presumably East is just going to pass the double. Not really required to bid anymore, given the opponent's actions. Partner has another chance if they have a big hand. If East is playing transfers over this, East could consider bidding 2 clubs as a transfer to diamonds, I suppose. It's a really chunky diamond suit, King Jack 10-9. And in the worst case scenario, the Queen Doubleton of Spades will represent a good fallback option in case partner doesn't have a diamond fit. Oh, look at that. He does get to bid 2 clubs as a transfer to diamonds. Well, South has nothing to say. South was going to have a little bit of a problem if East hadn't acted, but now South is off the hook, gets to pass. So I'm a bit unfamiliar with these transfers from East-West. I don't know if West is supposed to just complete the transfer here with almost any holding, or if West is allowed to bypass it when they have very short diamonds, as they do here. Looks like no in this case. West completes the transfer to 2 diamonds. North with the 16 count definitely feels a little bit bad. Would probably have preferred to make a second takeout double if the opponents ended up in 2 spades to just show his extra values. But here kind of has to pass 2 diamonds. East-West get to a pretty poor spot. So how's the defense going to be able to do? A lot of it depends on North's opening lead choice. You definitely don't want to lead away from aces. You certainly don't want to lead the trump suit, but leading your singleton spade into West's spade bid doesn't feel very good. I think there's a case to be made for any of the 3 non-trump suits. Apparently, North just says, let's pull trumps. The opponents don't have spades. Maybe partner has that locked up. If I can just force this hand to be played at no trump, then hopefully we can get 6 tricks that way. And honestly, I think quite a reasonable game plan. It might not work out for him this time, but how's Declare going to act? He has 6 diamonds. Oftentimes that means you want to try and cash side suit tricks and score ruffs rather than pulling trumps, but here, knowing that North has the takeout double and every asset is sitting behind him, I think Declare might actually just try and pull trumps here. Win the 9 of diamonds, continue the king of diamonds, and force out the ace-queen of diamonds if he can get over to the east hand a couple more times. Then he'll be able to knock out the spade king and score a bunch of spade tricks with the king queen of clubs as an entry. Communication's a little bit tough. Communication's definitely tough between the east-west hands. That is often the case when, as east, you pick up very few values. Looks like one of those hands where whoever ends up declaring is going to get in trouble. North-South don't have a lot of communication between their hands either. So if they had ended up in, say, 2 hearts after the takeout double with East passing, they might have been in a little bit of trouble in the 4-3 fit. I guess you could win the king of diamonds and play the jack of diamonds. It kind of doesn't matter which card you play as long as you're planning to continue the suit. Playing the jack might be a little bit of a unnecessary risk if South is able to win and then switch to clubs or hearts to potentially get a ruff or a trump promotion. So maybe you do go king of diamonds, diamond, just to protect against that possibility a little bit. Declare is taking his time, though, understandably. I think this is probably a relatively common occurrence if they're going to play these transfers in spots like this. East decided to make it with only a 5-card suit, which I think is a little bit uncommon. Normally you would want to have a 6-card suit, especially if your partner's going to be accepting on a singleton and you want to pass it out. Then you really want to have 6, kind of like your typical preempt, where your partner's often going to have a singleton and they'll pass you out in the 6-1 fit. I do wonder what the delay is here. Oh, look at what happened in the other room. They got to 2 no trump and went down 2 on this board. Looks like there's still some technical issues going on at the other table. We can't get the play records or the bidding records, but I do wonder if the auction in the other room started a spade double pass and then East bid a no trump. Because they don't have a 4-card suit. It's definitely scary to do something other than or to bid one of your 3-card suits, because your partner might expect you to have 4 of them. They might raise. Like if you bid 2 hearts with that south hand, partner might raise you to game. Now you're in a 4-3 fit with no values. Okay, partner did, Declare did decide to stick in the jack at trick 1, take a couple spade finesses. North roughs in. North is once again kind of end played here. Switches to clubs. Declare rides this around to the 6 in their hand. I feel like Declare is going to continue spades, ace of spades now, try and get that trick in to pitch a loser. You aren't confident that North is 4x1 with a stiff spade when North roughs the second round, but that is a pretty likely lie of the suit. So given that North has already roughed once, you expect North is down to ace-queen doubleton of diamonds. If North roughs with the queen, then you don't have that diamond loser. If North discards, your ace of spades cashes, and that's probably good for you. North-South did get their club switch in, so even though it kind of blew up a natural defensive trick in the club suit, South might be able to score the 8 of diamonds. North does have a bit of thinking to do on this trick. If he's aware that his partner started with a doubleton club, I'm not sure how he would know about that from the carding, but if he thought so, he might even try bluffing with the diamond ace to go ace of clubs club. Declare, of course, could pitch one from the east hand, and then there might be a trump promotion possibility, depending on South's diamond spots. Not in this case. That would work out rather poorly. But alternatively, I guess North would have to decide what to pitch. Probably a heart. Looking at the dummy with 3 hearts, there's no need for that 4th one. North-South only have one trick in. I mean, North can count all three of his aces. If he discards here, he'll score the queen of diamonds, but he still needs to get one more trick. I mean, it's pretty likely that South has a heart card. West holding the king, queen of clubs, and the ace, jack of spades, and the king, queen of hearts, despite a singleton diamond. It's a 15 count. I guess you can't really do anything other than open a spade, and oh wow, North does rough in with the ace of diamonds. I'm a little bit surprised by this decision. Because, of course, he might expect ace of clubs club rough, but Declarer obviously could just pitch a club from the east hand here. I think Declarer will pitch a club because a heart discard is pretty unlikely to help him. Even if North has all of the ace, queen, jack of hearts and you technically have 3 heart losers, South never gets in enough times to put hearts through 3 times, or twice, to score all 3 heart tricks, so you should be able to end play North eventually, or set up a club pitch for your hearts. So ditching a heart feels like you're not really pitching a loser on this trick. Ditching a club, you of course have this benefit that if it does go ace of clubs club, you can rough in with the 9, pull the last trump with, or pull the last 2 trumps, king of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, and then take a heart finesse. So he does pitch a club. South probably should be playing higher spot cards like the 8 of spades to signal for hearts, because that really is his only honor. Alright, another club comes through. If Declarer is really in tune with what they think is going on, which I'm pretty sure is what's happening here, they'll know that North is down to stiff queen of diamonds. They saw the diamond hook work at trick 1. 10 of diamonds, king of diamonds, 9 of diamonds. And then lead a heart to the 9 to end play North. This feels like a pretty big error from North, because 2 diamonds will make if Declarer reads the position correctly. Like as mentioned earlier, North could have just discarded and preserved their queen of diamonds as a defensive trick. They would have eventually scored 2 hearts, their club, and 2 diamonds from there to beat the contract. It is often hard to defend when you have all of the missing high cards, or almost all the missing high cards. It really does make things a little bit challenging. But this does mitigate the damage that was done in the other room, with North-South for Team Hans reaching 2 no-trump and going down 2 tricks. Here, 2 diamonds making. At least it's only going to cost a few imps. If 2 diamonds had gone down, that would have been a big 7 imps on the scorecard for Team Street, who still maintains a pretty nice lead after this result. So 9 of diamonds to pitch a spade, and then kind of the classic end play position. King 10-9 opposite 3 small, or King 9-8 opposite 10-3rd, that sort of thing. You lead low, cover whatever card South plays, and then North is in. North has to break the suit back for you, or give you access to the stranded King of Clubs for Declarer's 8th trick. So really nicely read by Edgton there to hold the damage to just 3 imps. Make 2 diamonds in a really terrible 5-1 fit that they got stuck with on the auction. On to board 8. West gets to open the hand, 15 count. I think this is a no trump for them. I don't believe they're playing a mini no trump. A lot of pairs, or a lot of players, will pass with the north hand, kind of hoping that the opponents just walk their way into 3 no trump if you do nothing. I think it's a little bit risky with the spade suit and stiff heart. You really don't need much for 4 spades. Like, if partner has ace king, 4th of spades and out, 4 spades is going to make opposite this north hand. So you could easily miss a game. But Lecoyer does decide to pass. So West will bid 2 hearts here in response to Stamen. North once again passes. Four hearts by East. So North will get off to the club lead. Gets to cash 2 clubs. There is a heart trick for the defense, and Declare probably is going to lose a spade. It doesn't seem as if there's much they can do about the spade situation. So this might be down 1, a pretty normal contract for East-West to reach. Obviously, if North had entered the auction, things would have gone a little bit differently, but I think East-West probably were still going to get to 4 hearts. It's possible Declare goes down an extra with the handling, but I think it's pretty likely that just 3 rounds of clubs is going to come. West ruffing, South can pitch a spade maybe if he wants to. And then Declare's gonna pull a couple rounds of trumps, find out the bad news, maybe try and cross-ruff some tricks from there. I think it's very possible that South ends up scoring 2 ruffs, or possibly a trump trick and a diamond trick if Declare loses control of the hand. The diamond hook might be Declare's saving grace, depending on how the rest of the hand plays out. So what's Declare's plan to actually try and make this? I mean, if he wants to make it, of course he's going to need to avoid losing a trump trick. South pitched a spade. I think... Okay, Declare is going after the spade suit first before touching trumps. So spade to the ace. South pitches the 10. Or plays the 10. It's really dangerous to play a second spade, but Declare knows that he's in trouble if spades split poorly like this. He might try 2 rounds of hearts right now. Now that that 10 of spades has popped up, if North really started with Queen Jack 4th of spades, if hearts are 3-2, then we can just pull 3 rounds of trumps, cross to the diamond ace, and lead a spade towards the 9. to pick up the suit. So he does lead a heart. South plays the 2, living dangerously. But Declare wins the ace. There's no chance Declare was going to run the 6 of hearts. Queen of hearts, now Declare gets the bad news. And now I guess he'll probably work on the spade suit. Keeping that third trump in the west hand is really important, because North is going to score a spade trick, and if North gets in and plays a club, you really need to be able to preserve that 5 of hearts. I guess there's a bit of a concern in that if you play a spade and North splits, and you play the king and South roughs, South plays back a diamond. But you can just pull last trump and then knock out the last spade. Yeah, so it feels like just a spade up to the king now, or a spade towards the king 9 is the way to escape for down 1. As far as I can tell, there's no lie of the cards where Declare can make it. But Edgton thinking a bit deeper about the hand than I am, because he's sitting at the table and actually cares if he makes this contract. The other table did make 4 hearts, which feels like a monster result. Oh, we do have an auction, and we do have a play record, so I'm going to quickly take a look through what happened in that room. Wow. So in the other room, with Hans and Hung taking kind of a similar approach to the auction, although North did end up bidding 3 clubs after passing originally over a no trump. They played 3 rounds of clubs, but South didn't ditch a spade. And in doing so, Declare was effectively able to just take the first 10 tricks with the help of a diamond finesse. Being able to cash that second spade as a winner essentially allowed Declare to score a diamond rough eventually with the 10 of hearts, cash a couple spades, rough a club, pull a few rounds of trumps, and they just got to 10 tricks quickly. So South pitching that spade on the 3rd round of clubs, which looks like a pretty natural play to me, really ended up helping. And is going to allow them to beat the contract, I think. Doesn't look like Declare really has any way to come home from here. Even if the diamond finesse wins, they can only pitch 1 spade loser. They're going to eventually lose a spade trick to the jack in North's hand. So heart to the king, spade to the 8, North gets the jack of spades, and Declare has the rest. But that's going to be 10 imps going the way of Street. And Street is off to a big lead in the first segment. 23 imps that they're ahead. We'll see if they maintain the pressure. We're on to board 9. This looks like a great hand to me. 150 honors. I love the heart suit. We'll see if North does choose to open something, whether it's 1 heart or 2 hearts. But I know a lot of players would say, well, it's only 10 high card points, 5-3-3-2. Doesn't really meet my opening bid requirement. I'm just going to pass. Come in later. That's fine too. North does open a heart though. I like the decision. East can't really act. 12 high card points would have opened in second seat, but you can't overcall that shoddy diamond suit, red against white. So South will bid a spade or two clubs, depending on whether or not they think this hand is game forcing. South bids a spade. I mean, I guess if you're going to open that 10 count in the North hand, this South hand isn't game forcing. Two hearts by North is kind of an exciting decision. Normally, if you rebid a no trump, it's because you have stoppers somewhere other than the heart suit, and North just doesn't. So decides to lie a little bit about his heart length because he just figures that two hearts is going to play better than a no trump. South now comes to life with three clubs, decides to treat this as a game forcing hand after all. And so what is North going to do? North decides to bid three hearts. North is really trying to get their partner to declare three no trump. Reasonably so. Again, he's not looking at any of the stoppers, and clubs, diamonds, or spades. He's probably not worried about spades anymore, but of course, North has kind of distorted the shape of his hand, and so South thinks that North has a lot of hearts. He bid a heart, he bid two hearts, he bid three hearts. Like, what does he have other than hearts? Now, three no trump, it looks like probably was going to make. The spade suit is blocked, and the ace of diamonds is onside. There's five hearts, three clubs, even though the jack doesn't fall, and the king of diamonds would take a trick. So, if North had made the alternative choice, a heart, a spade, a no trump, he probably would have ended up declaring 3-0. I don't think South would have done anything other than bid 3-0 at that point, or maybe he would have invited with 2 no trump, depending on their agreements. Club opening lead from East, and I mean, Declare is not that unhappy with the contract. If clubs are 3-3, he'll be able to pitch a pointed suit loser from his hand. Even if the jack drops and the ace of diamonds is onside, he'll be able to pick it up. The other room got to 2 no trump, we see. 2 no trump did make 9 tricks, not a surprise. So this will be a small pickup for Team Hans. 4 hearts going down, assuming 4 hearts goes down. Maybe I've jumped the gun with that assumption. Declare wins the club. He's going to pull some trumps. Really not much to the play here. Just pull trumps, see if the clubs come home, lead a diamond up to the king. One of those things is going to work out. Although I guess he's pausing to think through whether or not he has any other options, and it doesn't look like there are. He plays the heart to the king, and now pause for thought. I can't possibly imagine what North is thinking about. He has no values other than the heart suit. You gotta pull trumps. But Again, he might just be a little bit uncomfortable that he's reached this contract when 3 no trump may get reached in the other room. He's also aware that this Hans team is hyper aggressive, and so if he's going to open that north hand, they probably will too, and then south is pretty likely to game force, and they are pretty sure to end up in 3 no trump. He plays a club to the ace. Sure. Now that East has played the 3-2 doubleton of clubs, Declare knows the club suit's not coming home. There's really not much he can do. But under tricks matter. I mean, you can't just let East rough the 3rd round of clubs, for example. It wouldn't cost on this lie of the cards, but it might. He does pull 3 rounds of trumps. Pitches a spade. Both East and West are going to be a little bit confused at this point about why their partner is following with another trump. Because remember, Declare showed at least 6 hearts in the auction with that 2-heart rebid. Ten of clubs, kind of just out of desperation. I mean, if this suit happened to have split, then he could use the 5 of clubs to pitch a loser, but obviously with East playing, leading the 3 and then following up with the deuce, there's no way the club suit was splitting 3-3. I know we're getting a little bit deeper in the tournament, round of 16, so while on day 1 of the event in the round of 64, maybe this would just be a claim for down 1 or down 2 based on the position of the diamond ace. Here Declare's thinking a little bit harder about the hand, trying to see if there's any way to make the defense have some catastrophic error in how they play, and I don't think there is. I think East is just going to go ace of spades spade at this point, because North's auction, North could have bid 3 spades over 3 clubs if he had 3-card spade support, so I think East is well aware that North is promised a doubleton spade. So that's why he was pretty comfortable just winning the jack of spades, ace of spades, a 3rd one. Declare roughs, nothing to do other than lob a diamond up and hope. Alright, the king of diamonds scores, the jack of hearts will take a trick, and this will just be down 1. Five M's going to Hans. So the fact that they didn't get to game in the other room, I'm going to take a look at their auction. North did in fact open a heart, as expected, but that North-South partnership in the other room, well aware of how light they open, did not treat the South hand as a game force. Just treated it as invitational. So they miss out on 3 no trump, could have earned themselves a little bit of a bigger swing, but 5 is nothing to sneeze at. East has 13 over there. Gets to open one of a minor. I think these guys are a could-be short 1 club partnership. It tends to be the fad nowadays that with all balanced hands you open a club. And they do. A lot of standard American partnerships would be opening a diamond with that East hand. South decides not to come in with a spade. I think a pretty big misjudgment by South. You're vulnerable, you have a 5-card spade suit, you have a void. Your spades are pretty bad, but you have 8 high card points, great distribution. You can easily miss a game by not coming in with hands like this. But South decides to be a little bit more timid. Diamond showing 4 more hearts by West, 2 hearts confirming the fit. 1 heart would have showed a weak no-trump type hand by East, so 2 hearts is what you do. It's like the auction when a club, a heart, 2 hearts. And West with the 9 count passes. Around to North. And so North is sitting here knowing that his partner has a heart void and his partner was unable to act in this auction. I think additionally, if South passes the first time, you should probably come in over 2 hearts as well. Now, whether you come in with 2 spades or a double, that's a question for another day. I think it's... I guess you probably should come in with double if you don't want to bid the spades the first time. Why bid them the second time around? But South gets off to the Jack of Spades lead. So Declare is unaware of the awful, awful splits that he's getting. He's just looking at this like 2 clubs to lose, 1 or 2 hearts most of the time if the heart finesse works, and gotta hold it to, 1 diamond loser. King third of diamonds on our right. Yeah? So he's gonna play a heart to the queen, and South is gonna pitch a spade or something, or club, and now Declare is going to spend about 5 minutes thinking. And I'll note that North, in tempo, played the 2 of hearts, and I think this is a really strong play. This is something that most top-level players will just do naturally, is that if you know that Declare is just going to take some normal line of play, you don't want to squander your middle spot cards. Like, maybe from a double dummy perspective, North should have been playing the 9 of hearts to prevent Declare from winning the small spot card. But there's no way Declare is going to run the 3 of hearts or something like that. That just doesn't happen unless they're doubled and you give away the trump position. So strong play by North to just play the 2 of hearts. Now he has a couple of options. He can just safely exit the Heart King. Nothing wrong with that if he doesn't want to break one of the minor suits. It looks like his partner asked for clubs with that 3 of clubs discard on the first round of the heart suit. So he could switch to ace of clubs and a club, or the queen of clubs, for example, collect a couple of club tricks before doing anything else. A diamond switch would be pretty effective, because South has the King Jack third of diamonds. So you would like to untangle your diamond tricks if possible. But it's kind of counterintuitive. Dummy has diamond strength. You might be picking off a diamond guess for Declare. Like, imagine if Declare had the King Jack fourth of diamonds and your partner had Queen third. Then the 10 of diamonds switch, Declare covers with the Jack, it goes Queen Ace, and now they play another one back, your 9 pops up. Declare no longer loses the diamond trick. So North cashes a couple of clubs, now gets to exit with the King of Hearts. I think this is a pretty reasonable defense. So the King of Hearts is going to hold. And North is stuck back in once again. South should certainly be... What? That can't be the card that was played. Yeah, I was going to say South should be using their spade cards as suit preference. The 10 of spades is known in South's hand because South led the Jack at trick 1. And I think North is fairly confident about the count in the spade suit, especially if South pitches the 10 of spades, for example. So North switches to diamonds, diamond goes around, Declare wins the ace, plays one back. South gets to cash a couple diamonds. North still has a heart to score, so this is going to be 2 down. East-West. So another small swing going the way of Street, with this time East-West didn't really overbid. On one of the previous boards, board 7, North-South, the Hans team in the other room did get a little bit too high. We don't really know how the auction went over there. But plus 200 is going to be a pretty good result for them. So Street will still have a little bit of a lead. We get 5 more boards to play in the segment. 15 board sets. We're going to be playing 4 of these throughout the day. At the end of the 60 boards, we'll see who makes it on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. So not much more to the play. I think East and North are probably showing each other their hands and just discussing the claim. Two umps going the way of Street. So I'm sure different things happened in the other room. East opened a club, South did come in with the 1 spade overcall, negative double from West. North redoubled to show some values, East bid 2 hearts, and South decided with the 5-5 to compete to 3 clubs. Looks like a bit of a missed opportunity for North-South in the other room. They might have been able to double 2 hearts over there. But a reasonable auction nonetheless. And so Street is up by 20. West gets to open another one of these weak no-trump type 1 club bids. East bids a diamond, showing 4 more hearts. West bids a no-trump. All these bids alerted. I guess a no-trump denies as many as 3 hearts. I'm a little bit uncertain why West didn't bid a spade, but some players will bypass spades to rebid a no-trump here. East bids 2 clubs, looks like a check-back style bid. So now West will own up to the 4-card spade suit, I assume. 2 spades. Unless 2 clubs is a puppet to 2 diamonds. Okay, 2 clubs puppet to 2 diamonds. So East will finally tell their partner about the 4-4 spade fit. 2 spades here, right? And I think this is showing an invitational hand. So note, East has actually a pretty good 12 count. No jacks, fitting honors, 4-4 in the majors, even a couple spot cards, 9 of spades, 10 of hearts. But because East-West opens so light and aggressively, East is only treating this 12 count as an invite. And so that means it's on West with a hand like this to realize that they need to be in a game. Because if West can have a very similar hand, but the king of diamonds is the jack, for example, if they would be opening a 10 count like that, a flat 10, then the West hand has sufficient extras to accept an invitational sequence. But we'll see what West decides to do. His hand is pretty mediocre, considering that he has 5 controls, 2 aces and a king. The doubleton heart and partner's heart suit is not ideal. The pretty weak spade suit is pretty poor. That means that if spades happen to split really badly, you could be in serious trouble at the 4 level. His longest suit, the club suit that he opened, is pretty weak and needs a lot of help. The hands just kind of magically fit together. And so West does decide to pass out 2 spades. They miss a pretty reasonable 24-point game here. it looks like on the surface, game is not so great. You're going to need a 3-2 trump split, and then you probably also need the club suit to come home for 3 tricks. But maybe if the defense isn't careful, you can manage to knock out the club ace, duck a heart, and then just cash 2 trumps and play as a cross ruff. But I do think against strong defenders, you're pretty likely to just need the 10 of clubs to drop and 3-2 spades, which is, I think, a little bit anti-percentage, but not by much. We'll see if they get there in the other room. I think it's a lot easier for East-West to reach a game at the other table, given that West also has an opening bid, but in a more traditional style, East is just going to game force the 12 count. So this could be a small swing going the way of Street once again, maybe 6 imps. Diamond lead from South, I think pretty reasonable. With the balanced 1 club, West could have clubs or diamonds, so you don't really know. But we know East has hearts, leading from our pretty natural King, Queen, 4th of hearts, I think is a little bit optimistic, especially given that West is known to be short for the 1 no bid. Leading the Doubleton club with a small Doubleton trump is probably not ideal. So diamond opening lead it is. Declare wins, ducks a heart. So this is kind of along the premise that I was talking about earlier. If you can duck a heart and get them to take the ace of clubs early, then you can effectively just cash the ace king of spades and play the hand as a cross ruff for 10 tricks. At the 2 level, I think this is strongly indicated, because there you wouldn't want to play ace king of spades and then find out that the spade suit's 4-1. They would just pull the rest of the trumps against you and run diamonds eventually. So yeah, I like what Declare's doing, and North pops up with the club ace to play back a 3rd diamond. Now Declare's going to have no issue making 10 from here. Even roughs in with the 9 of spades, just to be as careful as possible. So 2 rounds of trumps, unblock the king, queen of clubs. Should see a claim momentarily. I wonder if East-West are going to be a little bit disappointed with this result, or if they're just going to think that those are the sacrifices they make to be able to open all of these late bids. Because there are trade-offs. Every system you play, you're going to have some where it works out great for you and some where it works out poorly. And you just hope that the ones where it works out great come up more often. Plus 170. So 4 more boards in this set to play. Look at that, we got a little bit of an update. Players are now just known by their last name, other than Wibbly. He forgot the Y. Didn't bring it with him when he flew over. West passes in for a seat. North gets to open a diamond. Now that East hand to me does not look like a 1 heart overcall. I think it's possible that East will make a bid, but he lets it go. So it looks like North-South are going to have the auction to themselves this time. We'll start a diamond heart. Probably 2 diamonds from North. I could see North bidding 3 diamonds. I could see North bidding a no trump, I guess. But I think those are the main choices. 2 diamonds is kind of down the middle. Your hands become a little bit worse with your partner bidding hearts, so despite the excellent diamond suit and a couple of outside controls, the hand just doesn't really qualify for a jump. I think South should probably let this go, although it's a little bit scary, being vulnerable at imps. You have just shy of this sort of 2-no trump invite. Maybe South will do it anyway. You don't really want to be the one to declare the no trump as South, I don't think. Like if partner has King Doubleton of clubs, for example, you really want to protect that card. So if you're going to invite, maybe you should bid 2 spades instead to hope that partner can bid 2 no trump. But yeah, pass seems like the prudent choice. Although, you know, if your partner's going to be bidding 2 diamonds on hands like this, sometimes they're at the top of the range and sometimes you just miss a game. Now, does 3-no make on these cards? I think that's an interesting question. There appears to be 5 diamond tricks, 2 spades. Entries are a little bit complicated. If you get 5 diamonds, 2 spades, and 2 hearts, you'll make it. The spades do split, even though the queen is offside. Declare can set up a club by force. I think 3-no trump probably was going to make on the north-south cards. So this is a big opportunity for Hans in the other room. I know they play a precision system over there, and so in that case, if North opens a diamond and South bids a heart, North probably can rebid 3 diamonds with a hand like this. Or 2-no trump maybe. I don't really know the nuances of their system to show essentially a maximum for a precision diamond opener. In the standard context, this hand doesn't really have enough strength to bid 3 diamonds, and that's why it made things a little bit challenging here for Lecoyer and Street to get to the 3-no trump game. We do see on board 11, 6 imps go the way of Street. East-West had no problem whatsoever getting to 4 spades. They, in fact, got there in 4 bids. West not bypassing the spade suit to rebid no trump allowed East-West to just find the spade fit pretty quickly. Bid up to the game. Everything worked for them, so they made 10 tricks. Meanwhile, in 2 diamonds, I haven't spent a lot of time talking about the play of this contract. I thought it was going to be a lot less interesting than the bidding itself. Heart opening lead from Wibbly. Declare kind of in-tempo plays low. I think West is convinced that Declare has a singleton heart. Now, might Declare duck the opening lead with a small singleton heart? Sure. The 2 of hearts being 5th best, his partner could easily be leading from Jack 5th, and Declare might just play small in tempo, trying to feign as if he had the singleton Jack. Edgerton also might be considering that if I win the ace of hearts and Declare has a club stopper, Declare is going to get 2 discards on the king queen of hearts, whereas if I just duck this trick, sure, Declare scores the jack of hearts, but they don't get both the king and queen, so they only get 1 trick, at the expense of me scoring my ace. But he does go up with the ace, picks off the stiff jack, switches to the club queen, and it's too challenging for North to duck that trick, so he covers, which has allowed the defense to get their club ruff. So 2 rounds of clubs. West thinks for a little bit about what suit preference signal to give, plays back the 7. East ruffs. Spade comes through. So presumably Declare just hops up with the ace, cashes a heart to pitch the spade loser, plays a diamond to the queen, or maybe a diamond to the ace if he's really scared. Maybe you run the 9 of diamonds to protect against a possible 5-0 split. But one way or another, East is going to get the diamond king, and that'll be the last defensive trick. So 2 diamonds making 2. But it feels like a bit of an underperform for this north-south collection when 3 no trump probably would have made if they had gotten there. Ah, Queen of Hearts to pitch a spade. I actually like that play a lot. Assuming the East-West opening leads were known to be 3rd and 5th, which it's really hard to false card on opening lead, your spot cards. Sometimes people will underlead aces, sometimes people will not make their standard honor leads, but they tend to lead the proper count card. So the Queen of Hearts was known to cash. Declare was a little bit worried about a spade ruff, which was possible, I assume. So pitches their spade winner before pulling trumps. Oh, well, look at that. I spoke too soon. I thought Hung was going to be able to show a strong hand in the precision style. I mean, it's 14, singleton jack, but a really, really good diamond suit with a couple of outside entries. To me, it looks like a bit of an underbid 2 diamonds, but I'm not that familiar with their style. So North opens a diamond. I guess if you're playing inverted minors or limit plus, you could bid 2 diamonds with the south hand. If your inverted minor raises or game forcing, that's going to make South's bid a little bit challenging, because I guess the standard bid would be 2 no trump to show a natural invite, and you really don't want to do that with the singleton spade. Most pairs will have some way to show a limit raise in opener's minor. Some will play like 2 hearts or 2 spades would show this type of hand if you want 2 diamonds to be a game force. Again, I'm not that familiar with the North-South conventions, but hopefully I'll be able to interpret based on what South bids. There it is. So 2 spades, limit raise, and diamonds by South. North just signs off in 3 diamonds. He has an 11 count, and these guys don't open all that light. I mean, save for, where was it? Back on board 9, where North opened a 10 count. Flat 10. So this 11, nice diamond suit, especially opposite a limit raise, but just not enough values to really think that 3 no trump is going to be the place to play. And that looks correct, judgment-wise. The defense can take at least 3 spades and both round suit aces to defeat 3 no, whereas in 3 diamonds, trump opening lead is a good start for the defense, but with that ace-third of clubs on side, Declare is going to have plenty of time to set up the club suit and pull some trumps. I think it looks a bit more natural to go after clubs immediately at trick 2 than it does to try and get some spade ruffs in. But I guess we'll have to see how Declare decides to handle the play. I mean, if you get 2 spade ruffs and 5 diamond tricks and a club and a heart, that's 9. Whereas playing on clubs, of course, risks something terrible happening to you. Clubs 5-1, the opponents get club ruffs, or you just can't set up enough tricks in the suit. But I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how Declare decides to manage the play. You don't really have the entries to get 2 spade ruffs, I guess, is a bigger concern. Like, if trumps are 2-2, you don't need to set up your spade ruffs immediately, and if trumps are 3-1, you duck a spade, they play back a diamond, you win in hand, ruff a spade, lead a heart to the king, and hope that West has both aces. Yeah, a club at trick 2 seems prudent. So club to the king holds. And I don't think this is going to surprise Declare. He might not be aware of who has the club ace yet, but he just plays a heart up. Heart to the king, East wins, can continue trumps if he wants. Although East is the one that can kind of see the writing on the wall at this point. He knows Declare is just going to lead another club up towards the queen. He's going to have to take his ace, and then Declare is going to have a bunch of pitches on the long clubs. So maybe now it's just going to be damage control. Try and take as many tricks as we can before they go away. King of Spades. And a spade. Declare is getting their spade ruffs after all. But this defense makes a lot of sense. The Queen of Hearts is an entry to the clubs, but so are spade ruffs. And if East is able to tap dummy a couple of times, then he'll have more trumps than dummy and be able to prevent Declare from pulling trumps and then getting back to dummy with a spade ruff, for example, to run the clubs eventually. But here we go. Another club goes up towards the ace. East plays back a spade to force dummy once again. But Declare can now pull one more trump with the king of diamonds. Try the queen of clubs, see if that holds to pitch the spade queen. I guess he has just a high cross ruff, actually. That's even better from here, 130. So nicely done for the over trick. 9 tricks was never going to be a problem with the lie of the cards there. 2 boards to go, and wow, oh wow, East has a big hand. So East will open a spade. West gets to bid a no trump. And then what's East's plan? So East has 9 tricks in his own hand. 6 spades and 3 quick tricks, and the ace of hearts, ace, king, and diamonds. Some players might open 2 clubs with this hand. Opening 2 clubs tends to be a little bit suboptimal in a standard context if you can at all avoid it. Sometimes you have big balanced hands and you just have to do it to show your balanced high card point range. But with very distributional hands, being able to start showing your suits is really important. And if you're kind of lacking high cards, where East only has 17 highs, then it's almost impossible for the auction to pass out, especially when you have aggressive players at the table. So a spade, a no trump, 4 spades. I think a pretty reasonable decision by East. I was wondering if they had some sort of system, for example, like 3 club jump shift, that could have a variety of meanings, and then East could show the solid spade suit and start asking for cubids. Like, on this hand specifically, I mean, 6 spades from the West would probably be a pretty good spot. It's really hard to get there, but 6 spades from the East is not terrible either. If the opponents lead clubs, sure, you probably just need the club finesse at that point, but if the opponents lead a red suit or trumps, you might be able to pull trumps and then test both hearts and diamonds to see if they come home before relying on the club finesse at the end of play. So it's not a terrible slam to get to if they're able to find it, and I think maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for Whibley and Edgerton. There's a heart opening lead, so Declare can ride this around to the ace in his hand, start to pull trumps. And then maybe we'll see the technique to try and make 12 tricks in spades. I think a lot of possibilities in that regard. But, of course, with East only being at the 4 level, maybe he just won't care too much about trying to play all that carefully for the over trick. He'll get it. He will make 12. So LeCoyer going to either duck this trick or win the ace of spades. I think he'll probably duck a couple of rounds to try and get a signal from his partner before winning the ace. Oftentimes that's going to be a good defensive technique in spots like this. Board 13 in the other room, Hans and Hung got a little bit overboard. They had a splinter auction and ended up getting all the way up to 5 diamonds. That was not so successful, being off 3 cashing aces, but they did manage 10 tricks, so it cost him only 6. Well, North elected to win the first spade and just push a diamond through. I mean, obviously North can see that both clubs and hearts are ineffective to play from his side, so I guess it makes sense. Alright, Queen of Spades gets cashed. South is actually getting squeezed in every suit here. Of course, South doesn't know that club pitches are safe, which we can see they are, but pitching hearts allows declarer to run the heart suit, pitching a diamond allows declarer to run the diamond suit, pitching clubs looks like maybe declarer could play a club to the queen, ace of clubs, dropping your king. So South is elected to let go of the hearts. Alright, king of diamonds, the queen doesn't fall. Now Wibbly plays a heart to the king. Queen Jack Doubleton comes down, and now we're going to see a claim. Pitch that club loser on the 10 of hearts. 480. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. But on to board 15, final board of the set. Then there will be a short break. Players will compare scores, get a drink of water, come back and sit down to play once again. The street team might change up their players a little bit because they're 6-handed, but Team Hans is 4-handed. They've been doing so since day 1. And I don't think they show too much signs of exhaustion yet, but as the tournament gets deeper and deeper, that might creep up on them. So South of 15 count. We already saw earlier that they're not playing 16 or 15 to 17s because South had a flat 16 and opened a club. So I guess this is probably also going to be a club for them. Although I'm not sure. So South opens a club, West has a heart overcall. Oh! I take it all back. This time, 15 is a no trump. Yeah, back on board 6, they ended up opening a club. They were favorable there, so maybe they're playing a weak no trump when favorable. So no trump all pass. West gets to cash the first 5 heart tricks. Should get a signal from his partner. And man, if they switch to a diamond, this is going to be a massacre. The defense is going to take the first 10 tricks on this one. Alright, King of Hearts. Probably their power lead. I think West absolutely wants his partner to give count on this trick to know what's going on, or to dump the jack from Jack Doubleton, for example. So 2 of hearts should be a count signal, showing 3, and now West is going to know the heart suit's running, or that declare started with 5 of them, which is possible. So Queen of Hearts. A suit preference signal here. The order in which West caches his heart cards. So queen then ace, showing suit preference for lower suits, not spades. So not spades is definitely known, but among clubs and diamonds, East might not be so clear. I think West is going to then go 10 of hearts, then 6 of hearts, to show suit preference for the middle suit, diamonds. That would be my guess. But we'll see what West ends up doing. And these are very subtle inferences that East is going to have to read into to choose his discards appropriately. There's a 10 of hearts. I think this is a great play. So I think what East is going to do is first he'll pitch a discouraging spade. There it is, the 7 of spades, discouraging. And then I think if East is really on the ball, he might pitch the queen of clubs on the 6 of hearts. It's a little bit dangerous because if you're not convinced about your partner's diamond signal, then you wouldn't be sure they have the king of diamonds. But if you're really confident that you and your partner are on the same page, that queen of clubs discard is going to send a loud and clear message to partner, please switch to king doubleton of diamonds, if that's what you have. But Whibley decides to just pitch a couple of spades. He pitched the 7, then the 5, which is probably a good enough suit preference signal. But Edgerton now has to read this. I mean, it's dangerous. If he doesn't switch to diamonds here, Declare might even make the contract. Declare has 4 spades and 3 clubs ready to go when he gets in. So big difference between beating this contract. 4 tricks, vulnerable for plus 400, and potentially giving up minus 90. Oof. You know, the street team has really not done anything wrong in this first set. I mean, even some of their poor results, like, I don't even remember. It's hard to pick them out. Like board 12, for example, didn't really cost them any amps, but they bid and made 6 spades on board 14. They didn't right-side it, though. East opened 2 clubs with that hand. Yeah, these sort of defenses are very challenging, I think. You and your partner really need to understand all the subtle inferences between every spot card that gets played. And I think West is going to get this right eventually after seeing that 5 of spades discard. That strongly sounds like a suit preference for diamonds, but the queen of clubs would have been a screaming play because there's no way East with the ace queen of clubs would have pitched the queen of clubs sitting over the king, right? That would just be impossible. So the queen of clubs would have been screaming for a diamond switch, and that would have, I mean, clearly gotten the defense off to the right start, as long as East had the confidence that their partner had a diamond card with that 10 of hearts play on the 4th round of the suit. You know, and it all goes back to the king of hearts was led because it was the power lead. West wanted an unblocker count, so you can't gain any nuance from that. But then West had 2 options between the ace or queen of hearts on the next trick and chose the queen. That says lower suits, not higher suits. So West doesn't have a spade card. Okay, now we know that as East. Then the ace of hearts was necessary to smush the jack, so we don't get any new inference from that. But then West chose the 10 of hearts instead of the 6. And so that would show suit preference for a higher card. So while the queen of clubs is not strictly necessary as a discard from East's perspective, from a double dummy standpoint, obviously West can switch to king of diamonds and a diamond anyway from this sort of holding. Sometimes it makes sense to take a lot of pressure off your partner, especially if you think you really know what's going on a hand like this. So I'm certain that if Edgerton doesn't get this defense right, if he passively exits a black suit, that there will be some discussion at the break about what all these signals meant. Big moment. And Edgerton doesn't get it right. He just passively exits the spade. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be tough for them. I think they really needed this one. I'm a little bit surprised Declare played a spade to the 10. I would have thought it was more likely Declare would run the spade suit first before making a decision. I'm also a little bit shocked he didn't play a club to the jack, but I think that just goes back to running the spade suit first. If you could cash 4 spades and play a club to the king and then a club to the jack, sometimes you go minus 200, but it's not terrible. Playing a club to the jack immediately would have potentially cost you all of the tricks if it didn't work out. So I would have preferred if Street had run the spades before doing this, but he decided to, I think, just cash out for down 1. He was correct. 1-no Trump went down 3 in the other room after a quick look at the defense to give everyone a little bit of insight. Pacman pitched a diamond to really clarify to partner what was going on, and so that cost the defense a trick, but they did end up beating the contract 3 tricks. So Street ahead by 51. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with you momentarily for the second segment of play. Stay tuned. All right, chat. Now what? Now what? So I think we don't have a second segment up yet. These are the 4 matches. Craig says he'll be on for the next in 15. Sounds good. Brady face jump scare. Have. Tough hand. I wonder how many pairs would have beat that 4. It would be interesting to see that board in the field. Yambias, they play reverse attitude and standard count. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of gambling on the cards that I see. I assume that people are giving these signals that they should be giving. So the King of Hearts should have been a power lead. I don't know if that's their agreement that it's a power lead, but based on West Heart holding, I was guessing that the King of Hearts is a power lead. I do a lot of guessing when I do commentary on BBO, for just in case you weren't aware. But it should have been a power lead, so I assume that's what it was. Opposite a power lead, you give count signals if you can't unblock an honor, so the low heart, I assume, was a standard count signal. And then the 7 of spades discard, it should be attitude at that point, so that should have been upside down attitude. But yes, I'm just guessing. Maybe they had the wrong signals. Like, maybe West didn't know what was going on and wasn't paying attention or something. But I really think that Queen of Clubs pitch, it's a really hard signal to make, but when it's right, it makes life so much easier. And you can see how many imps it costs. I mean, it's a 12 imp swing because they would have beat it 4 for win 3. Instead, they let 1-no Trump make and they lose 9. I'm sure if East thought that he was playing with that sort of fire, then he would have pitched the club queen. He might have just been like, well, it's probably down 1 some of the time. Like, I don't know. The way that West cashed their hearts, I think, is a very clear diamond signal. And with East looking at Ace-Jack-10, how could West be signaling for diamonds if unless they have the king? So yeah, I think East really should have clarified to partner what was happening. I guess the Queen of Clubs is not without some sort of concern. Because if East actually had Queen, Jack, 10, 9 of clubs or whatever, East probably would pitch the Queen of clubs too. I mean, they might not, right? Like, that would be a pretty unusual signal to make, and presumably East would have been able to discard something else. So it's not 100% the Queen of clubs pitch. But when West has this club holding, I think it's pretty clear what's happening on that discard. Okay, these are the matches that we have available. Let's put up a new poll. Yeah, they might pitch the Queen of clubs first and then a spade, of course. I mean, like, I think the Queen of clubs gets the job done on this hand, like, 99.5% of the time. So it really makes things easier on partner, I think, is the main point. Again, like, technically double dummy, you're never going to need to discard the Queen of clubs as opposed to a high spade, right? Your partner should always switch to diamonds, should, in quotations, but I think it makes things a lot easier for your partner, and being able to do that really saves a lot of this mental energy, especially on these four-handed teams. You know, we talk about the mental strain of playing day after day after day, 60 boards, but if you're able to just kind of take some pressure off on a hand or two here or there, that really helps out, conserve the bridge power. Okay, Gavin, Hans, Wolfson, what's the other one? Fleischer. So these are the options for the next segment. I will put up the poll in YouTube as well. Everyone get your votes in. Do we have bridge winners scores? Let's take a look. Scoreboard. Boom. Look at that. Zimmerman is killing Simpson. So they're not off to a bad start like they were yesterday. Nickel over Goldberg. Nickel up by a bit. Fleischer against Bailey, pretty close. Rosenthal over Baker in the first set. Shorey is up by 18. Dinkin holding their own against Silver Sidon Destroyers. Dude, this... I know that kids think things are funny sometimes, and kids are just wrong. Okay, and Street is crushing Hans. Wolfson and Vedanta are pretty close. Is it Vedanta? I thought it was like Vendanta. Kids are just wrong. That's a hot take. You can quote me on that, though. Vendanta was a typo? Okay, great. Am I out of touch? No, the kids are wrong. See? Yeah. I feel like I'm fitting in with, like, the old person community. Vedanta is a Hindu spiritual concept. Dude. What a typo. But I mean, look, if you're just typoing everything like this, then of course you can just typo everyone's name. You're gonna always name your team Steel Trap? Got him. Bridge is definitely the game for me. See? Maybe sometime in the next, 20 years, I'll pick up this game. Some people even tell me I could be good at it. I'm sure they're wrong. It's just all these kids telling me that I'm good at this game. But we all know that kids don't know what they're talking about. Jammin' says, about time you gave us old timers a shout out. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Kids say the funniest things. They do. They do. They don't say the darndest things, though. I think that's, that saying has fallen out of favor. I mean, the way that I tend to think about it is that anyone who's shorter than me is very funny. And I'm pretty short. So basically, kids are funny. Except in this case, where they're just wrong. Like, this is not amusing. Misspelling your name all over the place. But, like, it's not just misspelling it once. They keep changing it on a daily basis. Like, Bridge Winners keeps changing their misspelled name on a daily basis. It used to be Silver Sit-In, then it was like Silver Set-In, now it's like Sylvesterstein or something. We're back to Silver Sit-In, but Sit-En. And then the Destroyers? Where are we playing? Like a game of Battleship? Like, do you have the Jack of Hearts? No, miss. Or like, you have the Queen of Spades? You sunk my battleship. Have we confirmed it's not just a Bridge Winners typo and that the team intends the misspelling? Yes, we have. The team specifically reached out to, excuse me, they reached out to like the Bulletin or something and told them to like print an article that it's not a misspelling. Because I guess a bunch of people were telling them that the thing was misspelled. All right. You got your votes in, and Gavin's team won by a landslide. Just letting you know. So we're going to head over there, I think. Assuming they're back up. We can definitely do commentary at their table. It'll be a little bit easier for me, too. I'm pretty familiar. I don't think that Cran and Vince have changed their system much in the last 10 years. I mean, they probably added a couple things here and there, but they mostly play just a pretty normal natural system. Same with Herd and Bathurst, so whichever pair we get to see. Pretty normal, LOL, okay. Dude, what? What do you mean? Like, they're pretty normal. I don't think you can get any more American than them. Yeah, Street was off to a really good start. I don't know, Craig. Do you want to do Gavin's table or do you want to do not Gavin's table? I know that the spectators probably expect us to watch Gavin, but we're going to get better bridge in the other room. It's up to you, though. Their card is normal. They just randomize on every deal. Put up another poll. No, I already know what the poll's going to say. You're the bad guy here. You tell me where we're going to go, and then people can yell at you. There's no way I'm putting up a poll. Can't get more American than 2 Canadians. Is Cran Canadian? I don't think Cran's Canadian. I think Cran's American. Vince is Canadian. Non-Gavin table. Sounds good. Randomize? This isn't poker. Cran is from Ohio. See? There we go. Like, Ohio's not part of Canada last time I checked. I mean, maybe it should be, but it's not. Yeah. Are these guys not done playing the first set? They are. They are. 28-12. Or apparently 31 to... Oh, no, the scores are just messed up. I mean, Vince has moved to America, right? I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure he lives in the US now. I don't have my water. I probably need to get my water. Let me get my water. I'll be back. Okay, I just had to check to see if I got the whole 503 milliliters this time. I did not. He lives in Florida, Vince? Yeah. I know he grew up in Canada, and at some point, I think when I was playing pro, he was still in Ontario, maybe. But I was pretty sure he had moved to the US by now. He's from Montreal. Isn't that Ontario? Did I do my, or is that Manitoba? It's in Quebec? Why would it be in Quebec? Okay, I need a map. Montreal. Oh, dude, that stupid map. It zoomed in on Washington. It was like, I know your location. Thanks, Google. Doxed. Wait, but... Okay, look. Chat. Hear me out. Montreal is like barely over the border into Quebec from Ontario. I was so close. I was so close. You have to give me credit for being like this far away. This far. That's how close it was. I could zoom in and it was this close. Take the L. Like, if I was playing GeoGuessr and I just, like, plopped down in the middle of Ontario and they were, like, Montreal, I would still get, like, a solid score for that round. Imagine if Canada got back their players now playing for the USA. Corbell, Hampson, Demoy, Wolpert, and Wong. What a hodgepodge of teammates. I mean, what would the partnerships be? Like, Hampson couldn't play with anyone because he plays precision. I guess he would have to play with Shan. Vince and Gavin could play together. And Corbell could play with the sponsor, I suppose. Yeah? Yeah, Canada would have, like, one good team. Next time we have a tournament break, can you play GeoGuessr? Sure, yeah. I don't actually have an account that I can use, I don't think. I've played on, like, friends' PCs. When I was over at a friend's place, they're like, yeah, play some GeoGuessr. I'm like, okay, sure. But yeah, I'll make an account. We'll play during the break today. Drake could sponsor them. That would be hot. Oh, Snoop wanted a hand analyzed. I remember. You you had mentioned this earlier. Gittleman is Canadian. What? Try again. Or I could just grab it. Okay. North opened a spade. Looks good. 13 count. Whoop. Hold on. Let me clear my chat log, and then I can remove this black box. North opened a spade. There's one up now. Wait, what's up? No, we have 4 matches. We'll wait for Gavin's. A spade by North. 2 clubs by East. Is this imps or match points? I don't think it really matters. I hate overcalling vulnerable in 5-card suits. I think it's just terrible. In majors, sometimes you have to do it, but in minor suits, like where are you headed? I think it's just really bad to overcall 2 clubs on hands like this, especially partners a passed hand. I mean, even if you're a solid opening partnership, like, sometimes you miss 3-no, but that has to be pretty remote. A lot of the time, you just get your side in trouble. Okay, 2 clubs. Hate it. 2 hearts by South. Seems pretty reasonable. I mean, what else do you do? 4 clubs by West. I think pretty sensible. Like, your hand basically is preemptive. You have a singleton, but you have a 5th trump. Your partner should have 6 clubs. You don't have any tricks. So I'm a little concerned by this bid, but I think between pass and 4 clubs is probably preferred. Sometimes the singleton heart is all your partner needs to make a game. You know, partner has like ace, queen, 10 of spades and all the spade hooks work. Partner has king and a diamond, and partner has like 3 small hearts. And, of course, the ace, king, 6 of clubs or whatever. Okay, so 4 clubs. Pass by North. Pretty reasonable. I mean, if your partner can't act, maybe you're supposed to bid 4 hearts, but I think pass is good. Pass, 4 diamonds. Let me just check to see if we have tables. Gavin's table's up. I'll come back to this during the break. Yeah, I'll come back to this during the break. Let me get through the auction. Pass, 4 diamonds. I mean, I think South should balance with double. Really, you're looking for a 6 spade or a doubleton heart in support. That's what South is hoping for. And so double is going to take care of that option, both of those options. So you can double, partner will bid 4 hearts with this hand, and that's where you land. 4 diamonds, you're kind of fishing for the wrong suit. You know, like, might you have a diamond fid and might it be the best contract? Sure, but it's a lot less likely at this point in the auction, and 4 diamonds doesn't really leave open the door to find a 6-2 spade fit, which I think you'd be pretty happy with as South. So double seems right by South. Just take out. 4 diamonds, 4 hearts seems pretty reasonable by North. I mean, North would have bid 4 hearts directly with 3, so 4 hearts seems pretty clear on the doubleton. We'll look at the play in a second, unless the play is not that interesting. But we'll come back to it after the second set. Alright, let's put back up this thing. And we'll wait to see which table Gavin's not sitting at, and we'll go to that one. Rob is really disgusted by the Vendetta Wolfson match. Yeah, the Vendetta match is really getting on my nerves. Actually, let me run to the restroom. I just like downed half my bottle of water in one gulp, and now I need to pee. BRB. Alright, I'm back, and it looks like we have a table. So let's get moving. Goodbye, chat. I will see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get started with the second set of play in this match, Shori against Goodman. Shori off to an 18-imp lead after the first 15 boards. Welcome, Craig.
Hey, I am back. My apologies for my extremely brief visit the previous segment.
Yeah, so we're getting started here. Des Moines in the west seat opens a spade. We get a 3-club preempt from North. Favorable. Flat hand.
Yeah, I'm going to just take 1 second and pull up the East, West, North, South convention cards if you want to talk through the auction so we have a handle on their methods when they come up.
Yeah, of course. And so East, despite having unfavorable vulnerability, elects to go after penalty here. He passes 3 clubs back around to partner. I assume he's going to sit for this reopening double. He might try 3 no trump. He does have clubs well stopped. But with 11 high card points and a partner who may well be opening light, he can't be convinced his side has a game, and it looks like this might be a pretty reasonable penalty that he can collect. And he's absolutely right. This is showing off a bit of the danger of preempting with a relatively balanced hand from North. He might have been shutting East-West out of a game. But...
yeah, of course. He was thinking, favorable vulnerability, even if it's bad, how bad could it be? And I think he's about to find out.
He really is. Now, the defense can take 2 diamonds, 2 spades, a heart, and 3 clubs, which would be 8 tricks.
I made that down 4, yeah.
Yeah, so 800, very possible. But
yeah,
with the
East-West
preempt...
But East-West have to actually do some guessing even to make 4 spades with a guaranteed spade and guaranteed heart loser. If they have a blind auction, get the heart wrong, guess the diamond wrong, they might actually go down.
Right, yeah. So collecting 800 against a potential 620 or 600 or whatever 3 no trump would be is not going to earn a ton of imps, but if they're collecting 800 against what might be plus 50 from their teammates, or plus 100, I guess, vulnerable, that could be a major swing. So either way, good position for East-West to have wound up in, and they're going to be pretty happy with the final result.
Yeah, I guess probably you'll make 4 spades, but it's not assured, and down 4 is going to be pretty hard not to find. They just have all aces and kings plus these trump winners.
Right. So diamond opening lead. West decides to stick in the 8, which holds.
Yeah, so I think probably playing 3rd and 5th, there was really no combination that East could have other than the one he actually does have. Or he could have a doubleton or something, in which case it's also fine to duck it.
Right. Yeah, if Declare happened to have King Jack 3rd, it wouldn't hurt to duck a diamond, and it might actually be helpful to start getting partner diamond roughs. And here, now West lets his partner in on the secret that we have a lot of diamonds. We are cashing all of these.
Yeah. Yeah, notice if the 6 is 3rd best, it has to be exactly this holding, because West is looking at every other spot between the 6 and the ace.
Yeah, exactly. So West just going to be as careful as possible on the defense here, trying to collect as many tricks as they can. If he started with 3 diamonds, it could potentially be important to play the 13th diamond at some point during the defense. So West is probably going to try and cash out almost all of the remaining tricks before playing a couple more rounds of diamonds.
Yeah, I think there's not really any danger. Maybe somehow, West can mistime the defense and have to break a heart at some point, but I don't think that's really likely. And I think probably right now he just returns a diamond to East, and whatever East does is fine. But a heart is probably going to sort of look natural to East and make West pretty happy.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Even if they accidentally set up the spade queen for a pitch, for one thing, it won't help because they can cast their diamond whenever they want it, and Declare has no way to get there and use it anyway. I guess it's possible that Declare could, somehow be forced to break hearts himself, but I don't think so. He'll just play on clubs, and eventually East is going to be, kind of forced to break the heart suit, or, possibly forced to play spades.
Yeah, I was wondering if West might switch to a spade himself at this point. Now,
yeah, maybe.
I think there's a couple of possibilities. One, West could actually play back the 5 of diamonds, which would help his partner out a lot, because with West having already turned up with the ace 10 8 of diamonds, East might not know if his partner has 3 or 4 of them over there, and playing back the 5 would show an extra diamond card to East, who would then know how many diamond tricks are cashing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and also for one thing, if West started with ace 10 8 third of diamonds, he would just place in another, I guess he couldn't play the 8 from ace 8 5 because the player would have won the 10. So yeah, you still know exactly what the holding is. Yeah, John Wolf points out West might just unblock the ace of clubs because he can see he doesn't really want to be on lead any more than he has to.
Yeah, he could do that. Something that West is probably thinking about, and I assume already knows, is that his partner really wouldn't be sitting for this reopening double with only 3 clubs. So West has to know that Declare has overcalled on a 6-card suit. If there was any opportunity for West to get a ruff with the club ace, I think West would try for that, but it doesn't look like he's short enough in any suit where he's going to be able to score a ruff with the ace of clubs.
Yeah, East-West really, their only agenda here is to avoid some kind of silly defensive disaster. Yeah, so spade to the ace seems fine. East has a choice of good options at this point. He can lead really any card in his hand and still have down 4 in view.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because even if they set up a queen of spades and Declare gets to cash it, it was going with a natural heart winner anyway. But the heart switch is pretty natural, as you say, once East gets in. If West started with King Jack 10 third of hearts, then this would be really important to get the hearts going.
Yeah, and I think West now probably virtually knows every card in East's hand because he knows East has 3 spades because East surely would have led a doubleton of spades. As you say, he has to have 4 clubs, both to go after a penalty, but also when he has 3 spades, he has to be 100% sure that defending is better than playing in spades. So the only way that's true is when he has the 4th club. He knows about the diamond distribution. So I think West basically is playing double dummy at this point. East may not be, but West definitely is.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So the 7 heart switch comes. West sticks in the jack. And Declare takes the ace. So is there any chance this goes down 5?
So what 9th defensive trick would you like them to take without West being able to take a ruff with the ace of clubs?
Well, I'm wondering if North might lead the king of clubs at some point.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess his spots are sort of good enough to tolerate that play, right? With the 9 doubleton and dummy.
Well, I think the main point is that West is twice as likely to have a stiff queen or jack as stiff ace.
Right.
So, for example, if he leads the 3 of clubs out of hand, and East plays the 5, and he ducks it around to West's singleton queen or jack, he might lose a bunch more club tricks from there, whereas if he's able to pin one of those honors, at least he'll be able to set up his 10 and 9.
Right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I do wonder, maybe Declare also, or maybe West is about to play King and a Heart. East did shift to this doubleton. If it's a ruff with a natural, then it's break even. If these spots were a little bit weaker, the rough might actually gain a trick.
I mean, I'm certain he's going to switch to the 5 of diamonds now. East 7 of hearts could have been from 10-7. Okay, he does go king of hearts. East continues, plays the 5, and he does give his partner a heart ruff. So now 2 more rounds of diamonds is going to stick Declarer in, and Declarer is going to be in this position where he has to figure out what to do with the club suit.
Right. And actually, with East having ruffed, he might be able to hold his trump losers to 2 by leading the king if there is this hypothetical stiff queen or jack in the west hand.
Right. No, yeah, that's the entire point. I think it's very possible that 1100 is in play from here.
Yeah, which also is a pretty good argument against West having cashed the ace of clubs earlier.
Right.
Yeah, so 1100 would be a pretty huge swing. I think it would be 580 for 11 imps. Is that correct? 800 isn't a big deal. It's 180 for 5 imps. You don't love it, but 5 imps isn't the end of the world. Losing the equivalent of more than a red game swing would be really devastating for North-South here.
Yeah, all right. King of diamonds, West decides to overtake and put a spade through. So Declare is going to ruff, and now Declare is in this position where they have to decide what to do in the trump suit. King of clubs or low club. I think Declare might have enough information now to get this right and go anti-percentage, because East's honors are now known. East has turned up with the spade ace and the diamond king. The opening diamond lead that went low to the 8, West could have had basically all of the diamond honors, but now that East has played the king at trick, earlier, and West overtook with the ace, it might be known that West really needs this ace of clubs for the reopening double.
Yeah, it sort of depends, right? Would he reopen with any short clubs? Because he would have enough to have opened the bidding without the ace of clubs.
Yeah. So, a whole hand like king 5th, king jack 3rd, ace 4th, stiff queen or something. It's a 13 count. 1 spade, 3 clubs, pass. Probably reopen double, but it's a little bit late.
I think so. I think it's a little scary to come back into the 3 level, but I think with a singleton, you need a good reason not to, and that hand doesn't, to me, seem to, offer anything that suggests not reopening.
There we go.
Yeah, you do have an ace and 2 kings, yeah.
So the king of clubs, North deciding just to play the percentages, which sometimes that comes back to bite you, and it does here. And as you say, 1100, 10 imps going the way of Shorey on that first board.
Yeah, I imped incorrectly, but yeah, it's the equivalent of a red game swing. Kind of an own goal there, but we've seen Deweese and Mueller play quite a lot, less in the U.S., but a lot in Europe and in World Championships, and, they're a super, super aggressive pair, and obviously it works for them in the long run, but in the short run, sometimes you just go for 1100.
Yeah, definitely, and this is not the partnership that you want to be playing against if you're going to stick in some hyper-aggressive preamps. Kranyak and Demoy are very good at getting players when they smell blood, and they show off that ability here on that first board. So East opens a diamond now.
They love to double things.
Yeah.
Yep. So South making, kind of normal, but, I don't want to say off shape, but 4-3-3 is never great for a takeout double, but with a hand that good, I think he just feels like he has to get into the bidding. And again, like a very European kind of double where you just look at your points and if they add up to the right number, probably you're going to double.
Yeah, so after the takeout double, West has a huge problem. 6-5
you might just get 5 diamonds here.
Yeah, 5 diamonds is certainly a reasonable bid by West.
Kind of figuring that when you have 2 major suit singletons and the guys double, the opponents probably have a fit in at least one of them. Here they have a fit in both of them, but partners got them covered.
Right, so North does float this back around to South, and South, of course, lets it go. I mean, South might think that there's some chance this goes down. He has two aces and a king, but can't really do anything on his own.
No, and I think this is going to make, right? You just don't have that many losers, and you can set up the clubs. I mean, the 3-1, 3-0 diamond break isn't great, but I think you're probably fine. Just start clubs, draw some trumps, sending in the west hand, rough some more clubs.
Well, big
Probably not in
result
that
from
order.
the other room comes through. Five diamonds doubled making in the east. I do expect to see a trump lead from South because I guess you could lead a heart, hoping that sets up your third defensive trick. I think that's sensible, but a trump lead, I mean, it feels like you have three small trumps. Let's cut down the cross ruff and see if we can score three tricks later.
Yeah, and I think the kind of dummy you're about to be seeing, so probably you're not going to be cutting down roughs in dummy. Like, surely West has more diamonds than East on this kind of auction, but it turns out they do need to rough some things in the East hand, and starting a trump and getting another trump lead in when the ace of clubs is the best way to head that off. That might even be good enough, right? Because you need to rough. I guess you only need to rough two clubs, so it's cold no matter what. But yeah, I think the trump lead is a standout. Probably a heart's not going away on anything, right? You only have three of them. If it's well placed behind the ace and dummy had a second heart, I guess maybe they could pitch it, but on what, right? We have the ace, queen of spades, and the ace of clubs.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be like a long club suit and dummy or an East hand, and that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Or East having like King Jack 10 fourth of spades or something, or King Jack 9 fourth opposite the 10, as as it is here, and like somehow if we don't get hearts going, they can like lose a spade, take a spade roughing finesse, and do everything. But that's kind of a very specific layout, where the layout where we just need to stop some roughs is going to come up a lot more.
Yeah, so South thinking. The other table, they did get off to a trump lead, but then kind of lost their way in the defense afterwards. And so that allowed five diamonds doubled to make.
I don't think a trump lead. I don't think a trump lead can beat a double dummy anyway, right? We can lead a second trump, but we can cross to west hand by roughing hearts, rough two clubs. After that, the jack will drop because we'll have,
Yeah, actually, I guess you're right. You can lead a trump, win queen of clubs, and then win the second trump in west hand, rough a couple of clubs. Maybe there's just nothing that North-South can do to beat this thing.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a double dummy defense to beat it, but I am not seeing it.
No, I think you're absolutely right. There's nothing that the defense can do, even after the trump lead. So it'll be a small swing going the way of Goodman here, given that they were doubled in the same contract. Mueller does go after the heart trick, so leads a heart away from the king. Not that happy to see the dummy, I'm sure.
No, I think this is, kind of expected, though, right? Like, what did he think West Hand was going to look like for this bid?
Right, right. So heart's going to go to the queen and ace, and now after the queen of clubs comes out of hand, I guess we'll see South presumably cash the ace of spades and exit something. Declare should be able to scoop up the rest from there. So 4 imps going the way of Goodman on this board. Not going to make up for the disaster they suffered on board 16 of the set, but it's a nice swing going back in their direction.
I think it's 5 imps, correct? 400 and 550? No, sorry, that's 4. Never mind.
All right. Hopefully, South has thought about this problem well in advance. I think we will see the Ace of Spades, and then South just shuffles his hand and picks a random card out after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're never happy when the opponents do this to you. 5 diamonds is a very good bid by West, but they got to a cold game. It's probably not terrible, and it turns out it's just fine here since your teammates get to play the same contract doubled, which can't be a huge surprise, right?
Right.
Like doubling may have been a little ill-advised, but if you're looking at that South hand, you're probably feeling like you might have doubled, might not have, and you're feeling pretty good that you didn't.
For sure. So 3-0 diamonds does give Declare a little bit of pause here. That's why we're not seeing a claim immediately. He can't just pull trumps and ruff the clubs good, for example, or pull trumps and ruff a couple clubs, pitch on the King of Spades. I think we'll probably see him cash the King of Spades to pitch a club, ruff a heart low, cash the King of Clubs, and then just play the hand as a cross ruff from there.
Yeah, so I see in the other room, actually North doubled, probably hoping that it was responsive with his Diamond Void and that South could bid a 4 or possibly even 5-card major at the 5 level. But South had nowhere to go and pretty good defense.
Right. So 5 diamonds makes. On to board 18. The other room, East-West got to 2 no trump, and they were able to bring that contract home. Looks like it was probably a strong no trump auction, and West deciding to treat their hand as an invite, going through regular Stamen. Here we do see East opening a no trump. I think for them it's probably 14 to 16. South will pass, and now West has this decision to make. If you want to game force the West hand opposite of 14 to 16, he'll go through 2 no trump probably as the puppet Stamen type of bid. And I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. You have a couple of chances of finding the right place to play that isn't no trump. Mm-hmm. If you just go through regular Stamen, you get to spades or you get to 3 no is basically your upside, but puppet will allow you to find a 5-3 heart fit some of the time, and that could pay off, as it does on this hand.
Yeah, I think doing anything other than puppet is pretty abnormal. Yeah, I say, with East-West having an 8-card heart fit and South having no trouble finding the winning lead, it is pretty important to get out of no trump as fast as possible. So 2 diamonds. I wonder if they play, and that looks like forcing Stamen or something, which is a little unusual, but 4 spades invitational. That is a treatment I've never seen before, but obviously could not be more suited for this hand.
Yeah, I wonder how the follow-ups are going to look, because if East is able to bid 2 hearts showing hearts here, then they'll be able to get to the heart fit. And this would actually be a great treatment on this sort of hand, because West, okay, it looks like East was unable to bid 2 hearts showing hearts.
Yeah, so I'm looking at their card, and they do play Forcing Stamen some of the time, which I think I vaguely remember from seeing them play. This 2-diamond gadget is not on their ACBL card. It might be on their WBF one, but fortunately they are giving the ViewGraph operator a good look at their explanations behind the screen, so we'll hopefully, as these more esoteric things come up, know what's going on instead of having to guess.
Yeah, so I mean, my suspicion would be that 2 no trump is just natural and denying 4 spades. It's showing a minimum. I'm a little surprised that East would treat this as a minimum.
I'm actually not sure it shows a minimum, because their no trump is actually like 14, 16, really 13 plus 16 in this seat. So I think East might be treating his hand as a maximum.
Yeah, I'm just guessing at 2 no trump. I have no idea what it means, but
right.
But yeah, I'm surprised that East would treat it as a minimum if that's what it shows. I guess West is thinking. We'll see if West has follow-ups to escape to 3 diamonds, or if or what West can do over this 2-no Trump bid. I'm excited to learn about the convention. Hopefully we get some more alerts.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting a call I need to take. This should be quick. I'll be right back.
All right, West bids 3-no. So it decides that that is their best chance at making a game. Looks like they maybe need to iron out a couple of the kinks of this convention. This could be a new thing. If, as Craig says, they hadn't put it on their WBF card, then this might be a new addition to their system, and they're just kind of trying to figure out the ins and outs of this agreement. It looked like a good thing to start out with, but if West just has to bid 3-0 with this hand, obviously they've missed the best spot here. I was thinking maybe West would even have the opportunity to sign off in 3 diamonds if they didn't like 2-0 Trump as a final contract, but 3-0's there. So South's going to ask a little bit about the agreements, I'm sure, and then we'll get off to a club lead of some kind. Normally with Ace-King 5th against no Trump, you want to lead low because your partner could have Queen Doubleton or Queen 3rd, and you need to unblock the suit. I do wonder in this case, depending on what East-West have shown, if a high club is going to be the choice instead. So we'll find out momentarily what South decides to do on opening lead. Ace of clubs or low club, or maybe the king, depending on their agreements. But I think this will be a quick down one. I mean, once North-South run the club suit, declare we'll have 8 cashers, 5 diamonds, 2 hearts, and the ace of spades. As long as the diamonds aren't 5-0. So I suppose asking quite a few questions about the agreements. I mean, this is a pretty unusual convention to play. And so it's very understandable that South might not be that familiar with what's going on, won't know all that much about the inferences that he and his partner should be taking or that East-West are taking about the decisions to bid 2-no Trump as opposed to bidding 2 hearts or 3 clubs or something in response to 2 diamonds. Obviously 2 spades would have showed a fit. So club opening lead, North is pretty happy about that. It goes to the jack. Club return. And East-West are going to be a little bit disappointed that they missed out on an opportunity here. So it's going to cost them a few. 5 imps going back the other direction.
Yeah, I guess it's just impossible to get to your 8-card heart fit with no club stopper, huh?
Yeah, can't do it. Can't be done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be done. Obviously, these methods, I'm sure, are useful on some hands because 4 spades invitational can be a little awkward. This one, obviously, you would have been much happier to play puppet.
Yeah. Okay. 5 imps going the way of Goodman. So they're catching back up. Ooh, we got a bit of distribution here. So South will open a club, probably. And I don't think it's the American style to make takeout doubles with this West hand, so I imagine that West will probably pass.
Yes, although of course technically West is not 100% American as a former Canadian, but I think it's also not standard Canadian to make a double with that.
Ooh,
I take it
wrong
back.
again. So South opens a diamond. West does decide to double. North decides to preempt three spades, and I think we'll see
Notice
four hearts from East.
so South's diamond is not alerted, but they are playing precision, or their what they call Tarzan Club. It's their homegrown strong club system.
Right. So four hearts from East. I can't imagine South doing anything other than four spades.
Okay, so I actually just realized the spectators may correct me. I think I know why they call it the Tarzan.
I'm all ears.
So Tarzan in the movies was played by Johnny Weissmuller.
Okay, yep, that's a stretch, but
The Weissmuller. I think Weissmuller, I think that's where Tarzan came from.
I get it. I'm hearing
Could be
you're
wrong,
correct.
but anyway, so yeah, as you say, four hearts is pretty obvious, and we'll see. I don't think East is going to respect this double, but we'll see.
No, I mean,
No, insta pass. I take it back.
yeah, his partner made a takeout double. He showed his heart hand. He has two aces. I think he's pretty happy on defense here.
Yeah, red white. He's also pretty happy on offense, and if four spades is cheap, then maybe it's worth bidding out to five hearts, even when some of the time it won't make.
Yeah, it could be. But looks like we have duplicated the result in the other room, at least for now. And Declare will definitely get the spades right after the doubles. Diamond opening lead from East. So
yeah, unfortunately, so this is going to cost a trick directly because of the 9-8 of diamonds North's hand, but Declare was going to be able to lead a heart up to pitch a diamond, so was only ever going to have one diamond loser.
Right. Yeah,
So,
the defense
two
not
clubs,
able
a
to break the
diamond, a
diamond
heart.
suit
Yep.
meant that I don't think there was a yeah, it's a fun double dummy problem. What if we lead the jack of clubs, which holds a club to the 9, and West switches to the king of spades? Oh, I guess that's bad. That blows a spade trick. Never mind. All right, I take it all back.
No. I think the only possible down three defense is if East leaves a low heart and Declare decides to play low, hoping West can't read the position and pops up with the ace.
Fine. All right, back to reality. So diamond lead goes around to the 10 and queen, and Declare is presumably just going to lead a heart up? No.
Yeah, that would have been my suspicion also, but this is also a little dangerous because now he does need that king of hearts, and the defense might be able to shut him out of dummy.
Maybe it just never helps to lead a heart up, right? If the jack of diamonds is offside, the opponents just get in and switch to diamonds and then cash
that's
out clubs.
true. Yeah,
So
right.
I guess just pulling trumps is the safest plan.
Yeah, I guess that's right because once he's gotten that diamond lead, either as you say, they'll be able to lead another one through, or if the jack is on side, we don't care about the pitch.
So spade to the ace, East has to make some discards. I mean, there's not much to the hand from Declare's perspective, but defensive carding, you want to be as careful and accurate as possible. So I think Cranyak is presumably going to give count signals a lot of the time here to make sure that his partner can cash out in the appropriate order. So spade to the ace, spade back. West takes the king. And West can just exit a spade, I think. East can throw another heart.
Yeah, I think no reason for East to keep many hearts at all. Knowing after his partner's takeout double and the three spade bid that Declare's got to be very short in hearts. Yeah, diamond pitch is fine too.
Yeah, he pitches a diamond to clarify the diamond count to his partner that he did lead from a 4-card suit as opposed to a 3-card suit.
Mm-hmm.
So now West probably has a pretty good count on the hand. I mean, East could have started with 6 hearts, but that 10 of heart discard, presumably a count signal, showing an odd number. I think he'll just play back a 3rd spade to get out of his hand. He doesn't want to break diamonds or clubs. He could switch to a heart count card, like maybe the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, he might even be able to. Well, I guess East could have had Jack 9 fourth of diamonds. He's gonna just get out ace into diamond since he knows the diamond count, but it is possible that he has a second diamond trick coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even Jack 8 third or Jack 8 fourth
Right.
would be enough. Spade exit's, of course, safe. So now East can pitch another heart, and
Yeah,
I wonder if
think that we'll
Declare
see
is
that hard
gonna
play.
mess around, run a few spade tricks before leading a diamond, or if Declare is just gonna face his hand and ask about the Jack of diamonds.
I mean, he might just lead a heart up. It's not a guarantee that he's just going to hop up with the ace, and when he does, it's also not a guarantee that they're going to continue correctly.
Right. So a heart up to the ace. Presumably East will switch to the Jack of clubs here. I mean, I would expect.
Maybe ace and then Jack, right? There's no, I don't know if there's any reason to, well, I guess a partner King Doubleton, then you want to play the Jack first, that's possible.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. None of it matters. Can we just claim for Declare? The Jack of diamonds is on side. I mean, Declare will know that once East doesn't switch to a diamond, that the Jack basically has to be on side. So there's the Jack of clubs switch. I think a pretty normal play. Declare pops up with the queen. Now the defense can play a couple more rounds, stick Declare in hand, and he'll just have to lead the diamonds out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 more tricks for the defense, and down 2, as it always was going to be. Same result as in the other room. Basically the same auction over there as well. Same opening lead, same first couple of tricks, and basically the exact same line of play at both tables.
No one played a harder trick too, everyone just started on spades?
Yeah. Alright, ace of clubs. Dummy's almost high at this point.
Yeah, that 6 of clubs is a winner now.
Alright, I think we are seeing a claim at this point. Declare is stuck back in hand, and he's just going to ask. I lead the 9 of diamonds. Do you cover? Okay. Down 2. So we see a push. First push of the set. 4 boards in. And Shory's still up 19 imps over Goodman. But it's early. It's early.
Yeah, we're board 20 is the 1/3 point of the match, so plenty of time left for both teams. And I actually did not look at any other scores. Was there any matches that were a little low? Yeah, that's right. The Street and Zimmerman matches were blowouts. Everyone else is pretty close.
Yeah, we have a lot of good matches to pick from today, so appreciate that we have 4 matches available to choose from.
Yeah, and as we had said earlier in the week, this was, despite being a small entry, was an incredibly strong entry.
Very strong field when your 32nd seed has a bunch of world champions on it or something like that.
Right.
Um,
Right, the Poles that just won the Buenos Aires tournament, I think, were seeded in that group. Is that the team you're talking about?
yeah.
Yeah. What an unlucky draw.
Well, on to board 20. So we do see finally the push board coming through. I guess East-West just being as careful as possible in the defense as they could. This one, we have an exciting result from the other table. A club doubled, making an over trick. And sometimes that can be a prudent decision if you think that you're going to get into a lot of trouble your way if you bid. Because if the auction does start 2 passes to a club in the East hand and South does make a takeout double, I mean, I think most players would bid a spade with the North hand or a diamond.
I kind of like. So classically, you would bid a diamond because a spade might encourage your partner, and a diamond definitely will not. I mean, not definitely, but a diamond is much less likely to. Yeah, North kind of passed out of fear, but if East West can make a game, minus 380 is not so bad.
Right. And so, maybe that's what North
Or
was thinking
340,
in the other room was just that it's not game being doubled at the one level. So, in the worst case scenario, we're giving up a couple 80, whatever it turns out to be, and it might not be the end of the world, but here, obviously, that's not going to work out very well for North-South over there. So North does bid a spade in response to the takeout double.
And of course, given some of the takeout doubles that we've seen players making all over the room, partner has a hand like that, they could be making multiple over tricks, and then it's a disaster. I get it. You're worried about getting doubled yourself. You have no hand whatsoever. But I think passing is somewhat ill-advised. There's virtually no chance you can beat it, and there's a pretty good chance they're gonna wrap over tricks as they did. Like, probably you're lucky they only got one over trick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when your partner makes a takeout double and you only hold 3 cards in the suit, it's pretty likely that the opponents have a big fit there. So that often equates to taking more tricks on offense. Well, East does make a double of a spade because East has a pretty good hand.
Yeah.
So
yeah, right. Notice if North had bidded the other table, it might have gone. A diamond. East might bid a heart. So you might actually just get taken off the hook, even though you suspect that it's going to be a disaster if you declare it. Like, sometimes it is a disaster when you declare it, but you don't have to.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, so South. I was going to say South is going to bid some number of spades, but actually chooses to Q bid.
This makes sense if you're worried that your partner might only have 3 spades for this one spade bid.
I don't think that's super likely, right? Since he has 2 bids in between one club and one spade.
Right.
Like, what's his shape when he has 3 spades, right? The only possibility would be 3-2-2-6, or that doesn't want to pass one club. That doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah,
I think he was bidding 2.
I could understand bidding Queen Jack third of spades over Jack third of hearts or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But
I think this 2 club bid, because I was like, you bid 2 spades, you bid 3 spades. It's a little heavy for 2, it's a little light for 3. So this might have been his way to manufacture a 2.5 spade raise.
Yeah, and now North. I mean, he has 1 count, but he is pausing to think because partner showed a really strong hand. He promised nothing in this auction. And his partner has basically said, I think we have at least 9 tricks and spades. Do you want to bid a game? I'm sure he's going to pass, but it's worth considering, like what types of hands can partner go through the sequence with. But he does correctly judge to pass, it seems, at least on this lie of the cards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's 100% sure of the singleton club. I think, for the bidding he's seeing from the other 3 players.
Now, that ace, king, queen, jack, 5th of clubs looks like a pretty juicy lead from East, but I think he might lead a trump. his partner showed clubs over there, so he knows he's not taking a lot of club tricks. This sequence by South strongly suggests a singleton club. I think he really wants to just get trumps moving. And
So I think against 4, maybe he needs to find 5 defensive tricks, and he knows only one of them is going to be a club most of the time. I think there's a case for a diamond.
Yeah, a diamond can make sense.
Partner is the king instead of the queen. Maybe you get a diamond ruff. They have to lead a club to you, and maybe partner can win that and give you a diamond ruff, and it's, I don't know, like somehow if you can take 2 hearts, a club, a diamond, a partner as a trump trick. Maybe that's kind of remote, but I don't know. Looking at that hand, knowing you're not going to have too many club tricks, like finding 5 defensive winners probably is going to require some pretty good luck one way or another.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Maybe that was his thought process, and he decided to just cash a club to look at dummy before switching to diamonds. I mean, it doesn't really hurt to cash a club if you're planning to switch to diamonds.
So where it hurts would be, like, you leave the 10 of diamonds, partner is the king, they take this finesse, partner returns 1, and now you need partners, let's say 10 of clubs to be an entry for your ruff.
But Declare can just pull trumps, right? You need partner to have both a diamond card and the king or ace of spades. Well, king of clubs, so partner's 2 of clubs, suit preference here, because dummy turns up with a singleton, means that West is asking for diamond. Well, I mean, he's saying diamonds is the suit he wants led.
Right.
And so East is either going to interpret that as partner has nothing in hearts, or that partner has the diamond queen. But most importantly, West has nothing in hearts.
Right.
Okay. Craniac deciding to, after a forcing defense, sticking Declare in dummy to lead away from all of these honors. Makes sense.
Yeah, so what is Declare going to do from here? I mean, he could just clear the diamonds if he trusts that deuce of clubs, figuring the diamonds offside anyway.
I think that seems like the best plan. Sometimes the queen falls, and then maybe you can just play a 3rd round and they have to ruff with a natural. Like, pulling trumps doesn't make any sense.
I think if the queen falls, we can play ace, king of spades, and, now some more diamonds too.
Yeah. So, alright, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, presumably. Once the queen doesn't drop, you just play a 3rd round. Ooh, ace of spades first.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play a 2nd spade, but yeah.
Yeah, now the 3rd round of diamonds, so West is in.
Yep, jack
and
to
West
make
kind of
sure
doesn't
that the
have
9
a
diamonds
safe
is
exit
entry.
here.
Right.
If West plays a club, that'll give Declare the 2nd club ruff, and then he can just go king of spades, diamond over, take the heart finesse. If West plays a heart, that obviously gives up the heart finesse immediately, and West might think playing a spade is going to be a disaster, which, well, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, Declare could just have the jack of spades.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look safe.
Right. But I do wonder if West is going to work out to continue the 10 of spades here. I mean, if Declare has to ruff a club anyway, then playing the 10 of spades back, if Declare wins the jack, it's okay, because then your queen of spades will get re-promoted when Declare roughs a club.
Right.
So playing back the 10 of spades might be actually the indicated card, and is that going to be enough to beat the contract? I guess the answer's no, given that East has the ace-queen of hearts, at least not from a double dummy standpoint.
Yeah, I think 10 of spades, you win the king, you play a diamond. If West roughs it, Then he's out of everything that's not around suit card. Oh, I see. Yeah, so now they can actually stick you in. If you play the 10 spades, it might be good enough, right? So spades of
Yeah,
the king, diamond, west ruffs, west exit a club, and now you're dummy locked.
right, exactly. Yeah, you'll have to lose 2 heart tricks from there. So it was a tricky position. I don't really blame West for getting the problem wrong. It obviously looks very counterintuitive to lead a spade away from the queen 10. And he might not have a count on the club suit because his partner's the one that's been asking him for signals, not vice versa. But if he had worked it out, this idea of leading away from one of your trump winners to cut down on roughs, and then if declare takes a rough, it re-promotes your trump winner, is actually a relatively common one that comes up pretty often. So maybe a missed opportunity for East West to score even more by defeating 3 spades on that one, but turns out that it's still 10 imps going the way of Goodman. So big result for them. They're within 9 in the match.
Yeah, plus 50 would have saved a few imps, but it was a disaster for the Shorey team no matter what with that 340 in the other room.
Right. So North opens a diamond here.
Precision
Style. East makes a takeout double, which is fairly natural after a could be short diamond opening.
Yeah, I think 1 heart is possible. Double seems fine.
2 spades from West, good bid. Tends to show 5 trumps and, like 8 to 11 or something in that range.
Yeah, it looks a little heavy to me, but the alternative is to cube it in mid spades, and maybe it's a little light for that. You're non-vulnerable, so underbidding a little bit isn't a big deal.
Yeah, well, as things lie, the East-West hands fit very nicely together. And I think they might end up making at least a game here. The other table made 11 tricks.
Yeah, and if you pick off the 10 of hearts, you actually do make 11 tricks, run the jack of hearts, etc., and just lose a spade in the club.
Yeah, so with this result coming in, it's going to be another 6 imps to Goodman, and they are making a big comeback against the Shorey team.
Yeah, and this, I don't know. I mean, like, the West hand does look kind of heavy to me, and I don't know whether they would have gotten to game anyway, but I think West probably knew he was underbidding a little bit, and as here, sometimes when you underbid, you do miss a good game.
Right.
Like 4 is very good, right? All you need is to lose, hold your heart losers to 1, and when North is open to bidding, and it's got to be pretty likely.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's some potential that the defense can pull 3 rounds of trumps and you don't get 2 club roughs, but then sometimes the hearts come home for no losers. So Declare's in a spot where I don't think he's going to take too long. It's not a big decision, but heart to the queen, ace of diamonds, diamond rough. Then you have to guess what to do on the next round of the heart suit. Claim of 9 tricks does not look correct. So I think we'll get that adjusted to only a 6 imp swing going in favor of Goodman, but they're within 3. Ooh, okay, this should be a fun hand. 8.
Yeah, notice the difference of
clubs.
On the last hand, North opened a natural club, same takeout double, with more classical shape, Doubleton club, and Purcell just bid 4 spades. So quite a difference of opinion between Purcell and Demouy, and this time it won Purcell a bunch of imps.
Right. So East gets to open, 10 count, 5-5, unfavorable, no aces, no problem. Okay, what do we do as West? We start with a game forcing 2 clubs, so we'll get 2 diamonds from partner. Now we bid
3
4
clubs.
clubs.
Yeah, your plan, I think, is to try to key card. So, I I think you just want to bid 3 clubs first, see what partner does, and eventually just, like, you'd love to key card for clubs if possible, but I think you know that you won't be able to.
So East is going to bid 3 diamonds. And this might make things interesting. Maybe it won't. I guess West is going to have a hard time deciding that diamonds are trump instead of clubs.
Yeah, although it would win a game swing if he does, since you can't avoid a club loser with clubs trumps, but you can with diamonds trumps.
I mean, it depends on the defense. Because it might take heart to the ace, spade to the ace, spade to beat 5 diamonds. I think it's possible that 5 diamonds wins.
Yeah, but I guess 5 diamonds, like, you can't set up the clubs and get to them. I mean, yeah, I guess you can, right? Take a club finesse, rough the club, draw trumps ending in West.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
anyway,
double dummy,
we'll
you can make 5 diamonds. Yeah, we'll see if they either get there or do manage to make it in real life. There's some work to do.
Right. So over 3 diamonds, West has some thinking to do. West just bids 5 clubs. Practical. And
yeah, I think you've had Kibitzers reminding us all week that 8-card suits are trumps, and Vince agrees.
Yeah, now I guess as North you start the Ace of Hearts. I don't think this is an auction where we would want to underlead the Ace of Hearts at Trick 1. So North starts the Ace of Hearts. They're going to find out about the Stiff King. And now they're going to have nothing to do other than switch to spades, I guess?
Well, I think South is going to play a pretty high heart here. Maybe the Jack, at least the 7, and that'll be a suit preference card, or he'll do something else.
Yeah, this might be count. I mean, I assume they're in a cash-out scenario, and oftentimes you want to give count signals in that position. So, 3 of hearts, I mean, North, of course, would like a suit preference signal. But one thing North knows is that West is not short in... Well, that West is short in spades. Because East opened a spade, and West didn't support spades at any point. So...
Yeah, I'm actually going to... dispute what you said, which is I think at this level a lot of players would play ace for attitude, king for count, but maybe they're playing standard signals and the 3 is a standard attitude signal.
Yeah, could be.
No, low is even or encouraging. Yeah, so actually, if they're playing ace for attitude, king for count, that was an upside down attitude 3, but North has, as you say, nothing else to do.
Yeah, so the reason for the spade switch, once again, just to clarify, is that West is very short in spades, so spade could easily go away. The ace of diamonds might go away, but is a lot less likely to if you don't take it immediately. And so that's how North found the spade switch. Now declared just as a trump loser. Nothing to be done about it.
Yeah, so... nicely done by North-South to find their 2 aces, which will push the board since they also found the defense of the other table.
Right. Spade comes back. Seems sensible from South. Declare ruffs. Diamond over, club to the queen, ace of clubs, gets the bad news, and a push. It's our second push of the segment.
Yeah, after that first board when North-South went for 1,100 to lose 10 imps, it's been all good men with 4 swings out of the 6 subsequent boards going their way.
Right. Yeah, and just a reminder, we're pretty sure that board 21 scored wrong. It's still another imp.
Right.
Only 6 instead of 7. Okay, a bit more distribution here. I think we're going to see a lot less action on this one, though. South will open 2 hearts.
I'm looking to see whether they play multi. They do not. Their 2 diamonds is precision, short diamond 3-suitor.
Yeah, so 2 heart opening from South. Pretty normal. And North is just going to bid 4 hearts, and that could easily end the auction. I don't think East has enough to do anything. West, I mean, you're 5-5 in the minors. You would like to bid, but you just don't have any values.
Yeah, and I do wonder. I think you're right. The North is going to bid four hearts. North South are very aggressive preemptors. I do wonder if there are situations where North would give his partner some room, even with four trumps in a good hand.
Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, North has good defense against four spades, so if North only decides that this is worth a part score, he could just bump to three hearts.
Or could go through two no trump, yeah, as he does. Let partner tell him if his hand is good or not. Because I think, yeah, the worst hands North South could have probably are not going to be in the game zone.
So West still staying silent, doesn't want to get doubled anywhere. Three clubs by South.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
what three clubs shows.
Their card just says to no asks, but it doesn't say what the responses are.
Well, it looks like North-South have decided to avoid game on this hand. Three hearts is going to pass around, and this looks like a good decision. They're going to lose a trick in every suit.
Yeah, so they'll win a few imps for plus 140, and their teammates being minus 100. That'll be six imps going the way of Goodman, who, even with that score correction, are going to take the lead. They'll be ahead by three, assuming you're correct about board 21.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the set for them, and we're only about halfway through. We still have, after this board, 7 more to play in this segment. So if Goodman can continue piling on the pressure and pick up, another 30 imps or something, they'll be in good position going into the final 2 quarters. So King of Diamonds lead. Declare is just going to lead a heart up to the king. Get the good news that the heart's split. And then we'll probably see a claim after the diamond gets cashed.
And East here did have the opportunity to, if he wanted to, come in at a lower level, but decided to trust that North actually did have a good hand for his 2-no bid. Maybe non-vulnerable, you psych that 2-no bid, red, probably not. You never know. But East did decide to trust it and never took a bid, and that probably was fine. I mean, they do have these minor suit fits, but not sure how much they were making, if anything.
Looks like par was probably 4 of a minor, making 4 East-West, but...
Yeah, that was going to be tough to thread the needle to that.
Yeah. I will point out that East did something fun and cute and clever in the heart suit. I mean, Declare could have had King 10-9-6, so when Declare led a heart from dummy, East played the Jack from Ace-Jack Doubleton, giving Declare a potential guess if they started with King 6.
Well, partner could have just had a Singleton King also.
Yeah, that as well. So, good technical play from East. In the trump suit itself, it doesn't really cost. He has a bunch of entries on the outside, so he'll surely cash the Ace of Hearts to avoid getting end played himself down the road, and then he'll play back a diamond to cash partner's diamond trick. I don't think we're seeing a claim, given how much we've seen these pairs play out the boards until the last couple of tricks, but I would not be surprised if a claim comes through relatively soon. Ace of Hearts. I don't think Declare played the 3 from hand. I think he definitely wanted to keep that card to cross to dummy. So diamond over to West.
I was wondering if he should catch the Ace of Clubs to get some info, but or clarify the position for his partner for the cash out, but no real reason to. I do think that West now is going to play a club.
Sure. I mean, you don't want to cash the club ace. Partner could have had Queen Jack in the suit.
Oh, yeah, of course, right. The south hand is concealed.
Yeah, but I think West probably exits a spade here. Um, because there's
Yeah,
no
it's not totally.
danger.
I mean, if partner has the ace queen of clubs, then a club goes away.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Maybe
guess
that's
it's
not super
tricky.
likely because he didn't take a call, but there no danger does seem not quite accurate.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do wonder about.
I don't think the ace queen of clubs is possible because at some point East has enough for a takeout double.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, club goes up to the king. Now there will be a claim. 9 tricks, 6 more imps to Goodman, and they do overtake Shori. We think by 3 imps. They're in the lead, 42 to 39. Halfway point of the segment. Well, thereabouts. So West picks up a 13 count here, and as Craig has mentioned, they're like 14 to 16, but good 13 to 16s. I would be surprised if West didn't open this hand to no trump. First
Yeah,
seat.
as would I. And East is going to be pretty excited here. He's got, how many points is this?
19.
19?
Yeah. It's a big hand over there when partner opens a strong no trump.
Yeah, it's basically in the slam zone, but I don't know that they're going to make a slam in real life with both the diamond and the heart offside. If you take the diamond finesse, you only have 11 tricks. 2 spades, a heart is 3, 4 diamonds, and 4 clubs.
Yeah, well, let's see how they navigate the auction first. So 3 clubs, a puppet to 3 diamonds to show something. Because remember, they had that like 2 diamond gadget earlier. They might be playing something fancy here. This could just be regular puppet statement, where East has showed 4 spades and a game force. 3 no by West. They haven't found a major suit fit. East bids 4 clubs.
Indeed, 3 clubs was puppet statement.
Okay. So, over 4 clubs, I wonder what this bid is supposed to show. I mean, I think in general it's going to indicate spades and clubs of some strength.
Yeah, I think it was natural as well. From East's point of view, 6 clubs could easily be the right slam.
Right. And so I do wonder if East is now going to bid 5 no, pick a slam, and West will probably offer 6 diamonds at that point.
I think East is just going to bid 6 no trump. He's showing his shape. Yeah, I don't think he has any reason to offer any contract other than 6 no trump once partner declines clubs.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, it looks like 6 clubs would make. And as you say, 6 no trump might go down.
You're right, he did try 5 no. Would 6 clubs make?
I assume. I mean, with clubs
Yeah, I
3
guess
3,
you're right. Yeah.
basically anything declared does is going to work. You can try and rough the diamond suit good, and the queen will fall, and then clubs 3 3, you're going to make it. Or you can try and rough spades in the West hand, which also works. So yeah, I'm not certain I know what East has showed in the auction, but I think West is going to offer 6 of A minor. And it could be clubs, if he thinks that East is somewhat likely to have a 5-card suit, or maybe just wants to play in the 4-3 fit. He could offer 6 diamonds if he thinks that his partner might have... So he does offer 6 clubs, and I think Cranyak is going to respect this, and they're going to get to play 6 clubs, while East is going to get to play it.
Yeah, we'll see, but it would be a little kind of second-guessing himself to bid 5 no, offering the possibility of other contracts, hear the partner's interested in one, and then go back to no trump. So yeah, he does pass pretty quickly.
Yeah, so this is, I think, pretty well judged. Cranyak probably knows that he's in a 4-3 fit, but he also knows that partner wouldn't be offering 6 clubs unless he had a roughing value somewhere.
Right.
And, whether that's spades or hearts, it's probably good for him. If his partner has king and a heart, he's pretty happy, can ruff that third heart. If his partner has doubleton spade or even queen doubleton of spades, you can ruff the third round of spades in the west hand, and partner's pretty likely to have the ace third of clubs over there. So that jack of clubs is a big card to pull trumps if trumps are 4-2.
Yeah, so meanwhile, South has to find a lead here. So knowing that East has four spades, King of Hearts are probably like King 10 fourth, you don't want to lead away from. Maybe lead a trump, I don't know. A diamond is probably neutral. What's your choice here? Yeah, he does lead a diamond, seems fine.
Yeah, diamond opening lead to lead through, dummies, diamond strength. You might set up a diamond trick, and the trump lead, a little bit passive, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. Well, this might work out favorably for Declare for a different reason, in that I don't think South is leading away from the diamond queen here. That would be a pretty unusual opening lead when South has a bunch of small trumps to choose from. So I think this diamond might place the queen of diamonds offside.
Yeah, it might, although East's most likely shape is either, four spades, 4 or 5 clubs, and a hand like he actually has, or, if he was looking for a heart fit, he could be even 4-3-1-5, in which case a diamond, might force Declare to do something at trick one. So, I think it's not totally clear this diamond lead implies the queen is offside.
No.
He might just be leading a diamond to restrict Declare's options when he has that shape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a guarantee, but you do have to take some inferences somewhere. So, how is Kraniak going to handle the delicate 6-club contract? Let's say he wins the diamond ace and plays ace, king of spades, and a spade. South is going to show out. And so he'll be able to ruff low with the 6 of clubs. He'll probably then try to return to the east hand with a heart to the jack, which is going to fail. And then South will be able to win and pull a round of trumps, but Declare should be in control at that point. I mean, the play gets real dicey. I don't think he's going to be all that happy about where he's landed. Because he can't just pull trumps, he still has to ruff another spade, and if he ruffs a spade, he doesn't have the entries back to the east hand to pull trumps unless they're 3-3. But he gets fortunate here that trumps are 3-3, in fact.
Yeah, we have a spectator suggesting just duck the diamond and you have 12 tricks, which is sort of true, but you don't have a way to get to the diamonds on some layouts, so it goes...
So how did the 12 tricks work? What am I...
So now you'd have 8 minus 2 tricks, ace of clubs is 9, ace king of spades is 11, and a spade ruff. So with the diamonds 4-2, you can overtake the jack of diamonds late in the play, although, of course, North can just return a diamond now and thwart that plan.
Right.
But if North, say, shifts to a spade now, you can just take a spade ruff and claim.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. If North switches to not a diamond, then this would work. But okay, so a diamond comes back to the jack. Maybe that's what Kraniak was hoping for, a major suit switch, but Deweese was, of course, on top of it. He kind of realized that he needs to cut communication between that stranded dummy over there. Good decision.
And nice play by Mueller, by the way. Notice he concealed his lowest spot, so now it looks like it might have been a third best lead from 3 rather than a third best lead from 4.
Yeah,
so
great decision, and at this point, I think in general, the defensive carding is not to be trusted at all.
Right.
For the rest of the hand. So, okay, so now what's Kraniak's plan?
So he could try ace king and ruff a spade and try the ace of diamonds. But I think South will probably pitch if he's continuing the good work, he'll pitch the nine of diamonds and the third spade, and it'll really look like the ace of diamonds is going to run into a ruff by South.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be way too hard at this point for Declare to overcome the King of Hearts offside. Like, you could play for 3-3 clubs at this point, and the King of Hearts on. You could play 3 rounds of trumps ending in the west hand, hope that that's pulled all the trumps, and then cash your diamonds, pitching 2 spades and a heart, take the heart finesse.
Right.
It's not a great plan, but it's it might be the one that he has to take. Okay, it looks like Declare hasn't elected to win the Jack of Diamonds, which I think is sensible. You can obviously take the Ace of Diamonds and take a heart finesse immediately if you want. That might make your life a little bit simpler. You could win the Ace of Diamonds and continue the King. You know that North is going to have to rough this trick. South is the one following.
Well, not necessarily, right? Again, he might think that diamonds were initially 3-3 based on Westfall's card here.
Well, but South is following to the third round.
Yeah, that's a guarantee. But
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any way to avoid the heart finesse. You just can't do everything. The only way to avoid it is to take a spade ruff, and then you won't be able to draw trumps and cash the diamonds.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Declare might not have better than to play for 3-3 clubs and the heart finesse working at this point. Which, going back to the trick one decision, I mean, as you say, maybe South could have the diamond queen, and maybe South has the diamond queen some percentage of the time here. But if the diamond queen is offside and now you have to revert to this like 18% line of play, 3-3 clubs with the heart hook working, maybe it's best to look elsewhere at trick one.
Yeah, so I will play devil's advocate to that, which is the diamond duck works always when the queen of diamonds was in South, and here North had to find a good play of returning a diamond.
Yeah. All right, we're off.
North
Cranyak has decided to win the diamond ace. And?
I mean, I don't...
I think he'll probably just play a heart to the jack immediately, because he's going to need that. There's just no line of play that works without the heart finesse on. And if it loses, then at least you have the Queen of Hearts entry, so now you can just pull trumps, and you escape for down 1. I mean, you're not happy to be down 1, but at least you don't go down 3 or something.
No, and I think down 1, as we see, it's 6-0 in the other room, and I think he's probably thinking that the contract is likely to be 6-0 in the other room. This 4-3 club contract is a little abnormal, so if you can sort of turn the hand into 6-0 trump, that's probably fine for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're turning into 6-0 trump with the advantage that the other spade ruff might be your 12th trick. So, yeah, I think heart to the jack, if it wins, now ace king of spades, ruff of spades, 2 rounds of trumps, king of diamonds, Well, I guess actually, wait, you're not... You still need trumps 3-3 then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to escape if diamonds are 3-3 in some scenarios by just cross-ruffing your way home, but I think... So I think those are probably the 2 options from here. We can try the King of Diamonds. If it cashes, we can pitch a heart, and then maybe we can cross-ruff our way to 12 tricks if the heart hook works, or we just play a heart to the jack immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, now I think, if the heart to the jack wins, we still need some pretty good luck to make this hand. Basically, we're going to need the close 3-3.
Yep. Well, he does try the King of Diamonds. I think this is a reasonable play. I'm sure he's worked out the percentages, which I don't have to do because we have the players to do it for us. So I'm going to trust him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think both East and West are good bridge mathematicians. I think, East particularly, who has played some poker in his life. Poker is a game of math, and obviously he excels at that skill. I would trust him that, that he's worked out the a priori odds pretty carefully by this point.
Yeah, now that this has gotten roughed and over roughed, I think down two is realistically in the picture. Um, like, if we pull 3 rounds of trumps and then cash a couple of diamonds, we don't get to pitch enough losers. I guess we can take a heart finesse and South will get in and we can score the Queen of Hearts eventually. So maybe we're still just down one. But like if Declare starts trying to cross rough the hand, that 10 of clubs could come into the picture.
Yeah, so now that it's gone rough and over rough, how are we trying to kind of salvage this? Like, ace king of spades in a rough, club ending in dummy, 10 of diamonds, hoping that holds, and then heart finesse. We're still going to be standing with a spade loser.
Yep.
I guess you could play ace king of spades in a rough, 10 of diamonds, let North rough. We can rough another spade, and again, take the heart finesse, and I don't know, maybe that'll probably get us to down one. Maybe not, actually. As you say, now the 10 of clubs becomes a problem.
Yeah, I think there's still a remote chance to make. With South having diamond length, we could play North for heart length and try and pin a 10 doubleton of hearts. So I think that line of play would look something like king of clubs, club to the ace, pull 2 rounds of trumps, cash the 10 of diamonds to pitch a spade, since North is now out of clubs, and then lead the Queen of Hearts, hoping to pick off a 10 doubleton. Then we could rough a spade and play heart to the jack, and then pull the last trump at, trick 13 or something. So there are still lies of cards which would make it, but not with the heart king offside.
Right. Yeah, I'm wondering, is there any way to take 10 further tricks via scoring the 6 trumps separately, 2 hearts and the ace king of spades, or is that always going to promote a trump trick? Like, that should require the king of hearts off, onside, and, maybe some good breaks. I don't know.
Well, the problem with scoring trumps separately is you would have to get the 4 of clubs somehow.
Right.
And the only way to do that is to rough diamonds, and it looks like North is not going to let you do that. I guess North could have started with 8-3 deuce of clubs. Right. So you could go ace king of spades spade, and as long as South follows and doesn't pitch a diamond, you could rough and then lead a diamond, rough with the 3, over rough with the 4, spade rough, heart to the jack, ace of hearts.
Yeah. And I wonder against some sleepy opponents, if you lead your non-winning diamond off dummy, and North says, oh, that's not a winner, I'm not going to rough it.
Yeah, but it still doesn't look like we have enough tricks on a cross, because if we can't pitch a heart from the east hand, we can't rough the 3rd heart. So if you only get to rough 2 diamonds in the east hand and 2 spades in the west hand, you can't score both of the other 2 trumps separately as well. Yeah.
Right, yeah, good point.
Yeah, it's a good thought, but we're just... I mean, everything requires the heart finesse from here, for sure. So...
Now, I'd also do wonder, we don't have a clock here, but the other table is 3 boards ahead of us. I do wonder, how much time they have to complete the segment and if they're running out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Time can be a consideration here, and penalties do add up.
Yeah, and especially in a 4-imp match, you really don't want to have, even a couple of imps of penalties when that's the entire margin.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I haven't really been tracking it, but it feels like East has been thinking for it could be close to 10 minutes at this point. This has been a very long pause.
Yeah. Ooh, well, it's not going to be a large swing
Yeah.
one way or another. This will be down one, maybe down two, and so it'll be either a push or a couple of imps going the way of Goodman. I think East West did pretty well in the auction to at least offer themselves a chance at finding a variety of strains that could make a slam. And here, I mean, they kind of did well. 6 clubs would have made on a different line of play when 6 no trump was probably just going down.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, but it does feel like Six Clubs is a better contract looking at just these West Ends.
I'm sure East is still staring at this, thinking that there could be some lies of the cards where 6 clubs can still make. I mean, kind of as mentioned, this 10 doubleton of hearts and south, you can actually score 3 heart tricks by pinning it, and that could get you up to enough tricks. And so I'm certain he's still kind of considering those layouts as the paramount ones to play for, as opposed to just like, how do I try and get out for down one from here? Because I think there are a lot of routes to that result. But yeah, he is going to be a little bit careful because 2 imps is 2 imps, and if you can try and make it, and when it doesn't work, still escape for down one, save those 2 imps, that can be really important.
Boy, at some point, like, obviously, he knows it's an important hand, but, maybe at some point you just sort of, like, realize, well, like, it turns out there just isn't this extra chance that I'm hoping for and just play a card. Yeah, so that's what he does.
All right, King of Clubs, Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, so I think he's going to draw trumps, cash 2 diamonds, pitching spades, and then decide whether to play for a short 10 in south or a short king in north.
Yeah, and with clubs 3-3 and diamonds 4-2, the decision is probably to play for a 10 doubleton in south. So north pitches a heart. I mean, north could just continue pitching hearts, but decides to pitch a spade. So this will lead to down one. I think he's going to try the queen of hearts next, and
Yep.
there it is. Runs around to the king, and a push. So on to board 25 on the next one. We got 6 boards to play left in this segment. I actually wonder if the players are going to take a bit of a break. I mean, it kind of feels bad to sit and think for 15 minutes on a hand and then ask for a break, but, like, they might.
Yeah, I think there are several smokers at this table, east and west certainly, and I think at least one of north-south. So, if north-south are asked for a break, they'll probably be amenable, and east-west definitely will be.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll probably wait a minute or two to get the next board on the table. In the meantime, I'm going to take a look at the auction to 6 no trump in the other room. So West opened a diamond over there, the 13 count, not good enough for a no trump in their system. North came in with a very light 1 spade overcall on that queen jack 5th. 2 clubs by East. Interesting. I mean, East decided that he wanted to game force, but didn't want to just bid 3 no trump because his hand was too good, opposite a opening bid. So decided to try 2 clubs.
Yeah, of course you can't cube it with only jack doubleton of diamonds, so What can you do?
Yeah, so West raised to 3 clubs with the club fit, and East just decided to try 4 no trump key card. That fetched 2 without the queen, and East said, no, I don't think clubs is the right spot anymore. I'm going to put this in 6 no trump. And that contract. Take a look at the play. Spade opening lead. Went around to the king in East's hand. East tried the jack of diamonds, which ran around. Spade come back, and eventually Declare just had to take the heart finesse.
Yeah, the auction seems pretty reasonable to me. Like, that 2 club bid. It's not perfect, but everything else seems quite a bit worse. So yeah, I think we are definitely seeing the players having stepped away from the table for the length of a cigarette, is my guess.
Yeah, now the last time I played in Memphis, I recall the playing room being relatively close to the outside. I think it was just like the mezzanine level of the hotel. Is that correct? Do you remember?
I don't. I assume it's the same tournament site, but has there been a Memphis NABC I remember there was one circa 2012, maybe? Has there been one since then, or is this the first time back?
I actually don't know. You could be right that it was supposed to be hosted there during COVID and just did not get the event.
I don't think that's possible, because that would have been only 5 years ago, which I think would have been a little too soon to be in the rotation.
Gotcha. Well,
but I wonder if there was one circa 2018-19. I don't know. I think not. I think it has been a dozen years, and my memory is never great, and certainly it is not nearly good enough to remember hotel ballroom layouts from a dozen years ago.
I'm being told that 2018 or 2019 there was a Memphis tournament. So
I did not go to it, for sure.
So in that case, yeah, I mean, I'm not currently at the tournament site, unfortunately, but I do recall the ballroom setup, and I thought that it was just like a flight downstairs took you directly to the lobby, and then you could go directly outside from there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. I believe you, but all these interchangeable hotel convention spaces kind of blur together in my mind. Mostly I remember one night my roommate came home and managed to injure himself somewhat severely in a fairly silly way at 3 a.m. And actually, the one thing I do, it was not you. The one thing I do remember in Memphis is the room that we had, unluckily for a fairly large hotel, was directly across from where the housekeeping staff had their morning meeting every day at 5 or 6 in the morning. So every day we were woken up by the sound of housekeepers being given their marching orders for the day.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, that was really, honestly, we should have asked for a room change, but I think it was, if we did, we didn't get one, so maybe it was sold out, but that was really unpleasant.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do have some information, so apologies again for all the technical difficulties, but it looks like the internet is out at the playing site currently, which could well be why we see a pause. It wasn't the cigarette break. Well, probably was, both. But that unfortunately means we're going to get kicked out of the table in just a little bit, and we might have to rejoin the tables at some time.
Yeah,
stay with us.
As I recall, there were problems the first segment as well, so hopefully they'll have this sorted out by the morning. I assume this is a Memphis hotel Wi-Fi problem and not a bridge-based problem?
Yes. Yeah. They've had some internet problems over there at the tournament site.
Yeah, as have I, where I'm currently traveling. I was unable to join this morning for work reasons, but also unable to get my internet up and running this morning.
It's just the entire central time zone. The internet's down.
Yeah, the South is a slow place. I'm currently in sunny New Orleans. It really is quite sunny, honestly. If we crash and I get to go take a walk, it won't be the end of the world. I think it's like 75 and sunny here, give or take. It is 81 and windy, but sunny. Yeah, I'm currently just doing a little bit of traveling for the next several months, and New Orleans in the spring is really a lovely place. And for those who were at the New Orleans NABC 2 years ago, when it was unseasonably cold, my sympathies. I was here as well. It has been 75 and sunny for basically the entire time I've been here, the last 3 or so weeks. So we got a little bit unlucky at the NABC, but still a great tournament venue, of course.
Yeah, New Orleans is a wonderful place to host the tournament. Yeah. Great food all around.
Yeah, even better, though, when it's shorts weather in the middle of March.
Yeah.
Great food. Obviously great music if you're not playing in the tournament, and with the relatively early schedule, plenty of time to go and enjoy the many things New Orleans has to offer socially. I was actually here for Mardi Gras for the first time in my life. I'd been here during Mardi Gras season because parade season lasts from January 6th until Mardi Gras, but this was my first time being here during actual Mardi Gras, which was really quite something. I hadn't realized the extent to which it was a holiday that the locals go crazy for. I had just assumed it was a tourist thing, but it is not. The residents really take it seriously.
Yeah, it's a huge celebration, and as you say, we got another hand. Look at this.
It's like Halloween, only more so.
I unfortunately do say that there is foreboding table kicking us out, but we'll stick with this as long as we can, and we'll jump back into the action as soon as possible when that does happen. East opens a diamond. Are we going to see one of these takeout doubles from South?
I think probably. East non-vulnerable might have tried a no-trump red against white. I think probably wants to have a little bit more for a shaded one no-trump, since there's ostensibly 14 to 16.
Yeah, and now what is West going to do with the 10 count over the double? You could redouble to show 10 or more points. Apparently, you can't redouble. Craig says no.
I would not. So I would not redouble, because it's not just showing 10 or more points. It shows 10 or more points and a desire to defend, and you only have one of those.
Yeah, that's a good point, because West might be interested in penalizing a spade if East has 4 of them. West isn't really interested in penalizing a heart. So he does just decide to bid 2 clubs.
Yeah.
And this could end the auction.
Yeah, I think it probably will, right? North with 4-4 in the majors isn't inclined to bid with just 2 queens. East is perfectly happy to be putting down the dummy in clubs with King Jack Doubleton and Ace King on the side. And he has nothing to rebid. What's he going to do? Bid his 5-card diamond suit that's headed by the 9?
Yeah, exactly. And importantly, this is not the same as had the auction gone a diamond past 2 clubs, where that would show, stuff be game forcing. This 2-club bid is not forcing at all.
Right. Yeah, it is actually an interesting question. If South had passed, 3 clubs is sort of right on values by West, but that suit is pretty unappetizing for it. Maybe just bid a no-trump.
Yeah, I'm certain for these guys with their light opening style, they would just bid a no-trump with the West hand.
Yeah, so Declare is just going to win this and start trumps. I think his plan is going to be eventually to lead a spade toward the king, kind of, knowing the ace of spades is virtually guaranteed to be in South, and just plan to lose 2 spades, a diamond, and a club. Maybe, somehow if trumps are bad, you lose an extra trick somewhere, but maybe there's some layout where they can, where diamonds are 4-2 and they can do something in diamonds to promote a trump trick.
Right. So King of Clubs.
But, 8 tricks is always going to be there, so that's all you really care about.
Yeah, for sure.
5 clubs, a diamond, and 2 hearts. There's 8 right there, even before you've taken the king of spades.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's all going to be about over tricks. Declare, of course, could take the heart finesse, but that would risk the contract, so you don't want to do that. And with the Queen of Spades in North's hand, South just needs to avoid playing hearts, giving away the position, and the defense should actually collect their 2 spades, a diamond, and a club to hold this to 110. with 180 being made and 1 no trump in the other room. Pretty big result over there. That's going to be 2 imps once again going the way of Goodman. It's been all Goodman this set.
Yep, so on the spade lead, Declare knows the king of spades, or he strongly suspects that the king of spades would win the trick, but there's just no need to, run it around, lose 2 spades, and guarantee making the contract that way.
Right. Heart goes to the king.
Yep.
Declare can rough the heart good, pull trumps, knock out the ace of spades. Made 3 for a 2 imp loss.
Yeah, in fact, in the other room, after a 1 diamond opening, South passed, and West did bid a no trump, which seems like a pretty reasonable choice. I think it would be most experts' choice on that hand. All right, so we've got
board 26. We got a 16 count in the West seat. 2 passes go around to West. Gets to open a no trump. I don't think that's really.
I think that maybe non-vulnerable they would play 10 to 12. I think you are correct. The operator just missed a pass.
Yeah, I think so. And also, this is... I don't know if it's illegal or frowned upon. Maybe I should learn the rules. But opening a no trump with less than 10 high card points is generally not okay in ACBL land.
Yeah, so in fact, North-South do play 9 to 12 non-vulnerable in WBF land.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible that South missaw the vulnerability and opened a no trump. That does happen.
It's possible. He's a point shy. And either way, West would have a penalty double. So, I mean, this certainly is not how the auction went.
All right. And he's a point shy, but he's not a point shy for the methods they play in some parts of the world.
Yes. Yeah, so there we go. 2 passes go to a no trump. And...
So spade lead seems fine. I think, North was always leading a major. A heart is, sort of safer. Spade, a little more aggressive. And when it hits partner, obviously he's going to catch, potentially 3 defensive tricks or even 4. I don't really have much of a preference between the two. Declare doesn't really have a lot of great options here. Like, maybe, I guess he could have tried a low hearted trick too.
Yeah, that also would have worked out poorly here with the hearts unfavorably placed. Yeah, it's tough. East puts down a 3 count and dummy, and the defense gets off to a good lead and good play at trick 1 from South. And so they should be able to unravel almost all their tricks.
Yeah, I think, maybe one thing about a heart is if it works, now you've got an entry lead, a diamond up, but, the defense here winning the king of clubs, singleton, has to break something, which is probably fine for you too. Like, another spade ducked, but now the spades are blocked, so the defense has a little bit of work to do here. Interesting, so... Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he continues another club. He's hopeful, right? North popped up with that king of clubs. Maybe it's ace king third or something. But
yeah, I think or ace king doubleton. Maybe even if he has a king, the ace was a false card. So ace king doubleton seems like the time that you might make that false card, and then have it converted to a true card so that partner can read it when you play the king next.
Yeah, so North pitches a heart, clearly discouraging. So South can cash the jack of spades now.
Yeah, I mean, that heart pitch does give Declare a potential long heart trick, although it's a long way away.
I wonder if South is just going to switch to the jack of diamonds immediately. Because South might be worried if they cash the jack of spades, they might be backed into a corner cashing the jack of clubs as well, and that'll set up the 10 of clubs for Declare. So if you at least preserve the jack of spades entry, then you'll have access to the jack of clubs later.
Yeah, so in the other room, it looks like I haven't looked at the play, but I assume just about everything went wrong for Declare there as well. Going down 2 in one no trump. I think Declare here might be in the running to go down only 1, which would win 3 M's for his side.
Yeah, if Declare scores the 10 of clubs, he'll be able to get the ace king of hearts, 10 of clubs, and possibly a diamond.
Yeah, or even, with that heart pitch, if he can somehow score 3 hearts and a diamond, that's 6 tricks total. 4 more to go with the 2 he's already taken. The defense can't really lead anything profitably at this point.
It looks like down 2 is still pretty likely. I mean, Mueller might be thinking about jack of clubs club. He gives Declare a club trick, but he's getting in with the heart queen, and even if he doesn't, he has the jack of spades entry that his partner knows about. So he'll be able to score the long club eventually and then put diamonds through. And that seems like a pretty safe route to down 2.
Yeah, I guess Declare can't really do better than win the club, cash the ace king of hearts, and then when he exits, the defensive side is going to be all winners.
Right.
Yeah, you were saying, I think it was yesterday, but honestly, I have no sense of time anymore. That kind of weirdly, even though we think of 1 no as like such a match point battle, it can really be an imp battle. And I think that's particularly true when it's vulnerable because, the difference between making him down 1 is 190 points. It's 5 imps. Every under trick is 3 imps. So even though we're like, 1 no trump at imps, play fast and get on to the next deal, these hands actually are kind of deceptively important.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any easier in reading the card play because with both sides having approximately half of the values, that means that you really have to get your signals right on defense to be able to clarify to your partner what your cards are. In the previous segment, when I was watching the Street versus Hans matchup, one table ended up making a no trump, and the other table went down 3 vulnerable. So that was a massive swing.
Yeah, and kind of along this line, I hadn't really thought about this, but so West played on clubs. I think probably South thinks that North has a hard on her because wouldn't it, if West had ace king fourth of hearts, wouldn't it seem kind of natural to try leading a heart to the jack? Like, I guess he could have ace king third of hearts, and then he can't do that. But the club plays are going to look a little weird to him, kind of in the context of a complete hand that West might hold.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. This is why signals are important. I mean, North pitched a heart. So that's...
Well, although North pitched a low heart, right, which is, possibly is going to look encouraging if they're playing upside down. Maybe they have some odd even or some other specialized agreements. I'm not exactly sure what the complete parting method is. Let me take a look here. In fact, they do play odd even.
So this is asking for diamonds, the heart discard.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we would probably just see the jack of clubs in a club. I think we might also see the internet going down and us getting kicked out. But
so, what's the argument for hanging on to the jack of spades instead of getting that out of the way?
It's our entry to the 5th club.
Yeah, but so is the queen of hearts.
Well, we don't know if we're getting in hearts. I mean, if Declara plays on diamonds themselves, then we might never get to the 5th club if we don't keep the jack of spades.
Yeah, maybe, although when Declara plays diamonds himself, the jack of diamonds might be an entry. I think we can be pretty sure that the ace king queen partner has 2 of them, both from Declara's line of play and from partner's carding.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, South is working all this out.
Yeah, it's as you say, it's very tough. Where we know that North's hand is approximately as good as West's hand. We can't read anything into the line of play because he's led a suit in which now we're 100% sure that he never had anything. Maybe we can work out a little bit by inference because why is he playing the suit he has nothing in? But basically South is kind of he'll have some clues to the right direction, but he's not going to be really totally sure of what everyone has until very late in the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, Defense is hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost wonder if he thinks that West might have shaded his no Trump even more and like really only had a 13 count to start with. Like that would be kind of consistent with everything, with his not leading a heart toward the jack, with partners signaling for diamonds. I guess it might not be consistent with partners deuce a hearts pitch or four hearts pitch, whatever it was for.
Right, although, as you say, West was in third seat opening a no Trump. West could be a little bit light for that action.
Yeah, I mean, 13 really wouldn't even be that light in the East-West methods. They sure it's 14 to 16, but 13 is basically the same as 14. I don't know. I mean, what South? It is possible that South is not thinking that the internet is just doing us in one more time.
Yeah, although back to the point about slow play penalties. I mean, Craniac was very slow on the 6 club hand, understandably so. And if South wants to be very slow on this hand to take his time and use his side's fair share of the clock, I think that's perfectly reasonable. But the longer this thing has gone on, I'm pretty sure South has basically worked through all of the honor combinations that partner can have, and there's multiple ways to get down 2 from here. Down 3 seems pretty remote, but maybe possible if partner had the 10 of diamonds instead of declare. And
yeah, it's like at some point you just have to take a view. Like you can like sort of work out the most likely combination, but you're never going to have a lock, so you just got to commit yourself one way or another.
Yeah. And so I do think at this point we are seeing the internet outage being the problem.
In fact, since I see the live Vanderbilt view graph has just started, I think that's exactly what it was. It looks like they rebooted at least some of the tables.
Gotcha. Well, stay tuned. We'll probably get kicked out of here shortly, and we'll head over to the same table that has been remade.
Yep. So hopefully we'll have some internet stability, at least for the last few boards, where the other tables' results are all, apart from the last board in the books here.
Yeah, that's a good point. And spoiler-free, but we do have a couple of really big boards coming in.
Yeah, I see the results that there's a couple of big scores, but I'm not going to look at the hand record. I will allow this to unfold in its natural course.
That is a good decision.
All right. Very, very, very atypical for me. Yep. Table closing in 1 minute. All right. We will reconvene at the hopefully soon to be reopened version of the table in just a moment. So come on back.
Yeah. Stay tuned, everyone. All right. So that was this table, right? We were here. Are we back up? Not yet. So this they are so loud. Why does capital letters always look like someone's shouting? Alright, we'll be getting kicked out and reconnected. How are some of the other matchups? Let's see, I can see the scoreboard. Fleischer's up by 30, Wolfson by 38, Street by 31, and... Wait. Hold, please. Fleischer's up by 30, but Fleischer is also up by 44. Okay. That's a good result for them. Wait, Wolfson's up by 73? Or is this the same bug where when they remake a table, it compounds all of the imps that have been scored over both table segments and just adds them together? So if Wolfson had a big second quarter, this has just like doubled their score in the second quarter. That's probably what's going on, right? So these might not be accurate results at all. All right, our match is down. Hopefully I'll come back up in just a minute. So this is the second time that internet outages have been the cause of VuGraph going down on VBO. I don't really understand why it was different for RealBridge, but it seems like this is a relatively common occurrence on VBO. Maybe it's just random. Maybe there's something nefarious where people are really trying to like cause internet outages only when VuGraph is on VBO. They're like, we really don't want VBO to host VuGraph, so we're going to cause problems for them. Shori Goodman. Which table were we at? Closed room, right? Closed room. Hey everyone, welcome back. Looks like we are repopulating the room as we get back to the live action. We're on to board 27.
Yep, looks like they did go down too. Unfortunately, if we have the rest of the play record, we didn't see it in real time. Yeah, all I see is the result being put in, but no further cards after the position that we left it in.
To me, it looks like South led the Jack of Clubs and continued to club, preserving the Jack of Spades entry. So
yeah, no, I just realized that. Okay, anyway, we've got in fact, we had a Kibitzer asking if North-South had a relay auction yet, and the answer was no, but we are getting to see that in action. So we don't have explanations, but one club was strong, one no was, probably some kind of game force, and it looks like South has relayed to find out what North's hand looks like.
Yeah, one no trump probably just starts a relay is what's happening, and then that's why South is asking with 2 clubs, 2 diamonds response, 2 hearts ask, 2 spades response, 2 no ask, 3 diamond response, 3 hearts maybe ask, but North bid 4 no trump at some point. I do want to quickly bring up, before we get too far into the relay auction, which we have no idea what's going on, the scores are not accurate, as you're going to see on the left side of the screen. There's a little bit of a bug when these tables go down on VBO and then get remade, that it just duplicates the results from the segment. So rather than Goodman winning the set currently 34-10, they have won the set 68-20, is what's happening. So it's actually 24 less imps for Goodman currently, and the match is a lot closer than you might think.
Does that include the possible 1 imp adjustment on board 21 that we still don't have yet?
Yes. So yeah, I mean, it's, if you want to do the mental math, the segment currently is 33-10 in favor of Goodman, and you can look at the first quarter scores to compute where the teams sit.
So it sounds like Goodman is ahead by 6 imps.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's time to speculate, because North-South have done a lot of bidding. Normally, if South was the one asking questions, North probably wouldn't break the relay with a hand that looks like this. You can break out of some of these relay auctions if you have a very unusual hand type that is comfortable controlling the rest of the auction to bid, say, 4 no trump keycard, for example. But North having a flat hand with no aces doesn't really seem indicative to me of an unusual hand type.
Well, the North hand in and of itself is so rare, like a balanced 15 count opposite a strong club. It's possible that 4-0 just is the system bid. He's probably shown his pattern, something about his shape. 4-0 might actually be, how you show better than 3-0. And South may just, you're working out, like, first, what does it mean because it's rare, and, like, is this really possible? Is it possible that I've, sort of forgotten some obscure part of the system? Like, it's entirely possible that both North and South know what they're doing, but South wants to, um, kind of go back and reconstruct everything he remembers about the system notes to make sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. These rare bids, you put them in the system, and then it comes up once every 5 months, and you have to.
Oh, I mean, a hand like North, it might come up once every 5 years, if that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So let's assume, let's just pretend that we know that North has showed 4-3-3-3 shape with 15 to 17. What do we do as South?
Yeah, and I think it actually is likely that that's exactly what's happened. So it's I mean, there is the Vondercheck effect where you might want to play the hand in hearts rather than in diamonds. Here it's all the same. 6 hearts and 6 diamonds are both going to play pretty similarly. 4 spades, 4 hearts, and 5 diamonds. Whoa!
Oh boy, that's an exciting bid.
So I think the speculation that South and North were on the same page probably was accurate. Like, clearly South is expecting, something like this. Just unlucky to have this club duplication.
Yeah, I wonder how unlikely it is, though. I mean, again, I don't know what North's range is. I speculated on 15 to 17, which is what North has, although his hand is rather minimum for that with no aces.
Yeah. We see this time and again where one of the things about relay methods is they're very good for finding out an awful lot about one dimension, but very often a different dimension gets lost. And here we found out a lot about shape, a good bit about general strength, but very little about honor location, and that's common in relay methods.
Right. And Craniac,
and I kind of, got to a point where...
Yeah, so Craniac very fast to lead the ace of clubs. I mean, for one thing, the opponents might have been having a bidding accident. He doesn't really know. But I think he had been considering his opening lead against a variety of contracts as South was thinking. He had had the explanations of the relays for a while, and so he had a pretty good guess as to what North's hand looked like, and probably judged, and I think rightly so, that even if this ace of clubs gets led into a void, it's pretty unlikely to cost a trick, as is the case here.
Yeah, and one other thing is I think South was, somehow hoping that it might be able to set, hearts ideally and bid exclusion, but here, he really needed to bid Blackwood for hearts, but of course the auction was past that level by the time he knew he needed to do that, so this did time out pretty unluckily for the North-South partnership.
Right, and as you say, in the other room, there was, well...
I mean, the South hand really has a classic exclusion bid for hearts if you can get into a position where you can do that, and it looks like they didn't. They just shot a slam, but either 6th level slam is just fine.
Yeah, it's actually tricky because, the key cards from South's perspective, once you have a heart fit, are the King, Queen of Hearts, the King, Queen of Spades, which you basically can't ask about, and the Queen of Diamonds, which you also kind of can't ask about. So there's a lot of cards missing, and you probably can't ask about all of them, but as you say, exclusion for clubs would at least tell you about the heart fit, and that can be very important.
And, it might not be the end of the world if you're off either the spade interiors or the Queen of Diamonds, because some of the time maybe you can finesse the diamond and pitch some spades. Here with a guaranteed trump loser, if you can pitch 2 spades from North on dummies 2 long diamonds, you can rough a spade while you still have a trump and dummy. So, you kind of survive all this stuff as long as the diamond's on side.
Yeah, for sure.
Or here with the Queen of Diamonds, if dummy didn't have the Queen Jack of Spades, you can just draw 2 rounds of trumps and run diamonds.
So 3 rounds of trumps, Declare has to decide how to handle hearts. Try and play them for 3 tricks, because he's got 2 pitches on the 4th spade and the king of clubs. But I guess he's going to cash the jack of diamonds, actually pitching a heart, right? He can hope to squeeze someone with 3 hearts and the club queen.
Yeah, so jack of diamonds pitching a heart, 4 rounds of spades, king of hearts, king of clubs, and maybe something good has happened.
Yeah, that's got to be a much more likely occurrence than someone holding a stiff queen or jack of hearts.
Right, and you might still pick that up, I think, right? And maybe, yeah, I guess it's still possible you could pick that up.
Yeah, if West is the one that you're playing for heart short, or short hearts,
right,
then that would work. Yeah, this would be pretty disappointing for Craniac if he started with queen third of hearts instead of queen doubleton. Then Declare would make this on that ace of clubs lead.
Yeah.
I'm actually really surprised that this is taking so long, because that seems like a relatively straightforward line of play. And
I mean, again, any given pause may not be a pause for thought here.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of connection difficulty, but once you spot the squeeze, and obviously Mueller is more than capable of spotting simple squeezes like this, that's a clear standout choice to trying to attack the heart suit yourself.
Yeah, and it is sort of a combine your chances kind of thing, because as we say, on some layouts you still get to play for the restricted choice play in hearts. It's a long shot, but when you're in a terrible grand, every couple of extra percentage points of chance are going to be pretty welcome.
Right.
Yeah, certainly. I think South maybe made a reasonable choice given what he knew, but that hard holding was a tremendous disappointment to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just tough. One characteristic of these systems is there's some hands they work out really well on. We see them time to time, but if they worked out well on every hand, everyone would play it. Huh.
I've been told some interesting information, which is
that I just saw that.
Street ended up in 7 spades on these north-south cards, which is very interesting. That's one of the Grand Slams that might have an opportunity to make. Okay, it looks like Declare was thinking for a while.
In fact, in 7 spades, if you can just ruff 2 clubs in the 3-card suit, you probably will make it.
Yeah, exactly. So the opening lead matters, as well as being able to time the play carefully, but you just don't have the entries with spades 4-2, unfortunately.
Well, on a club lead, you certainly do, right? Because you can take a ruff, cross to a red card, take a ruff, cash his spades, cross to the other red winner, and play him.
Right. All right, Declare needs to play the jack of diamonds now to enforce the squeeze once he gets over to the jack of spades. So there it is. Jack of diamonds pitching a heart. Heart to the king. Jack of spades pitching a heart. And then we see that West is going to get squeezed down to a singleton club. So if West happened to hold the queen of clubs, Declare would have made this thing.
So I assume, I didn't see the result, but I assume the 7 spades did go down. They did not get a friendly club lead.
Yeah, that's correct. They got the trump lead, as is often the correct lead against Grand Slam, and that passive lead was enough. So 14 imps to Shori. They retake the lead in the match. But this is going to be a close one, coming down to the wire at the end of the day, so I have to imagine that this will be one of the selections for the evening sets that we'll be watching in just a short time. I think it's scheduled to start in about an hour and 10 minutes from now for the next segment.
I believe that's correct. I think it's 3:30 local time with a half-hour tape delay, which would be 4 o'clock Central, 5 Eastern.
Okay, board 28. We still got 3 more boards to get through. West opens a spade. North doesn't have enough stuff to come into this auction, so spade past 2 spades would be a little bit of a heavy bid. You could try and show it as a 3-card limit raise if you have that available, but 2 spades is the choice. And this should end the auction.
Yeah, I think especially opposite, an aggressive partner's first seat, white-red opening. You don't want to treat that as 3-card limit raise with all these holes and 6-4 deuce of trumps. You want to make sure your partner has some room there and not just voluntarily get to the 3 level. You're not going to miss a game, right? If partner, I guess you probably won't miss a game, here. Maybe you can somehow manage to make a spade game if the defense slips up a little bit. They have to get the hearts going.
Yeah, it's very possible to just lose 2 trumps and run the clubs to pitch heart loser. So, I mean, in fact, now it looks like there's nothing the defense can do because South can't get the hearts going from their side.
Yeah, and we'll see. East-West will still win an imp because it was the same contract in the other room, making 1 over trick. So if they do manage to make a second over trick, which I agree they probably will, they'll win 1 imp for their trouble.
Exactly. Yeah. So
got to remember to unblock the spade so that if they rough the 4th round of clubs, you can still get there to catch the 5th one.
Yeah, West does pull second trump. South is in. I wonder if South is just going to cash the queen of spades here. That would make Declare's life a little bit easier. If South continues a diamond, which is also somewhat natural, Declare will have to rough and, as you say, pull a 3rd round of trumps before running the clubs.
Well, he doesn't have to. He can just run the clubs, and eventually, if South roughs in, stranding the 5th one for the moment, just cross to the 6 of spades.
That's true too. Yeah.
So yeah, basically a claim for 10 tricks at this point. I do wonder how they only made 3 in the other room. Did they just lead the 10 of hearts?
Yeah, I don't know. They got the king of diamonds lead, and Declare ducked a trump. Diamond came back. Oh, Declare threw a heart on the second round of diamonds.
Pitched on it instead of roughing, I guess, to maybe try to protect against a 4-1 spade break or something. I'm not sure what his long-term plan was.
Maybe just a blind spot that 4-1 spades doesn't really hurt your chances.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
Like, with all the clubs and the ace of hearts already set up, sometimes you do want to protect against these 4-1 splits because because you have tricks outside of the trump suit to set up, and if you pull trumps and they split 4-1, you might get tapped out. But here, if you go ace of spades spade and they pull some more rounds of trumps and then force you in diamonds, well, great, now we run the clubs and cash the ace of hearts. Right. So...
Yeah, so missed opportunity there, but sort of, but still an impetuary to, I guess, extend their lead. Is that correct? We decided after.
Yeah, I think they came in down 18 in this segment, and now they're back to a 9-imp deficit on the set, which means they're ahead by 9. We get another strong club by North, 19 count, 4x1. Same 1 no trump bid, starting to give us this relay, so we'll see 2 clubs asking again. We might see a very similar to start to the auction as on 27, where it's going to go 2 clubs, South is going to show a balanced hand, with 2 diamonds, I guess, 2 hearts asking, 2 spades, 2 no, And I think South is going to show the exact same shape that they did over there for triple three. A few less high cards, but still 13 count.
Yeah, 4 triple three with spades even. It's identical.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think we're going to see the same start, but then the question is going to be over that final asking bid, where South here bid for no trump. South is probably going to be able to do something else.
Yeah, and this one, 6 spades, is incredibly easy. You just lose a club and can pitch a heart on the long diamond and take 4 spades in the rough, ace king, 4 diamonds and a club for 12 tricks.
Yeah. And I think this is going to highlight one of the strengths of relay auctions. I know people are going to laugh at me and say, well, they lost 14 imps on board 27. Relay auctions are terrible. But on board 27, South had a 5-5-3 hand in shape, very distributional. Here, North is 4x1, and they're doing the exact same thing. It's really hard for the defense to get a picture of what Declare's hand looks like on these relay auctions, and so they get a lot less inference about the opening lead. They get a lot less information about during the play as to what Declare's hand contains. So I think that's one of the big strengths of relays. It's not that you get to a better contract most of the time. You're still left with the same sort of guesses that standard players will have, but when you do get the strong hand declaring, the defense is just completely in the dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all they've done is ask questions. Dummy has shown what it has, but we're about to see it anyway. I mean, here, of course, though, if they play in spades, the big hand is going to be exposed in dummy, but that doesn't help the opening lead problem.
Right, yeah. And so we do see the exact same auction up through 3 hearts. Now South bids 3 no trump, so I think this is just distinguishing the different no trump ranges. Now I think South is showing something like 12 to 14, which is what they have with this exact shape.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. So that 4-0, the last hand, was indeed exactly what we thought it was, but, unfortunately, just knowing raw point total when you have a void is not getting to the main point of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
We have a Kibitzer also, pointing out, please ignore the 79 to 64 score that we see. And in fact, the segment in real life has ended, so if you go to the bridge winners bracket, you will see the actual match score at the end of 30 boards. We've kind of been trying to do it on our heads, and I think we've even been getting pretty close here. Yeah, so for those who are joining us a little bit late, we've had some internet issues, and when the tables crash, the score can become a little bit corrupted. Hopefully we'll just have that manually corrected by the beginning of the next segment, but for the moment, do not rely on that as official because it is neither official nor correct.
So North bid 4 spades.
Yeah, and a very slow 4 spades, which, may restrict South's options here also.
I mean, I think South is just passing this. No, he does bid 5 clubs. I was going to say, I mean, normally when you're just responding to questions in a relay auction and your partner bids what looks like is a final contract, you, maybe 4 spades was asking. I mean, who knows? I'm
that's it. We have some educated guesses about their system, but they are just guesses. There's nuances available to the North-South players that are unknown to us.
All right, so 4 spades, maybe some sort of asking bid or asking for a control. 5 clubs is not the control that North was looking for, at least not the king of clubs.
Yeah, it's not bad for his hand, though, right? It probably reassures him about trumps because I don't think South would be able to go on here if he didn't have pretty good trump control.
I mean, it's not like South was going to be able to cube it red suit. North is looking at ace, king, so...
Right. Yeah, I mean, to some extent, it's just kind of manufacturing a, partner. I like my hand more, than you might have thought kind of bid.
So
I
South
do
have the
wonder,
same hand with the club ace instead of the king. Are they making 7? They just need a rough 2 clubs.
and I wonder whether North has any reason to think that 6 no trump might be better, given that he does have, um, the knowledge that his partner's hand is flat and now has some club wastage.
Yeah, yeah. It would be pretty
I do
disappointing to
want,
get to 6 spades and find out trumps are 5-0.
or it'd be pretty disappointing to play your partner for the ace of clubs and get to 7 spades and you lose yet another 14 imps.
Yeah, that could happen.
Actually, I think it would be 17 imps. Since it's vulnerable, the last one wasn't. I don't think that's super likely, but I mean, if it is, it's going to give these players nightmares for decades.
Yeah, if you back-to-back get to grand slams that go down 1 based on your relay system, I think it's probably time to give it up at that point.
Honestly, like, I guarantee if that happens, they're coming back for board 31 playing Standard American Yellow Card.
Yeah, I think so.
Or just sit down, like, meet me back here at 4:30, we'll fill out a card. Yeah, at 5 no, presumably pick a slam, 6 spades or 6 no trump, I guess, unless, again, there could be some other possible shapes for South that we don't know about. Like, we've been assuming the South was fortunate through with spades, but again, maybe it's, maybe there's still other possibilities to a shape.
Yeah, I do wonder.
Or 5 no, actually, or 5 no might be inviting 7, that's certainly possible. Like, let South be the one to get their 7-level decision wrong a second time.
So
Actually,
just
I think
partner.
I think 5 no is inviting 7. Like, just in case South has the ace of clubs and can bid it. Because, like, here, if he had the ace of clubs, they would be making 7.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that would be, well, it's a 14 count, but assuming that my guess about 3 no trump being 12 to 14 is right, then it's possible.
Right.
South bid 6 spades, so there they lie.
Yeah, and I think they'll be relieved that their system this time did work in their favor. They found out an awful lot of information that they used correctly this time to get to 6 spades.
West leads the ace of clubs. I mean, he saw his partner do it on the previous board, so clubs against slams? Is that the common advice?
Yep.
Alright, ace of clubs. Switch to a club? I don't know. A little surprised Kraniak played the 3 clubs here. They might play upside down suit preference in some spots. Obviously, he kind of wants hearts. There's the heart switch. So heart up to the ace. Declare pulls one round of trumps. And then probably claims rough a club.
Yep. You don't even need the trumps to split. You just draw trump tending it south.
Yeah. There it is. Club rough. King of spades and a spade. And push forward.
9 just in case. Little, probably not necessary, but just a little, very tiny safety play roughing that with a 9.
Yep. 14-30.
I don't think, probably unlikely West had 7 clubs, but you never know.
Yeah, and West may well have continued clubs at Trick 2 if they did.
Right. Also true. All right, last chance here.
Yeah, East has a really nice 17 count. This is way too good for a no trump, so he'll upgrade into a 1 club opener. Planning.
Yeah, the East West no trump is, he's out of range for it anyway. But even if he was playing 15 to 17, he'd probably upgrade it.
Yeah, for sure.
So, like, we'll have no trouble getting to 3 no trump, probably via West checking back at the 3 level with 3-card heart fit and finding out that they don't have a fit.
Yeah, club heart, 2 no, 3 diamonds
3
or
diamonds.
something.
Yeah. So they did make 3 no's. That, I guess it is basically a guarantee. With the diamond splitting of 5 clubs, 2 major suit aces, they'll give you the king of diamonds, possibly as soon as trick 1, and take the spade finesse. So it's not a complete claim we're in 3 no, but after a diamond lead, you just need the spade finesse, and after a spade lead, you just need the diamond finesse.
Yeah, it does look likely to me that South would get off to a spade lead, but...
Yeah, maybe. We've seen players reluctant to lead away from King 10 fourth, although I think we also saw North lead from King 8 fourth of spades earlier.
Well, we're waiting for the opening bid.
And maybe a spade lead is also going to be a little more attractive because he'll know East doesn't have 4 spades after the check back auction.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although West could have 4 spades, right? West might have been asking with 4-4 in the majors.
I don't think that's true. I think West would bid 3 spades with that.
Unless West is 4-5.
Yeah, West could be 4-5. But I don't think West could be 4-4.
Good
but nonetheless,
point.
when it's that, then you're still leading through Dummy's 4-card suit, which maybe is okay. I don't know. Well, just have to wait and see how South decides to solve this problem, assuming that we do get an auction, because I don't think this is the pause for thought. I think this is another glitch.
Yeah, I think so too. I guess looking at the play in 3 no trump might be interesting because it looks like East-West are going to end up there. So on a spade lead, Declare will win the queen or the jack. I wonder if he'll just choose to run 5 rounds of clubs immediately, or if he's going to, for example, duck a heart.
Yeah, ducking a heart does not look attractive to me because even if they split, the defense can switch to diamonds and you'll never be able to play on hearts. They'll be able to beat you via 2 hearts and 3 diamonds, even if everything is splitting.
Yeah, it's also probably bad if the defense just wins and plays back a spade. They'll set up a couple spade tricks to go with a couple of heart tricks and the ace of diamonds. So I guess maybe on a spade lead you're supposed to actually hop up with the ace. That can't be right.
That doesn't seem right. Because then what? To lead a diamond toward the king, now they can hop up with the ace and play a heart, and if hearts are bad, you haven't set up that spade trick that you need for your 9th trick.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe it's a little bit complicated, but you kind of just have to go wide open in one of the suits.
Yeah, if you duck the spade, you don't really care whether the king pops up or not, because if North wins the king, I guess now they can shift to a heart, but maybe we can duck that and restrict their options. Now if they continue hearts, maybe we do play for hearts 3-3 and lose. Hope the diamond's on side and lose. Well, I guess then when the diamond's on side, we just take the king of diamonds. I see. We speculated about time trouble earlier, and in fact, they pulled board 30 from play.
Okay, so this was not the auction. Thank you, ViewGraph operator, but
No.
this result does
sure
not stand. So yeah, there will be a time penalty, and I have to assume that Shori is going to be penalized because Kraniak was, I think, the one that was very slow, especially on the 6 club board, and I don't think that Deweese and Mueller were slow at all throughout the set. So
No, we'll see. One of the things about pulling a board is if it's a no result at this table, but let's imagine at the other table, someone collects 1,700. The non-offending time side collects 1,700. You do need sort of some judgment of how much of their good result they get to keep, because you can't slow play your way out of a disaster.
Yeah, and there are ways to handle that. Scoring it against the other tables that are in play as well is one of the popular methods. But
that's true. I forgot they were playing the same boards. Yeah, so that's an option.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Craig. We
Oh,
are
cool.
going
Yep.
to go on break, but we'll be back in about 50 minutes for the third segment of play. Stay tuned, everyone.
Cool. See you all in a bit.
All right. Chat, I did manage to order food, but I was a little bit slow about it. Looks like it's going to be here in 5 minutes. Oh no, my driver's lost. Oh, that's not good. Oh my god, my entire app is glitching. Okay, well... I am... here. I exist. Hello. Hi, chat. Why is BBO broken today? I can't tell if you're asking this question today or yesterday or the day before. All the scores are wrong. I mentioned this. Where have you been? Do you not just like constantly have my stream on and listen all the time to everything I'm saying? How rude. When the tables go down and they get remade, they duplicate the scores. So this is a known bug. Or like, this is a bug that I know about. Maybe BBO doesn't know about it, but like, I've had this happen to me many times. So yeah, the tables have been going down because the internet's been out. And that's why 34 to 25 was doubled. So they added this, the set was scored as 68 to 50. Just because the tables kept getting kicked out. Okay, let's look at the results. Results. Oh, we don't have very many results. So Shori's up by 9. Rosenthal is up by 32. Zimmerman is stomping. Nichols down by 9. But Nichols probably out. Well, Wolfson over Vendanta. Fleischer and Bailey, we don't have a result. Street and Hans, we don't have a result. But they'll be up soon. But yeah, Dinkin is cruising. 102.46. More importantly, Brad's doing well in fantasy. Yeah, should we take a peek at Brad's bracket? How's Brad doing? Brad is... Dude, the fuck is this? Sort by current score. Oh, we're sorting by max. Well, that's not helpful. There we go. Found him. Brad. The Sliver Sidon Destroyers over Hans. Oh, we picked the same final. Maybe Brad and I will be competing for first place if Hans is able to make the comeback against Street. Then we could have the same final. He had the Silver Sidons over Nickel. This was probably just an error on my part. Not picking them over Hell. He had Millens? Oh no, Brad. Not Millens. Well. Okay. Wait, what was that announcement? I just, as I was closing out, should we read this? I have no idea who Rick Roeder is. Rick Roeder is an actuary and author who has written books on rock and roll and college football history. Rick Roeder talks about himself in the third person. Alright, how bad is this? It's not even an article! Where is the downvote button? There's a flag. There's a flag. Can I flag? Yeah, there isn't a death spiral. It was a bait title. Alright. So the unfortunate thing is that we don't have a we don't have like records of the other tables. This was something that was good about RealBridge, where like during the break I could like go to the other matches and take a look at what happened over there, and we could discuss. There's not much to discuss about the boards that we already looked at. I mean, 7 diamonds down 1, we don't even have the hand records. God, how did North-South go down in 7 diamonds on this hand? What were they think? Like, what did they do? They revoked? Yeah, I'm not sure I believe this Tarzan club thing. Maybe it just doesn't work well if your partner has a big hand. But isn't that the whole purpose of relays? People are like, well, relays are so good because we get to all these grand slams where we get to ask about jacks and stuff. And then here we are, like 2 boards back to back, and on both of them, like North is just completely blind guessing the best contract. Seven, no trump, down 8. Amazing. For a push. For a push. Wait, the VuGraph operator... the VuGraph operator gave us a push. This is honest... Wait, this is super funny because that's the proper number of tricks to take in no trump, right? For North-South? No, East-West, it would have been down 9. Aww. It should have been 6-no in the South, down 8. I thought the VuGraph operator was being very clever and smart. No, it's 6-no, down 8. That would have been really funny if they did that. They had calculated it out and drew it up to a push. That's really funny. Alright, is my driver lost? Dude, where the fuck are they going? This is real bad. This is real bad. I might not get my lunch. So I have to leave in about an hour and a half, which I guess means I'm not going to finish the 3rd set, unfortunately. But I'll be here for as long as I can. And then the final 3 days I will be, once again, doing commentary the whole day. So unfortunately. I guess while I'm here, I need to send an email. Since BBO had asked me to record the thing, I just want to make sure that I do this before I forget. Otherwise, it's going to be like 3 days down the road, and I'm going to forget to send them recordings. We'll play like a robot thing during the break, I guess. We'll do one of the silly robot tournaments while I hopefully eat my food, but maybe don't. Alright, how much money should I charge BBO for editing these videos for them? What's a reasonable amount? I mean, editing this first set was going to be a nightmare. So let's say that. Okay. Message sent. Perfect. Let's play a robot thing while we wait. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Do we have scores? Scoreboard? Okay, we have a score from Fleischer Bailey at least, so Fleischer is up by 29 in that match. Still no score for Street Hans, but they were on Vugraph. Does anyone know how Street Hans was going? Probably not, right? You would have to do actual math to figure it out, and no one wants to do that. Okay, we'll come back to the scoreboard in a bit. Sure. We'll play one of the, whatever the free day-long thing is. They're probably tied or something. I mean, based on yesterday's results, I would expect them to be tied for sure. That would make sense. Is my driver still off in the middle of the Potomac Ocean? The ocean, Potomac River? They are. Why are they in the middle of the river? I don't know. Something is really messed up with the GPS on this app. It's just like jumping back and forth. I would show you, except then, you know, people would come to my house. This is the most messed up shit. Oh, apparently my food's here. Great. Let's go see if that's true. Perfect timing. BRB. I think I'm out of water, though. I might need, like, a soda. I don't really want to have a soda. Anyway, BRB. Alright, we have food, and apparently I am out of water, so soda time. East opens a diamond. Alright, no face cam while I eat. Let's do it. I can put up a message. Here, let's do this message thing so that people aren't confused about what's going on. Right, let's make sure we eat because I only have 35 minutes today until the next round starts. I basically forgot to eat yesterday, which was a big problem. Can't let that happen. A default response, yep. Delivery driver was waterlogging my food. There is an awful lot of water in the food. But I think it's supposed to be that way. It's like a stir-fry thing, but lots of noodles. Huh. This is an unusual line of play. So do we play a club or do we play a diamond, chat? Brad says spade. Nope, veto. Well, this didn't work out. Could I play the club back at the end? I don't think it mattered, right? Maybe it did. Oh man. Yeah, I really bungled this defense, didn't I? I need to play a club. I also miscounted the diamonds. That can happen. I thought dummy had 7, so that's on me. I accept. Okay. Yep. 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 Well, they missed a game. Kind of. Maybe we'll be able to play a contract one of these times. Okay. Well, there's some good news and some bad news. The good news is we got a plus score, so that's nice. The bad news is that Well, we may have missed a potential slam. So that's a little bit less nice. Diamond. Alright, where's the claim button? Made 3. Were we making 3 now? Jack of Hearts is on side. Maybe. 1 spade. Okay. Oh, Snoo had a hand. Hold on. Where was that? We were supposed to analyze this during the break, weren't we? We'll get back to it. I like how 4-0 Trump doesn't show anything. I'm gonna double. Wait, what? West just has like a limit raise? Okay. I have the feeling that we're not doing great on this hand. Oh, was that a singleton queen? Oh no. Okay, at least we beat it. Partner had 5 hearts and just sat? God. What do I have to do? My double was penalty? I mean, my 2-heart bid wasn't penalty. Oh no. Minus 4.4. Well, I tried my best. Splinter. 4 spades. Robot always sits. I mean, there's I can't do anything else. 4-0 Trump wasn't even takeout. Okay. Well, that makes things easy. Nice auction, guys. Nice auction. They just have 12 hearts. I guess I knew that after the opening lead, that the opponents had 12 hearts. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. This is going well. Mm-hmm. Yep. 10 of club switch, sure. That's a play to make. East has another heart, right? Like, why are they switching to the 10 of clubs? I guess I'm just gonna cash out. Down 3. Did I miscount the hearts? Maybe I did. It's fine. The Ace of Hearts lead. Incredible. Okay. Dummy just hits with a good 8 count, a no trump all pass. No, I got end played. That's so rude. Alright, well that was horrific. This was fun though. Okay, where is this hand that Snoo sent to me? Boom. Need to remove this. So we talked about the auction. I think that basically everyone did something okay other than East and South. Two clubs is bad. 4 diamonds is bad. Let's look at the play. 10 of clubs lead. Declare goes up with the ace. We're playing imps, so we have a heart loser, we have a diamond loser, and we'll probably get another heart loser. Unless it's a very lucky lie of the suit. think we want to pull trumps immediately. So I guess there's a couple options. We could just lead the Queen of Hearts. We could lead the Ten of Hearts, planning to run it. I'm a little bit nervous about that. Declare ruff to club. To lead a heart to the 10. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the right plan, because we don't really care if hearts are 3-2. If hearts are 3-2, we can afford to lose 2 hearts and the ace of diamonds. The problem is if hearts are 4-1, that's the real dangerous situation. Because our plan is basically to pull trumps and then go ace of spades, king of spades, queen of spades, jack of spades, whatever, pitch all of our losers. Ace of diamonds is pretty likely to be on side from the 2 club overcall. So this to me seems a little bit dangerous, since like East might have ace third of diamonds, for example, and the ace jack doubleton of hearts, and East could certainly go ace of diamonds diamond right now, we win, and then East gets in with the ace of hearts and gives their partner a diamond ruff. I think you really want to play one of the ace or king on the first round. Sorry, king or queen. Ace of hearts. King of clubs. Well, at this point, Declare is probably making this, right? Because the defense is told Declare everything that's going on. So backing up, what should East do when they win the Jack of Hearts? Well, they should probably do something that tries to prevent an impending trump coup against themselves. And so with North having essentially entries only in the spade suit, East would need to count out Declare's hand. But something like play a spade to try and cut communication has some merit. Alternatively, East could just start playing clubs. If Declare ruffs in hand, like, for example, if East plays a club right now, I think Declare just always goes down. This might be the simplest route to beating this a trick. Or maybe you cash the ace of diamonds first and do this, but the point being that if Declare ever ruffs with the heart queen, there's never going to be any danger of a trump coup because you have way too many trumps. So, just as an example, let's say Declare even shortens themselves. They ruff and over ruff with the queen of hearts, and then they start running spades. There's no problem on East's behalf. The king of spades holds, queen of spades, Declare starts pitching diamonds, but East just doesn't ruff in here. East just starts pitching clubs. And so another spade, East pitches another club, Declare gets to lead a diamond, and East kind of gets pickled, but East just ruffs in with the 2 of hearts. Declare over ruffs, and now Declare is down in hand at trick 12 to be able to lead a heart into East's hand. So going all the way back to, this plan of ace of diamonds, play a club. So that's what happens if Declare ever ruffs with the queen of hearts. And if Declare can't ruff with the queen of hearts, then they have to ruff in hand. Let's say they pitch a diamond, it doesn't matter. And now if they were to, say, play a second trump, East would just win the ace, and East has 2 more trumps, and they play another club. And now South gets shortened once more. So This looks like a pretty simple route for East to just take to defeat the hand. And that's probably, you know, at imps that's good enough. I mean, at match points I would definitely fish around and search for down 2. But this seems like a good enough plan. For down 1. And again, once you've beaten the contracted imps, brain off. Unless it's doubled. So anyway, I think Declare probably should have taken a different line of play. It might not have worked, but lead the Queen of Hearts, for example, from dummy would be one option that I think has a lot going for it. You could, if you wanted, lead the 10 of Hearts from dummy, and then you have a little bit of guesswork to do if East plays the deuce, but if East were to, say, play the Jack of Hearts, I think you're relatively happy at this point as Declare. You win the king, now you play a heart back, East wins the ace, they force you in clubs, but you have plenty of time now to knock out the last heart. East wins the 9, they force you in clubs again, but now you can pull the last trump and just hope that the spades are 4-2 or better. So I think that's a pretty reasonable line as well. I didn't mention that earlier, but that was one that I was thinking of. So anyway, after heart to the 10 and the Jack, East should probably do a little bit better. East might not be familiar, like East might not be a super strong player and is not familiar with trump coups, so this is maybe a little bit over their head to try and learn from this sort of defense where you effectively play into a double void, giving Declare a rough slough, but it compromises their trump holding. But this is one effective way to try and save yourself against a potential trump coup later. Anyway, East led the ace of hearts, continued the king of clubs, but Declare now is in firm control. Oh no! They played the king of hearts! Oh no! Oh no! Well, I thought I knew what was happening on this hand. Turns out I was completely wrong. Yeah, so for Declare, this is now a bit of a double dummy problem. If spades are 4-2 or better, you almost can just make the rest of the tricks guaranteed at this point. Is that true? Wait, maybe you can't. Wait a second. Is it a little bit more complicated than I originally thought? Maybe it's a bit more complicated. I thought we could just run spades through East, but East can rough in. It's not just the simple plan of if East roughs in, they cost themselves a trump trick, because we still have this ace of diamonds to knock out. Huh. Yeah, maybe South can't actually do it from here. Alright, I take it all back. I take it all back. Is there really no way to make it from this point? So the problem is, if Declare just starts running spades, spade, pitch, a diamond, I can make it to the bar. East will just rough in. And a lot of the time that's good enough for Declare to come out, because Declare has effectively scored an extra trump trick. But the problem is that if you pull the last trump, you have no more clubs in, or no more hearts in hand, East will get in with the diamond ace and cash clubs. Brad says you could make it to the bar. Are you sure you could make it to the bar on here? Down one's possible? I'm not even convinced down one is possible. I think you're just down two. The South has gotten themselves tapped out, and East is going to score a bunch of clubs. Hey, Dirk Coach. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. We're on YouTube and Twitch. It's just always down two. There's no way to get to the bar. Not after a result like that. That's rough. Maybe something else interesting happens in play. I guess I'll continue. King of Hearts, Ace of Spades. Spade. Another spade. Spade. Rough in. Club. Yep. Huh. Okay. I take it all back. Maybe East knew what they were doing all along. I was looking at the trump coup thing, but obviously it just... East was one step ahead of me. It didn't matter that they were getting trump couped. They just had a bunch of clubs to set up. Hey, Shift. How's the day been going? Well, there are some internet difficulties at the playing site. And I don't know if these were occurring the last couple of days or not, but they're definitely happening today. The Trump coup was coup by them too. Nice rhyme. Well, okay. It's an interesting hand. I mean, going back to the club to the ace, like, this is what I'm worried about, because if hearts are 3-2, you just have a claim, right? There's nothing to the play if hearts are 3-2. And as mentioned, you really don't want to go down when hearts are 3-2. So any of these lines of play that, like taking a first round heart finesse, you might go down if hearts are 3-2, I think is wrong. So I think it's either lead the queen of hearts or lead the 10 of hearts at trick 2, depending on what you might want to guard against. But if you play the 10 of hearts and East plays the deuce, I think you probably just go up with the king and play one back and take your licks when East has 4 of them. It's tough. Maybe you would get a read at the table. You lead the 10 of hearts and East like fidgets for 10 to 15 seconds before playing the 2. Like no one's fidgeting from ace third or ace doubleton there. So alright. Let's put this back up for the time being. So that's 5 minutes from now. Let me make sure I have all my stuff. I do. I need to finish eating. Hans within 25. So this match will be on. Gavin and Raj are going to sit out. So they'll probably be spectating. But we'll... presumably cover that match. I think we'll probably have Shori, Goodman, Vendanta, Wolfson, Nickel, Goldberg, and Street Hans. Yeah, Shift, you must have missed the discussion about this earlier. It's those dang kids. I mean, hopefully they get knocked out today so that we don't have to deal with any of this nonsense ever again. It looks like Dinkin is doing a good job taking them down a notch. I never thought I'd be rooting for Dinkin, but now I've found a cause to stand behind. It's meta, you think? Would your kids do something like this? And if so, how would you discipline them? Would you discipline them by pitting them up against a stronger bridge team and having them get walloped? Because I think that's the only way. Brad, your bracket does kind of heavily rely on this match going the way that you want. How are you feeling right now? Eric got his team name censored. That's... That's amazing. Alright, get out of here, stupid imp tournament. We do have tables filling in. We'll be at Goodman Shorey. I need to run to the restroom. And then I need to announce to all the spectators that I won't be here for the entire third set. Okay. I've eaten-ish, and I will be back in like 2 minutes. I'm back. I know you can't see me. We're working on it. Boom. All right, which table should we watch in the match? Shorey Goodman. Let's watch this table. I think. Lots of spectators of this one. Did Craig already join? He did not. Let's go to Hurd and Bathurst then. So, chat, I'm going to leave in the middle of the set, but thanks for tuning in. I will be... I'll be back tomorrow at the start of the day, and we'll be here for the remainder. So, welcome back, everyone. We are getting underway with the third segment of play. Start of the second half. Really close match between Shorey and Goodman. I know we've been having some technical issues throughout the day. Hopefully those don't persist. But it's the internet at the site. It's been going in and out, and unfortunately we don't have control over that. But getting started, I do want to make a quick announcement. I will have to dip out midway through this segment, and I won't be here for the fourth set, but I will be here the rest of the week. So if you enjoy my commentary, thanks for hanging out and watching. This has been a fun event to cover. If you don't enjoy my commentary, you can always click the little blue X, or shut me out, and you don't have to listen on your end. We're in 3 diamonds in the north. North having showed a pretty good hand with some diamonds. They don't have a heart stopper, so 3 no trump was out of the picture. And after 2 rounds of hearts, a 3rd round of hearts is going to force Declare to roughen high, pull some trumps. Won't be that difficult of a play to make. And then Declare will eventually lose a spade. So it looks like 10 tricks to me. If the defense is not careful here, like if they switch to clubs, for example, Declare could choose to unblock both clubs. And I guess probably will. He can just pull the ace-king of diamonds right now. Trumps are out, unblock the clubs, ruff a heart, cash the club, pitching a spade. So that'll be 11 tricks, in fact. Second over trick, not worth that much at umps. But in close matches such as this one, the over tricks can add up over the course of 60 boards. But with players getting settled back in, looks like a solid result for North-South to start things off, and boy, oh boy, do we have some shape on this hand. South has a big hand, 17 count, 7-card diamond suit, and East-West have a nice heart fit. Is this in East's 1 no-trump range? I imagine for most pairs it would be. Good 14 with a 5-card suit. But East opens a heart. Is Bathurst going to double, or is he going to overcall 2 diamonds? The dangers of doubling with hands like this is that sometimes the auction's at an uncomfortably high level by the time it gets back to you, and then you really have to complete describing your hand, so it can be prudent to overcall at the 2 level to start with. So heart, 2 diamonds, 4 hearts by West. Hurd has a diamond fit, but he's not quite strong enough to take action, so this will pass back around to Bathurst, who I imagine is going to balance with a double. Hurd will take this out to 4 spades, and then it's going to be to South to decide whether or not he's comfortable playing that contract. Actually, Hurd might just bid 5 diamonds because he has a known fit, but it's got to be tempting to play the lower level game contract. Yeah, the challenges here from South is that it's not just whether or not partner has 6 spades, it's that sometimes 2 rounds of hearts forces him, and his partner's spades aren't good enough to overtake the queen, so he's going to be trapped in his own hand. The opponents might get a diamond ruff from there. He might pull this to 5 diamonds. If they do rest in 4 spades, the defense is going to be very interesting. Donati will lead a high heart, and West can give a suit preference signal for diamonds. It looks like West is thinking about doubling this, or maybe just outright bidding. Presumably a double would get East off of a heart lead, but the question then is going to be, what would East lead instead? Is it always the case that this double asks for diamonds? I'm not so sure. You know, with that said, Bathurst, if he wasn't confident 4 spades was the right spot, might pull now. Again, his partner could easily have a 5-card spade suit over there for this 4-spade bid. I wonder if a 4-card spade suit is even in the picture from North's perspective. It was a takeout double of hearts after all. He does pull to 5 diamonds. So I guess we're at the point where we need to decide how good of a decision this double of 4 spades was. I think 4 spades was going to go down. High heart lead seems pretty natural from East. And then the diamond suit preference, East might not believe it, but would trust his partner. Low diamond ruff, club to the ace, diamond ruff. They take the first 4 tricks. 5 diamonds, it looks like, might be made. Declare has a little bit of guesswork to do, but 2 rounds of hearts, Declare will ruff. Cash a high diamond, find out about the bad split, and then cross to the spade king. Couldn't really take a diamond finesse immediately. You got to deal with the club suit, but club to the king, duck a club, ruff a club, then take the marked diamond finesse. I think this is going to come home. So Precario's double cost us side a game swing on this one. I think it's a pretty reasonable double to make. If you're expecting a diamond lead and you think that might be the best chance to beat the contract, then go for it. But here, I guess Bathurst did pretty well to pass 4 spades in tempo then. If he had kind of thought for a long time, Precario might have realized that he was thinking about running to 5 diamonds and might have just gambled that his partner would find the right defense. Still some work to do, but I think Bathurst will have all the clues he needs to make the right decision in the play here. So second round of hearts, we get to ruff. And now you can test the diamonds. If the diamonds split, you have no problem, so you can just unblock the spades, cross in diamonds. Now that the diamonds don't split, he knows that if he plays a spade to the king and takes a diamond finesse, East will just cover that trick. And then there's no way to get back to lead a club up or to ruff the 3rd round of clubs if you have to pull a 3rd diamond. So you really need to use your 1 spade entry to lead clubs up. Given the part preempt and the opening bid, you're going to get the club guess right. Really should be 5 diamonds bid and made. Club, East ducks. Last chance for South to decide what the right plan is, and I think we'll see him get this one correct. Still a pause. He's just thinking through the entire play. He might be thinking a little bit about that double that West made. Maybe there is some consideration for sticking in the jack of clubs for that reason, that West double, yeah, he has a diamond void, but without the club ace, maybe West would have just gone quietly. And he does get the guess wrong. Wow. Wow, so missed opportunity for Bathurst here, for the Shorey team. Potentially could have picked up a really nice board for 5 diamonds making. We don't know what's going on in the other room, of course. If they're in 4 spades going down, this might be a fairly flat board. They could also misguess the clubs in 5 diamonds and go down. All right, we're seeing the claim for down 1. First board of the set, though, we do see 5 diamonds going down 1 in the other room as DeWeese and Mueller get a little bit overboard off 3 cashers. 5 imps going to Shorey. All right, Bathurst picks up a nice hand in first seat. 14 count. He'll get to open a spade. We'll see another one of these 2 diamond overcalls from Precario. This hand a little bit worse than Bathurst had on the previous board. So spade 2 diamonds. North could think about making a responsive double. Oh no, he couldn't. I'm sorry. I missaw the auction in my head. So North will pass over 2 diamonds. Pass back around to South. And is Bathurst going to balance 2 spades, 2 hearts? I think double's kind of out of the picture. Sometimes you want to protect partner against having a penalty pass, but his shape, I think, is just incorrect for it. The doubleton diamond makes it a lot less likely that partner has a diamond stack, and the singleton club, you would be a little bit nervous about partner bidding 3 clubs. He balances with 2 hearts. Why show 6 cards when you can show 9? So North will make the preference to 2 spades, which passes back around to West. And West has a pretty good hand. Unfortunately, the vulnerability is just not correct for West to continue bidding. It could be their side's hand, but you're really taking your life in your hands if you make a second call vulnerable against not there between 2 bidding opponents. So 2 spades it is. West gets off to a diamond lead, which is pretty natural. And then West is going to have a decision at trick 2. East might have queen doubleton of diamonds. Not anymore. East definitely doesn't have queen doubleton of diamonds anymore. But I was going to say that if West continued the king of diamonds, it would set up the jack and dummy. So West might think about just giving partner a diamond ruff instead to preserve that king of diamonds, maybe as a potential exit card later, and to get partner in to put a trump through. Like switching from queen doubleton of spades here really feels pretty bad from West's perspective. Okay, West continues the diamond king. I guess figuring that if he's follows to this trick, then Declare doesn't have a fast entry to the dummy. And the Jack of Diamonds might just not be a useful card anyway if it sets up. So King of Diamonds, East pitches the 8 of Clubs. It's going to be really important for East-West to give each other club count on this hand to make sure that West knows to take the Ace of Clubs on the first round of the suit when Declare leads it up. Because South could be 5-4-2-2. And then if West pops up with the Club Ace on the first round, Declare might have access to the King, Queen of Clubs. All right, Ace of Clubs, East is given a signal. And now West really needs to think, because West has a count on both the diamond and club suits. He knows Declare started now with 6-4 or 5-5, and finds the Queen of Spades switch. Yeah, this is a really nice play. So Declare can try and duck a heart, but the defense is going to play a second round of spades. Well, East-West catching the first 3 tricks and exiting spades. Declare is going to be stuck in hand with 3 heart losers. Nothing to do about any of them. So this looks like really strong defense for down 1. I don't think there's any way Declare can cause a problem for the opponents. Just doesn't have enough of the intermediate heart spots. But Bathurst is going to give it a little bit of a stare before deciding what to do. Ace of Hearts and a heart is what he selects. I'm trying to get over to dummy if possible. But the 10 of Hearts will hold. West can continue another spade. And great defense from the young Italians, East-West here, for Team Goodman. So that might actually earn them quite a few imps on this board. If 2 spades is allowed to make in the other room, or if East-West get a little bit too high in a diamond contract. Either way, they could end up getting into a lot of trouble. Alright, King of Spades pulls less trump. Try and exit a heart just in case the heart suit was blocked in some way, but East will be able to overtake. And we'll see a claim pretty soon. Well done. Well done. And we're on to board 4. Looks like the other table is quite slow. I don't actually know if there was a time penalty. I don't think I've seen anything, but they did get a board pulled at the end of the last segment. So hopefully the score got adjusted in a respectable manner for that. Alright, on to board 4. Oh boy. Board 2, we have a pretty big result coming in. In the other room, we actually had almost the same kind of an auction. North-South got to 4 spades, West doubled, and South ran to 5 diamonds. East ended up doubling, and Declare, it looks like, was able to bring that contract home. Club opening lead made things very easy for Declare to get everything right on the board. So 13 big imps, and the match is almost tied. The hand in front of us, we have a much more tame 1 no-trump contract. So East opening in 3rd seat, 16 count. all pass. South has to find an opening lead. I mean, a club from King, Queen, 5th often is going to work out pretty well for your side. Just need partner to have one of the club cards. Sometimes even the 10 of clubs is good enough to score an extra trick. Here, it's going to give Declare the first couple of club tricks, but 2 clubs, 2 spades, a heart and a diamond is not quite enough. The diamonds don't split. North-South are going to be able to get in and establish hearts if they go after it, go after that suit. So diamond gets led to the 10 and king. And South, looking at his hand, doesn't have any entries. He does continue club. But now a diamond to the ace, a diamond back. It doesn't look like a heart switch was going to be enough to beat the contract anyway. The defense would score 2 diamonds and 4 hearts, but they're only in 1 no trump. So now looking at this, on the run of diamonds, since North will get in with the 3rd round of diamonds here, is the South hand gonna get a little bit uncomfortable? Maybe. That heart pitch certainly might have done South in. He now pitches a spade, but a herd can switch to a heart or a spade. I don't think Declare is going to try and throw South in at some point, but he might have been able to. Duck a heart, strip the hearts, and run the diamonds, eventually exit a club, getting South to lead a spade away from the queen. When you're just in 1 no, I think he's going to be pretty happy to just cash out from here. Spade to the ace, ace of hearts. I guess now you have a full count, right? Now a club exit is safe. You've seen South show out of hearts, so you see South pitch a club, so you know South has 2 clubs and 2 spades left. So it's just a claim. But 150. Lots of over tricks there. Probably wasn't going to affect the overall score on the board. I mean, once South gets off to a low club lead, Declare just has 7 tricks that they can set up before the defense gets to their 7. On to board 5. Herd has 17 count here. All the aces. 5-4 in the majors. He'll open a spade. South gets to make the simple 2-spade raise. I wonder if they're playing a constructive raise in this spot. Unfavorable. Some pairs might play that 2 spades shows some values at these colors. North, of course, is going to take a shot at game at some point in this auction, whether it's immediately or after making a game try. 17 is just a little bit too much to not take a stab. 3 hearts by North. Fits South's hand. I think he'll probably try maybe 3 no trump or maybe 4 spades. One of them. And there doesn't really appear to be much of a chance of 4 spades making with all the spade honors offside, but oh, Bathurst rejects the game try. Wow. This might be a really good decision. I'm a little surprised with King Jack 3rd of hearts opposite partner's 3 heart bid, but I guess he didn't like 4 triple 3. He didn't like the fact that his trumps were so bad. So the opening club lead. What is Declare going to do in 3 spades only? You also have this heart guess to deal with. I mean, on a normal trump split, if spades are 3-2, you can afford to lose a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades. But with spades being 4-1, Declare does not have that luxury anymore. This might even be too much for Declare to overcome. I mean, some simple line of play, like win the king of clubs and run the 9 of spades, is just not going to work. Heard giving this one a long look, because it's not so obvious how to play it trick 1. I guess it might even be better to start the spades by cashing the ace. You pick off a singleton, king, queen, or 10 in East's hand. Yeah, this contract could easily get away from Declare pretty quickly if he, say, wins the club ace and goes ace of spades and a spade. East will be able to pull all the trumps and then play back another club. I mean, maybe West's hand comes under some pressure, actually. Now that I'm looking at this, West is the one with both the king, queen of diamonds and the 4-card heart suit to the queen. Declare could end up squeezing West in the red suits if that happens. Fascinating hand, even though it's just a part score. I mean, I guess I wouldn't like to see Hurd struggle through 4 spades, knowing that all of the spade honors are offside. But he's off. He pops up with the club king. He decides to lead the 9 of spades. And is he going to run it? Or is he going to play a spade to the ace and another one? It's worth mentioning that East has a bit of a decision if the 9 of spades gets ducked around to him. A pretty common false card in positions like these is to win an honor, not the 10. Because the point being that it sounds to Declare as if the spade suit is working. And that's exactly what Donati does. He wins the queen. So now Declare might think, oh, this is great. The 9 of spades finesse won. So now I can just cross back and take another spade finesse, and that might squander an important entry that he would need for something else, as it does here. So, for example, if Hurd just plays a heart to the king and leads another spade up, now he's entryless in the south hand, and West is definitely going to score the queen of hearts at that point. He decides to play heart to the jack, so West gets the queen. Club's going to come back. I expect. So Declare can ruff. Then play a heart to the king, and then a spade up, thinking, I'm in great shape. I can lose at most 1 diamond from here and 1 more spade, but not today. So there's a heart to the king. Try the 8 of spades, I guess. West shows out. Herd says, oh no, you got me. And he's just going to lose 2 spades and a diamond from here. I guess there's some remote chance that he can actually cash both the ace and 10 of hearts and then end play east in the diamond suit. So maybe you duck this, maybe you go up with the ace, but east will be able to rough in, west scores a diamond. So down 1, although I think he's going to be relatively happy that he stayed out of game at this point, given that when dummy came down, game looked like it had at least a little bit of play. There's the diamond switch. And so now if the ace and 10 of hearts cashed and east had the king of diamonds, he would actually be end played, but not today. So 3 spades is down 1. Well, we're a few boards ahead of the other room. They're a little bit slow. I hope that we don't see any more time penalties. Although I understand the players do need some time to think. Actually, interestingly, Hurd didn't try to cash the ace-10 of hearts. He was worried East might ruff, be able to cross to this partner's hand in diamonds, and then get a trump promotion. And he was right. So that would have ended up being down 2. So good decision there to not try and play for the contract to make, because it would have cost him an extra under trick. He might have had a count on the hand, or at least a partial count, enough to know that East couldn't have all of the cards he would need. Alright, I think we're just seeing a claim now. That's what's going on. Declare's going to cash the ace-10 of hearts, and then the defense gets the last 2. Down 1. So 5 boards in. On to board 6. East still passing first seat. South has a balance 12. Gets to open a diamond. Hard overcall from West. North can bid. Okay, apparently 3 clubs. I wonder what that shows. Obviously, North has a game force opposite his partner's opening bid. Maybe this is like a heart splinter. Oh, we found it. 3 clubs is clubs and diamonds. Natural and forcing. Great agreement on a hand like this. So that's pretty nice when you have access to that. I mean, 5 diamonds would be a pretty good double or single dummy spot on these north-south cards. You lose a heart. If trumps are 3-2, you could pull 3 rounds of trumps and run the clubs to pitch a spade. You'll end up just losing a heart and a spade. It's not great here when the diamonds turn out to be 4-1. Obviously, in 5 clubs, you're going to have to... you would have to take a heart finesse, which fails. 3 no trump does make. There are just 9 top tricks, assuming South can right side the heart stopper. I guess even if they don't, that 10 of hearts is a big enough card. So South bids 3 diamonds, I guess just waiting. 3 spades by North. Stopper showing, presumably. Double by East, asking for the lead, and South should be able to just bid 3-no with the King of Hearts at this point. maybe they have a bit more nuance here, where South might be able to redouble to, or South might be able to pass, asking for a redouble if North really has a strong spade stopper, as opposed to, you know, something like Queen third, for example, or even King Jack third or something, where it could just go spade over, heart over, spade over, heart over, and the defense runs the first 9 tricks. But 3-no from South. Looks like that's where they're going to lie. I wonder if Precario is thinking about bidding 4 spades now. I mean, he's heard his left-hand opponent doesn't have too many major suit cards. He's heard his partner has some spades. It sounds like the heart finesse is working. I don't think he expects his partner to be as short as King Jack third. So, like, if East had something such as Ace Jack 10 fourth of spades, they could be making a spade game. That's gotta be what he's thinking about now. Four spades doubled is gonna go pretty badly. North can lead their stiff heart, get to South in both clubs and diamonds, and get 2 heart ruffs. It would be a nightmare if they end up in that spot. Precario does decide to pass, so good decision by him. Good decision. Yeah, I see some comments. People are telling me that West could bid 4 of a minor to offer a choice of hearts or spades, which would work out a little bit better. The heart fit just plays better, and with a couple spade entries, with the spade suit splitting 3-3, Declare can take both heart finesses. I mean, it's not often you see it vulnerable against not save, but it could have worked out here. Then again, it's hard to bid past 3 now in a spot like this, as West, and after a spade lead, Declare is just going to run their tricks. 10 of them. 5 clubs, 4 diamonds, and the ace of spades. So it looks like a pretty good result for North-South. And a good showing for this 3-club convention. They were able to kind of sort out stoppers, show their fits in the minors, and still get to play 3-no trump. Ooh, goody. Goody, 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 goody. We got some more shape from East here. So we'll see a couple of passes go around to North, who's going to open a spade in 3rd seat. I think Donati might just bid 4 hearts. That seems like a pretty practical choice. Partner's a passed hand. Yeah, maybe on a good day, partner has queen and a heart and the ace of clubs and you make a slam, but sometimes it's really valuable to take up bidding room on a hand like this. He could decide to go slower, though. But we'll see what his choice is over the spade opener. He does decide to go slower. He starts with a double, obviously having ambitions of partner holding that perfect hand with the ace of clubs and queen of hearts, where he can make a slam. 2 spades by South. Herd passes around to East. I think you have to bid 4 hearts, and he does. If you just bid 3 hearts with this hand, your partner passes, you just don't feel very good. So now what does Bathurst think? He has 2 heart tricks. His partner opened the bidding, although his partner was in 3rd. He decides to double. See if he can beat this thing, and it looks like he can, as long as he doesn't lead a spade. Or maybe he has to lead a diamond? Yeah, this just isn't happening. So Declare should get access to the ace of spades to pitch the diamond loser. and then he'll just lose 2 trumps and a club. 590, I think, is likely to be a pretty common result in the field. Well, we started out this segment much the same way that the previous set started, which is bad news for Team Shori. They pick up a few imps on the first board, but then it's been all Goodman ever since. And so Goodman now has the lead in the match by a small margin, 4 imps. Alright, ace of spades and a spade ruff. Cash the ace of hearts to check if hearts are 5-0. King of hearts, check if they're 4-1, and they are. And then this will just be a claim. I think the opening diamond lead is a little bit inhuman to find, so feels like everyone in 4 hearts is going to make that thing. We're almost at the halfway point of the set. And again, just as a warning, I am going to dip out of here in about 10 to 15 minutes. I have to run, unfortunately, but we'll be around for the remainder of the week, doing some commentary on the matches. So West pass in first seat. North has 17. Probably too good for a no trump, even if they're playing 15 to 17. But I suspect they're a 14 to 16 partnership. East overcalls a spade. South could make a very light negative double. I think the more prudent option is to pass. So 2 club, limit raised by West. Now what does North do? With his really strong hand, he decides that it's not his side's deal and passes 2 clubs. 2 spades by Donati. Probably just going to pass back around to North, and how do you feel? Partner couldn't act over a spade. Probably not your hand anymore, even though you had one of these 1 club followed by 2 no trump bids. So he lets it go. South, with nothing better to do, leads his partner's club suit. So Declare has a club, a heart, 2 spades to lose on this lie of the cards. Would really like to be able to ruff that second club. So he decides to hop up with the ace to play 1 back, I assume. North gets in with the queen of clubs. And now has a bit of a decision to make. I mean, ace of spades and a spade would pull 2 trumps in case that was important, but he plays a low spade. Declare misguesses. Maybe not surprising. So spade to the queen, spade to the ace, and a spade. Declare is going to have a club to lose. But with the diamonds coming home, he'll still make the contract, losing just 2 spades, 2 clubs, and a heart. So 110. Good match point score for North-South, but it's not going to earn them a ton of imps. I see an adjustment on board 5, and I actually don't know what that is all about. Just looking at the scoreboard while we have a moment, since the remainder of the play is not going to be all that interesting from here on out. But apparently, North-South did get to 4 spades on that board 5. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't on the auction that we were presented, but it looks like maybe Bathurst did accept the game try with the King-Jack third of hearts. And that could be a reason for Declare's line of play as well. You know, I was sitting here analyzing 3 spades, thinking that Declare was just trying to be as careful as possible and lose 2 spades, a heart, and a diamond, but here we were. If he was in 4 spades, obviously he was in more desperate mode. Board 9. These guys play fast. I mean, all 4 of the players at the table are relatively young, at least in bridge terms. So they can think when it's their time to do so, but for the most part, they're going to be relatively quick, and that's why we're 3 full boards ahead of the other room. So is Hurd going to open 2 hearts in first seat? Favorable. You got a 4 count. If your system allows you to do so, it's probably a good idea. Sometimes preempts just work. Looks like the opponents might have spades, given that North has a singleton spade. It is really the only suit he wants led if the opponents end up in a no-trump contract or something else. So if you're able to do it, 2 hearts feels like the right number on the North hand. East overcalls 2 spades, much to West's shock. I wonder if Bathurst is going to try something like 4 hearts here. Maybe if you have a way to show a diamond lead direct, you would do that. Like, obviously, South could bid 3 diamonds, for example. And so that's what he goes with, 3 diamonds. But from South's perspective, he kind of knows that the opponents really have a lot of stuff. His partner's preempted and first seat favorable. He has a bunch of diamonds, but not much else. And his hand's very offensive with the singleton spade. At 3 hearts by West, limit raise or better. West has the or better variety this time. Yeah, I think North might raise. Oh, he raises to 5 diamonds. He was not ready to sell out to 5 spades. So 5 diamonds is going to pass back around to West. This is a tricky position. You don't really expect the ace or king of spades to cash on an auction like this. You have a heart trick, but not a ton of extra defense. Although, counterpoint, you also don't have a ton of extra offense. The 3 small diamonds are probably fine on this type of auction. Your partner's likely to be short, but queen third of clubs doesn't scream offense to me. 5 levels for the opponents, but West might end up bidding out anyway. And these are decisions that could cost a lot of imps. I mean, here it actually doesn't. If they double 5 diamonds, they have 3 clubs, a heart, and a spade to cash. And if they bid 5 spades, that'll make. I can't imagine West is going to try for a slam still. He could bid 5 hearts to say, partner, are you certain you don't want to bid 6? But yeah, really difficult decision. I mean, I do wonder if the 3 diamonds might have been kind of a fake lead directional type bid. The South passed 5 diamonds, so maybe South would have corrected to 5 hearts, but South has the benefit of the vulnerability. I mean, if South was not necessarily psyching, but bidding 3 diamonds on like ace, king, queen, fourth here, South could just wait for them to double him and then run to 5 hearts. So it's always dangerous for West to place diamond shortness in partner's hand in spots like this. West could easily be worried that he's off 3 diamond cashers, for example. West does bid 5 spades, though. Turns out to be the winning decision this time. And I don't think South is going to push to the 6th level. Like, yes, partner bid 5 diamonds, and that should show a pretty shapely offensive-oriented hand, but South doesn't really have a heart fit, which I think is a big downside. Maybe Herd should have a 4th diamond for this bid a lot of the time, in which case South might think that the save could be cheap. You know, if North could be like 2, 6, 4, 1 in shape. And he does bid 6 diamonds, oh my. Well, now Precario is definitely gonna double this. I think he's already pushed his luck. A forcing pass would be really ambitious with the West cards here. So, should get doubled. Oh no! I mean, East will double. East doesn't really have anything. So 6 diamonds is where we rest, and after a high spade lead, club switch, the defense is not going to have any trouble collecting 800 here. On that note, I'm going to have to leave you all. So enjoy the rest of the match. Looks like Goodman has picked up quite a few in the set, but it remains close. This will be an exciting finish, and I will see you all tomorrow if you tune back in for the semifinals. All right, chat. I gotta run, so thanks for stopping by, but I will be back tomorrow bright and early for the start of the event, and I will be and I'll be here for the rest of the event. So see y'all later. Enjoy the rest of the day.